Hey everyone! Welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
After listening to what Mimasaka Subaru said, Tong Yu also understood what he meant. Mimasaka Subaru lost to Tong Yu in this test, and he was still a little unconvinced. Because the assessment this time was not an official halberd, due to some factors, he could not fully exert his full strength. And he is also doing things for Aizen Jijin now. If he suddenly becomes Tong Yu's subordinate, he will definitely be retaliate. Of course, Mimasaka Subaru also heard about Tong Yu and Aizen Ijin also eating halberds, so he said what he just said. If you can defeat Aizen Ijin in this halberd, you will also become an Elite 10, and I will be your ambassador for the past 3 years. I will never regret it. Mimasaka Subaru stated his final conditions. When Mimasaka Subaru said this, he also wanted to see if Tong Yu had the strength to defeat Aizen Itsuya, so that he could be at ease. Tong Yu laughed after hearing this, and said, I understand, my contract with Ruishin for eating halberds only lasts for more than 10 days, so it doesn't matter if you wait. But during this time, I ask you not to be with other people. Students eat halberds, let alone plunder their kitchen utensils. Can you do it? Yes, yes. Mimasaka Subaru nodded. Tong Yu looked at Mimasaka Subaru with a worried look, and added, Don't worry, I'm different from Aizen, and my opponents are not so stingy. After defeating Aizen, I will teach you some interesting cooking skills. I want you to like it. Oh, by the way, have you finished watching Dasha 1? Mimasaka Subaru was stunned when he heard this. Are you talking about the plot? Yes, read the comic from beginning to end when you have time, it will be good for you in the future. Although Mimasaka Subaru didn't know why, he nodded and agreed. After Tong Yu negotiated with Mimasaka Subaru, he returned to the hotel for a short rest. Although many students worked hard all night, the rest time was only a few hours in the morning, and the assessment in the afternoon continued. In addition, when the residential training has reached this point, nearly 200 students have been eliminated, and the students who can survive until now are all people with a certain strength. But no one dared to take it lightly, because the residential training continued. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Tong Yu came to the designated cooking classroom again. When he walked into the classroom, he found that many people were staring at him and talking in low voices. But this time, it's all good words. After all, Tong Yu won the first place in the assessment this morning, once again proving his strength. Tong Yu looked at the podium and found that the graduates in charge of this round of assessments had arrived ahead of schedule. Hey, it's Yuangwa Senpai. Tong Yu looked at it, isn't this Mujiajun fruit? No matter what, Kikuchi garden fruit always shows a soft side. Of course, the most attractive place is the uproar somewhere. Brother Tong Yu, I didn't expect you to be in this exam room. When Mu Juzyuengwo saw Tong Yu, his expression became obviously happy. Yeah, I have such a fate with senior sister Yuangwa, I'll have to be merciful later, Tong Yu said deliberately. This kind of assessment is impossible to release water. Dojima Senpai knew that he would definitely say something about me, so you can only do your best. Tsunezaki Taki is 1 year younger than Tsunezaki Taki, and only 3 years older than Tong Yu. Before she knew it, Tong Yu's conversation with her became very casual. Tong Yu walked down from the podium after chatting a few words with Mu Jiuji Yuanguo under the watchful eyes of the others in the cooking classroom. At this time, the eyes of everyone looking at Tong Yu changed again. Surprised, admired, and despised. Yep. Tong Yu looked at the source of this contempt, and found that he had also seen an acquaintance. She had short pink hair, delicate facial features, and smooth skin. Young secretary. That's right, it was Arado Hisako who had been staring at Tong Yu with contempt just now. Arado Hisako, secretary of Nakiri Arena, was born in a family of medicated food and is good at medicated food. Although she is Irina's valet, her family's conditions are not much worse than Irina's. However, due to her admiration, she always regards assisting Nakiri Irina as her own way of medicating. Not only has he become the right and left arm of Nakiri Irina, but also the food doctor, who provides her with medicated meals. In fact, Tong Yu was more interested in this little secretary than Nakiri Irina's little tsundere. No matter her personality, family background, or the area of cooking she is good at, she is the best choice as a good wife and mother, and she is the rare, most orthodox beautiful girl. Tong Yu saw that it was a two-person cooking table again, and had already guessed that this assessment would be a group of two again, and by coincidence, the seat next to the Arato Hisako cooking table was still vacant. Tong Yu walked towards Arato Hisako with a smile on his lips. "Yo, what a coincidence, little secretary, I didn't expect you to be there. Where's Nakiri, not with you? Let's make a group." Tong Yu waved hello without being unfamiliar at all. Arato Hisako didn't expect Tong Yu to walk towards her directly, calling her little secretary. Who is the little secretary? Don't give me a nickname." Arato Hisako resented. Arato Hisako wanted to refuse to team up with Tong Yu, but he suddenly thought of what happened with Nakiri Irina and Tong Yu before, so he didn't say anything as a default. Seeing that Arato Hisako was ignoring him, Tong Yu took the initiative to ask, "Arato, how is Nakiri-kun recently?" When Arato Hisako heard this, he looked at Tong Yu with strange eyes and said, "It's strange that you ask, of course, Lord Irina, she is doing well. Not only is it good, but it's also a little anomalous." Arato Hisako grew up with Nakiri Irina from a young age, and it is impossible to understand each other's personalities. Nakiri Irina is a little autistic in character due to some things when she was a child. Even though the relationship between the two is very good, Nakiri Irina rarely confides in Arato Hisako. However, just a few days ago, Nakiri Irina took the initiative to find Arato Hisako and talked about many things. The content of the conversation was a series of events that happened when Nakiri Irina and Tong Yu formed a partner in the first day of class. This surprised Arato Hisako, because Nakiri Irina had clearly said before that she hated Tong Yu, but now he brought it up in front of her. Since this incident, Hisako has clearly felt some changes in Irina's character these days. She knew that the reason for these changes was probably because of Tong Yu. Asterisk. For Nakiri Irina's change, Arato Hisako felt a little weird at first, and some couldn't believe it. But after a few days of observation, she found that it was Tong Yu who made some changes in Irina. This change, in Hisako's eyes, is a good thing. After all, Irina had a lot of shadows in her heart because of her father's affairs when she was very young. When the time came to 2 o'clock, Kikuchi Yuangwa stood up on time and said to everyone in the cooking classroom, let's start the assessment now. Compared with the strength of Shinomiya Kojiro, Tsunezaki Taki and others, the graduate Nakagi Kichienko is much weaker, which can be seen from her expression and tone of voice. She and Tsunezaki Taki are both known as a monster who can compete with professional star chefs despite being young. There is not much problem in cooking, but in terms of mood, she is much worse than Tsunezaki Taki. To say it is a state of mind, it is better to say that it is a lack of experience as a chef and a lecturer, coupled with the problem of his own personality, and even the following group of students are questioning, is this a graduate of Totsuki? Just as Tong Yu stared at Kikuchienko and pondered, he heard Arato Hisako's voice. Satyr. What? Tong Yu froze for a moment and turned his head to see Arato Hisako staring at him with extreme contempt. Hey, it's too much. I was thinking about life just now, but I didn't stare at Yuangwa-senpai. Also said it's not a satyr, I admit it. Tong Yu said simply and directly, a slender lady, a gentleman is a good man. In the voice of Arato Hisako, Kikuchi Yuangwa said again, well, the theme of this assessment is soup, and it is still in the form of a team of 2. The time is 2 hours, and it was completed ahead of schedule. The group can bring it up for me to taste. Muju Engwangwo announced the theme of this round of assessment. Soup, in a broad sense, refers to a liquid in which a large amount of water and various cooked vegetables, meats, and some other condiments are simmered for a long time, so that the taste leaks and is mixed with water. Divided according to national borders, soup is divided into Western soup dishes, Wuxia soup dishes, Japanese soup dishes and so on, just like other dishes. Different types of soup dishes have different tastes and textures. Especially in set meals, soup has an irreplaceable role. In Western-style set meals, soup dishes are usually served after the appetizers and before the main dishes. But in Wuxia set menus, soup is often served as the first course. There are no restrictions on the dishes in this assessment, so any type of soup is acceptable. Thinking of this, Tong Yu asked Arato Hisako beside him, "Arato, what type of soup are you going to make?" "I don't know, aren't you a master of Wuxia cuisine? It's up to you to decide what to do." "I'll help you," Arato Hisako said to Tong Yu. The meaning is obvious, this round of assessment Tong Yu see position, she assists. "Okay, then it's up to me to decide the recipe. Go to the ingredients library to see what ingredients are available." Just as Tong Yu finished speaking, Kikuchi Yuangwa, who was above the podium, said again, "Then, there is one more thing I forgot to explain. Due to the assessment this morning, there are not many ingredients left in the ingredients warehouse of Totsuki Resort. In addition, the assessment in the afternoon is conducted in multiple cooking classrooms at the same time, so if you go late, you may not have any ingredients you can use." After saying this, most of the students in the cooking classroom were dumbfounded. Shouldn't this kind of thing have been said earlier? At this time, everyone could also see outside the classroom corridor, and there were already many students from other cooking classrooms rushing towards the ingredients warehouse. Seeing this scene, everyone dared to stay, and they rushed out of the classroom. Tong Yu was a little speechless to Kikuchi Yuangwo, and he also wondered if Totsuki Resort deliberately created this situation in order to increase the elimination rate. It is very rare to have a shortage of ingredients, let alone a Totsuki Resort that is not short of money. "What are you still doing? Go get the ingredients first." Arato Hisako urged Tong Yu to see that Tong Yu was still standing still. Tong Yu didn't dare to neglect, no matter how strong the cooking ingredients were, if he couldn't get the ingredients, he would be without rice. The assessment time of the major cooking classrooms is carried out simultaneously. Due to the special situation of shortage of ingredients, it is not only the students of the cooking classroom Tong Yu who are pouring into the ingredients warehouse. When Tong Yu came to the food warehouse, he also met a lot of acquaintances. Everyone from Polar Star Dorm, Hojo Miyoko, and even the little tsundere Nakiri Irina met. Nakiri Irina was surprised when she saw Tong Yu and Arato Hisako together. "Hisako, how are you with him?" "Lord Irina, listen to my explanation, I have no choice but to form a partner with him." Arato Hisako hurriedly explained that he was worried that Nakiri Irina had misunderstood something. However, Tong Yu felt that something was wrong when he heard this, and said, Hey, what is a last resort? I didn't force you." Nakiri Irina also recovered after a moment of surprise, and her face changed to a cold look. "Forget it, there's nothing wrong with you being in a group with him, his cooking skills are not bad." After saying this, Nakiri Irina walked towards the depths of the ingredient store. "Nakiri, what did she just say? Did I hear it wrong?" "You heard that right, Lord Irina is complimenting you." Tong Yu couldn't believe that little tsundere, who bluntly asked her to drop out of school a while ago, praised him in front of the little secretary today. Although it's just a sentence, not bad, it also expresses her recognition of Tong Yu. Is this really little tsundere Nakiri Irina? Okay, don't waste any more time, you really won't get anything if you don't go in and choose the ingredients. Arato Hisako urged Tong Yu again. Tong Yu and Arato Hisako walked towards the ingredients warehouse, and along the way, they found that many students were scrambling to hold ingredients. The meat-producing areas are the most likely to be patronized, because whether it is for soup dishes or other dishes, this meat is always the ingredient that goes with everything. The meat ingredients have been robbed, what should I do? Arato Hisako frowned. Whether it's pork or beef, they've all been taken out. Although meat is not necessary to make soup dishes, the dishes that can be made without this ingredient are very limited. Tong Yu's mind was also racing, thinking about the soup dishes that he could make. Tong Yu was looking for available ingredients in the ingredients library while thinking about the soup dishes he could make. However, along the way, most of the ingredients that could be used were taken away by other students first, leaving only some ingredients that were not commonly used or difficult to handle. Tong Yu-kun, haven't you made up your mind on the recipe you want to make? If you continue to hesitate, we will not only waste time, but we may not be able to get the ingredients in the end. Arato Hisako wanted to call him by his first name, but he felt that it would be rude to call him by Tong Yu's name, so he called him Jun. However, the first time I met Tong Yu, using this name made Arato Hisako feel a little weird. Tong Yu didn't notice this kind of problem, they had already arrived at the aquatic area by this time. There are not many ingredients available in the aquatic area, but it will not be looted like the meat production area just now. The relatively common and easy-to-use aquatic products have been taken away, leaving only soft-shelled turtles and turtles, which are more difficult and time-consuming to process. Tong Yu's eyes locked on the turtle in the water tank, and his eyes lit up. Our main ingredient is it. Turtle. You shouldn't be making turtle soup, Arato Hisako guessed. No, the turtle soup is not suitable for Yuengwa-senpai's physique. If you continue to replenish it, it may burst. Tong Yu replied while picking up the fish net to fish the turtle out of the tank. Break? What do you mean? Arato Hisako hadn't kept up with Tong Yu's speed, and when he reacted, his ears were red, and he scolded Tong Yu as a hooligan in a low voice. The main ingredients are determined, which means that Tong Yu has determined the recipe, and Tong Yu spent some time selecting the other ingredients such as cantaloupe, plum and so on. When Arato Hisako saw that Tong Yu had chosen these ingredients, he couldn't help but say, "What are you going to do is, bounce turtle soup? Hey, you actually read my comics too." Obviously, if you can see that Tong Yu is going to cook, he must be a fan of Zhonghua Ian. Arato Hisako's face turned reddish, and he said quickly, "I only read part of it, and just happened to think of a recipe that uses a combination of soft-shelled turtle and cantaloupe." "That's right, this time it's, bounce turtle soup," Tong Yu said. Arato Hisako saw that Tong Yu was going to cook the manga again, and after holding it for a long time, he asked, "There are rumors that the recipes in the manga are all your creations, is this true?" "I said it was true, do you believe it?" Arato Hisako nodded, then shook his head again. "If all the recipes in the manga are created by you, you don't need to come to Totsuki to learn, this kind of strength is enough to be the head chef of any restaurant." "Well said, so I sometimes think about this question. What is the purpose of coming to Totsuki? Maybe it is for you and Nikiri to solve the single problem." Tong Yu asked and answered himself and set his eyes on Arato Hisako's body. Lu, hooligan. When Tong Yu and Arato Hisako took the ingredients from the ingredient store back to the cooking class, it was 10 minutes later. On the way back, Arato Hisako seemed absent-minded. "Well? What are you thinking about, don't you really think of me as a pervert?" Tong Yu's words immediately drew Hisako's eyes, "Aren't you?" "I was just thinking about some things about Lord Irina. She has changed a lot in recent days. I think it may be because of you." Tong Yu stopped when he heard this, stared at Hisako doubtfully. "Change, because of me?" Only then did Hisako tell Tong Yu about Irina's changes in the past few days. "It's a good thing, you look worried about what to do. In fact, little Tsundere, no, Nikiri-san is also very pitiful, her mother ran away from home, and her father treated her in that way." "How do you know this, who told you?" Hisako looked at Tong Yu in astonishment. The news about Nikiri Irina's father was blocked, and he couldn't find any information at all. It was already a taboo for Totsuki. I heard it too. I was surprised when I heard the news. Nikiri has such a pitiful past." Tong Yu pretended to be sad. Hisako's face became serious, stared at Tong Yu and said, "Mr. Tong Yu, you must not tell others about Miss Irina's father." "Well, I know this, don't worry, I won't say it." Tong Yu cast a reassuring look at Hisako. "Not only that, but you have to help Miss Irina out of the shadows, I think only you can do it." Hisako finally looked at Tong Yu with a pleading look. I can't guarantee this. After all, Nakiri's heart disease is not ordinary, and the most important point, I don't do things that are not good." Seeing that Tong Yu didn't answer, Hisako asked again, What benefits do you want?" After finally meeting someone who can solve Irina's heart disease, Hisako thinks it's worth paying a certain price. "Hey, can you agree to any conditions?" Hisako was stunned for a while, then looked at Tong Yu's malicious eyes and said, You talk about it first. Gee, you know I'm a manga artist, and manga is loved by everyone. But I've done all the manga work by myself so far, so I've been looking for someone to help me share the work, like a personal secretary or something. No, I'm Irina-sama's secretary, I can't leave her. Hisako blushed, she didn't expect Tong Yu to make such a request. What do you mean by not being able to leave her? She is such a big person. Do you want you to serve her like a nanny? I think her inability to get out of the shadow has a lot to do with you. It has something to do with me. Yes. Tong Yu said solemnly, a person who has a shadow from the beginning, is taken care of by others as a nanny, and can't experience the joy of life, won't she always sink? So, I think you can try to leave classmate Nakiri and let her get used to living alone, maybe she can cure her heart disease right away. After listening to Tong Yu's words, Hisako fell into contemplation along the way. When she was about to reach the cooking classroom, she raised her head and said, I still can't make a decision on this matter alone. I think it is necessary to talk to Senzaman-sama. Looking for Nakiri Senzaman? Tong Yu's mouth twitched. Forget it, knowing that what he said just now was completely made to fool Hisako. Arato Hisako has been following Nakiri Irina's side, one reason is because of worship, and another reason is Irina's heart disease. Now Irina's condition has clearly improved, which is tantamount to good news. It's just that the key person who can cure this heart disease is Tong Yu. Thinking of Tong Yu's unreasonable request just now, Hisako's face turned red. He really is a pervert. Hisako thought to himself as he stared at Tong Yu who was beside him. I said, little secretary, let you deal with the turtle and you keep staring at me. Is it because I have flowers on my face or do you like me? Just tell me if you like it, don't be embarrassed, and I won't despise you. Seeing Hisako staring at him from time to time, Tong Yu couldn't help but turn his head and say this. Who likes you, you are too narcissistic. Hisako retorted with a blushing face. Then hurry up and deal with the soft-shelled turtle, we don't have much time. Tong Yu turned back to deal with the cantaloupe and other ingredients. Wasn't you the one who was wasting time just now? After Hisako muttered like this, he started to deal with the turtle in front of him. When Hisako looked at the turtle in front of her and held a kitchen knife, the expression on her face changed. Turtle is a difficult ingredient for many people to handle, but Hisako is not the first to encounter this ingredient. Because soft-shelled turtle is a frequently used ingredient in medicinal diets, I have a lot of experience in handling soft-shelled turtle. Hisako. I saw that she placed the turtle with its 4 feet on the ground, and held the kitchen knife in her right hand to find the right moment. When the turtle stretched out her neck, she waved the knife down without hesitation. Puff! The turtle's head was cut off with a knife, and blood splattered everywhere. A small amount of blood splashed on Hisako's face, but Hisako's pure face remained unshakable, giving him an alternative beauty. The head of the turtle is removed, and Hisako begins to process the inside of the turtle to separate the flesh from the shell. When Hisako had almost finished the turtle according to Tong Yu's request, Tong Yu also finished his work. It's very fast, secretary. Tong Yu was satisfied with the turtle that had been processed on the chopping board, and said, okay, leave the next cooking to me. I said don't call me secretary. Good little secretary. Hisako had absolutely nothing to do with Tong Yu, and in the end he was the only one who could call himself that. Over time, students in the cooking classroom have completed their works and sent them to Kikuchienko for review. Is this cream of mushrooms? It smells so good. Well, it's a pity that the heat is not enough, and the aroma of onions and mushrooms brings out the deliciousness. The overall taste of this Italian soup is good, but unfortunately the color is a little worse, and the proportions of ingredients are also uneven. Many students didn't expect to look like a good talker, and the extremely weak Kikuchi-Ungwa has such high requirements for cooking. So far, 6 team members have submitted cooking, but no one has passed. This has something to do with Mokuji-Ungwa's first assessment of the dormitory training. After all, it is the first time that she will be more cautious than other graduates and will taste every dish seriously. Therefore, the requirements for cooking have also increased invisibly. Several consecutive groups failed, which made Kikuchi-Yuen doubtful about his own judgment. Am I asking too much? At this time, the students who were judged to be unqualified by Mojiuzi-Ungwa and asked to redo it, also began to discuss with dissatisfaction. It's too harsh, we can't pass cooking of this level. Yes, if it is another graduate, it will definitely pass. Although the voices of these words were small, they were still heard by Kikuchi-Ungwa. Mujoji-Ungwa, who was not very confident in herself, became even more uneasy after hearing these words. What should I do? It's really because my requirements are too high. If they can't pass later, will they blame me? Just as Kikuchi-Ungwa was worried, a voice came over. Hey, how many of you can be a little self-aware? Tong Yu said to the students who were dissatisfied with Mujoji-Yuen's judgment, don't reflect on the problems in your own cooking, and in turn blame the people who pointed out the mistakes to you. When Tong Yu said this, the faces of the 2 students turned red, and they couldn't hold their faces. What qualifications do you have to speak of us? Are we wrong? According to his nitpicking requirements, no one here can pass the assessment. That is, the ingredients in the ingredients warehouse are very limited, and it is very difficult for us to make such dishes. When Hisako heard this, he couldn't help frowning, and she was obviously very disgusted with this kind of person. Weak people just need to find reasons. After Tong Yu sneered, he brought the prepared dishes to the worried Mujoji-Ungwa, and said, Senpai Ungwa, come and taste the dishes I made, and tell these incompetent guys to shut up. Following Tong Yu's words, Mujoji-Ungwa and the other students all turned their attention to the podium. Cantaloupe? That's right, at this time, there is a cantaloupe in front of Mujoji-Ungwa fruit, and there is nothing else. However, if you look closely, you will find that the upper part of the cantaloupe has been cut open to form a lid. Everyone was stunned for a while, and then immediately guessed that the cantaloupe was used as a container. Hey, I thought you were going to do something amazing, and it turned out to be this kind of boring stuff. The idea of replacing the container with cantaloupe is really good. Is it to cover up the stench of turtle soup? But the combination of fruit and turtle soup will only make the taste even more strange. When Tong Yu and Hisako were handling the turtle, many students saw it. So they thought that Tong Yu used cantaloupe as a container to remove the fishy smell of soft-shelled turtles. After being stunned for a while, Kikuchi-Ungwa was about to open the lid of the cantaloupe. Perhaps because of the words of the 2 students just now, she suddenly slipped her right hand and accidentally dropped the whole cantaloupe from the table. Ah! Mujoji-Ungwa exclaimed. And the 2 dissatisfied students just now were secretly happy. Because Tong Yu's cooking was destroyed by Mujoji-Ungwa fruit, this responsibility will definitely fall on her. It's almost too late to redo it now. Tong Yu's group will definitely deal with it in special circumstances, and they will have reasons to pass the assessment at that time. Seeing this, Mujoji-Ungwa almost burst into tears, and hurriedly apologized to Tong Yu, right. I'm sorry, junior brother Tong Yu, I didn't mean to. Some students with dark hearts are also gloating when they see this. This will definitely be required to be redone, right? However, for these secretly happy students, they soon couldn't keep laughing anymore. Because the cantaloupe that fell on the ground was intact, even though the lid had been dropped, the soup inside did not spill out at all. This surprised many students. "Oh, I know Yuengwa-senpai didn't do it on purpose, so just pick it up if you drop it." Tong Yu said, picked up the cantaloupe that had fallen on the ground, and put it again in front of the fruit field of Mojuziyuan. Seeing this scene, Mujuzuyuengwa was also stunned. She carefully saw that the cantaloupe was indeed hollowed out, but it was not a liquid soup, but a jelly-like deep orange-yellow colloid. Mujuzuyuengwa is also a fan of Zhonghua Ian, and finally recognized this dish. This is bounce turtle soup. Kikuchi Yuangwa exclaimed the name of the dish. The students' onlookers also remembered that there is indeed such a dish in Daxia 1. Damn it, why didn't I think of this soup dish in the comics? Even if you think of the use, can you handle the turtle and make it taste the same as in the comics? Don't be stupid. Others can reproduce the cooking in the comics, but they can't, this is the gap. Yes, this is a soup dish, bounce turtle soup, from Zhonghua Ian, please try it. Both Kikuchi Yuangwa and Hisako know that Tong Yu is the author of Zhonghua Ian, and they also know that the dish in front of them is most likely his original production. Kikuchi Yuangwa looked expectant, and even temporarily forgot what happened just now, picked up a spoon and took the lead in scooping up a small piece of fish jelly and gently put it into his mouth. The moment the jelly-like soup was put into his mouth, Kikuchi Yuangwa's body trembled, and he trembled somewhere, and the expression on his face solidified. After a few seconds, Mujuzuyuengwa came back to his senses and said, "It's very elastic, and I feel like a turtle jumping up and down in my mouth after eating it." Suddenly, Mujuzuyuengwa seemed to see a picture of a turtle roaming in the river. With surprises and surprises, Mukujuyuengwa kept putting the scooped fish jelly into his mouth until he ate most of the bouncing turtle soup before he stopped. In addition to the sweet taste of cantaloupe, there is another sour taste. This should be the sour plum, right? Mujuzuyuan asked Tong Yu with a rosy face. Tong Yu nodded, yes, the sourness of the plum can increase the appetite, and it can also be effectively combined with the sweetness of the cantaloupe. Besides, I also added vanilla to enhance the flavor and enhance the flavor. A soup dish that stimulates the appetite, it is perfect as an appetizer. Yes, I also think that the role of soup dishes is to stimulate appetite, not to taste too heavy. Mujuzuyuengwa said, and glanced at the two students just now with careful eyes. The two students who had complained just now, even blushed and lowered their heads after hearing these remarks, not daring to look directly at the podium. Seeing this, Tong Yu snorted coldly. If the two guys were to say something unconvincing, he would definitely stuff the rest of the bouncing turtle soup into their mouths to let them understand what a real soup dish is. Brother Tong Yu, thank you for helping me out just now. After the assessment, Mujuzuyuengwa found Tong Yu and bent down to thank him. In the situation just now, if it wasn't for the cooking that Tong Yu happened to submit to cook, Mujuzuyuengwa didn't know what to do. The bounce turtle soup, jointly completed by Tong Yu and Hisako, was naturally recognized by Yuangwa and successfully passed the assessment. This also let the other students know that it is absolutely fine to follow the garden fruit auditing standards. It wasn't her fault that the previous groups of students failed to pass, but it was because of the lack of craftsmanship of these students. The remaining students did not question the lecturer Mujuzuyuengwa, and they regained their confidence. They cooked attentively at the last time. Most of the students were also recognized by Yuangwa and successfully passed the assessment. Senior sister Yuangwa doesn't need to thank me, that's what I should do. But I think senior sister should be more confident. If she behaves too weakly, the situation just now may happen in the future. Tong Yu reminded. Tsunezaki Taki also reminded her of this kind of problem with Tsunezaki, but her innate character made her unable to change this weakness for a while. I will try my best. Kojiuchi Yuanguo lowered his head like a child who did something wrong. Afterwards, Tong Yu chatted with Mujiuengguangguo for a while and then left. After a short rest, he went to the place for the assessment at night. The residential training continued, and the continuous assessment made all the students nervous. Everyone dare not be careless, because once they are careless, they will face failure. The time has finally come to the 5th day of the residential training. There are still rounds of assessment in the morning and afternoon. After everyone passes the assessment in the afternoon, they will rest for an hour according to the practice of the past few days, and then proceed to the package assessment in the evening. But this time it was an exception. After the assessment in the afternoon, there was a voice informing the assembly on the radio. The gathering place is still Totsuki Palace. When Tong Yu arrived, a group of students were all worried, because every time they broadcasted to inform the gathering in the past few days, there must be nothing good, and the breakfast assessment on the 4th day was even more. Many people are tossing enough. While waiting, Tong Yu saw Arado Hisako in the crowd. Little. Just as he was about to raise his hand to say hello, Tong Yu saw Irina standing beside Hisako, and put his raised right hand down again. Seeing Irina's tsundere eyes, he made up his mind to say hello. Irina and Hisako saw Tong Yu's move, and both of them were puzzled. At this moment, Dojima Jin walked to the position of the summit platform, and the hall suddenly became quiet. Dojima Jin picked up the microphone and glanced at the people below, then slowly said, "Before entering the topic, I want to say a few more words. So far, 468 students have left the academy, and the rest 513 has passed. Although it is cruel, this is the epitome of the profession of a chef. If you want to become a chef, you must have various abilities and mental preparations." The serious-looking Dojima Jin said a lot, probably summed up as, "The journey of being a chef is not easy, and you must do it and cherish the companions you meet along the way. So please don't forget that during your time at Totsuki Academy, there are friends who have left footprints in the same wilderness as you, and it is this that will inspire you who will eventually embark on the journey alone. Finally, I sincerely wish everyone good luck. Chan Long. Then start the last part of this accommodation training." Just when everyone thought they were about to welcome a new round of devil training, the door connecting the hall and another banquet hall had been opened, and a group of people from the service team of Totsuki Resort had already stood at the door and were ready to welcome them. Everyone was stunned. What is this? Dojima Jin's serious expression also softened, pointing to the entrance of the banquet hall and said, "The last part of the accommodation training, the last link is a small banquet to celebrate the end of the accommodation training. Please have fun in the grand banquet hall." These words fell, and the surviving students all made a long live voice. This also means that the residential training for several days has finally ended, which is the joy of victory. "Everyone, please come to the table, now you will taste the feast brought to you by the graduates." After Dojima Jin finished speaking, everyone could see that in the banquet hall, graduates had already brought the prepared dishes to the table. A group of happy people rushed into the banquet hall, while Tong Yu stayed where he was and thought. He remembered that the number of people who passed the residential training in the original book was 628, and the number of people who were eliminated was 352. The total number of students in Totsuki Gakuen 92 was originally 980, and adding him is 981. Just now Dojima Jin said that only 513 people passed, and more than 100 people were eliminated than the original. Tong Yu knew that the reason for this was because of the butterfly effect brought about by him as a person who traveled. Sure enough, as a traveler, it will still affect some changes in the plot of the original work. Just when Tong Yu thought of this, Yoshino Yuki shouted at him, "Ah you, what are you standing there, hurry up and get in the seat." Okay. Only then did Tong Yu recover from his thoughts. "Why do you think so much, since you have already come to this world? Let the butterfly effect go with the wind, just do what you want to do." At this point, the accommodation training has officially ended. This also means that Tong Yu also has to prepare, because 7 days later, he and Aishin Jijin will eat the halberd. The next day, the students began to pack their bags and prepare to board the return bus to return to Totsuki Academy. On leaving, many outstanding students were invited by the graduates. Soma, Tadakoro Megumi, Hayama Ryo, Takumi and others are all recognized by graduates. Of course, this invitation also means that after graduation, they can go directly to the graduates' restaurant to work, not now. Except for Tong Yu, no one else knows why these graduates found them. Tong Yu also received another invitation from Tsunezaki Taki. Sister Tong Yu, don't you really think about it? I said, you don't need to wait until graduation, you can go to my restaurant now. Tsunezaki Taki said to Tong Yu in front of him. Tong Yu knew that Tsunezaki Taki valued him very much, but he never thought of going to work at anyone else's restaurant. Sorry Taki-senpai, I don't have the idea to work in the restaurant yet, so I can only accept your kindness. Although Tsunezaki Taki guessed the result, he couldn't help but sigh, Tong Yu, actually I. Tong Yu. Tong Yu was wondering why Tsunezaki Taki called him by his name, when the Polar Star dorm crowd shouted from behind him. Mr. Tong Yu, the bus is leaving, hurry up and get on the bus. Okay, come right away. Tong Yu responded to everyone on the Polar Star dorm on the bus, then picked up the luggage on the ground and said to Tsunezaki Taki, sorry Taki-senpai, the car is about to leave, mine is going first. If there is anything else, let's call back. After Tong Yu left, Tsunezaki Taki could only look at the back of Tong Yu leaving inside. Asterisk. The dormitory training was over, and Tong Yu and others returned to the Polar Star dorm dormitory at noon. This time, all members of Polar Star dorm have passed the dormitory training, and Wenshu, the dormitory manager, was also very happy, and personally cooked a table for everyone. In the evening, everyone gathered together to eat and occasionally chat about what happened in the dormitory training. The atmosphere of chatting and laughing was not bad. But when it was mentioned that Tong Yu and Aishin Jijin also ate the halberd, the expression on his face became solemn. Ayu, are you ready to eat halberd with Senior Ruishin this time? Ryoko asked. There's not much to prepare. The theme of this halberd is drawn on the spot. If you don't know the theme, you can't prepare in advance. Tong Yu replied. That's right, but I always think that Aizen-senpai will use some tricks to deal with you, you have to be careful. Yeah, if you have a group of gangsters, you will definitely have a bad idea. Yuki, Daigo and others also reminded Tong Yu to be careful. However, they didn't know that Aizen Jijin had also played tricks during the dormitory training, but they were only defeated by Tong Yu one by one. On the first day, he met Xiao Huangmao and subdued Mimasaka Subaru. Tong Yu did not mention it to the people at Polar Star dorm. Okay, don't worry, this bet is no small matter, I won't joke about my future. Tong Yu said to the people in Polar Star dorm, signaling to reassure them. Tong Yu said so, but Ishiki Satoshi, who wanted to say something, didn't say much. After dinner, Tong Yu went back to the room to take a shower, and was about to rest on the bed when the phone next to the pillow rang. Picking up the phone, I saw that it was a call from Shinji Hiroda, the editor-in-chief of Totsuki Manga. Mr. Shinji, is something wrong? Tong Yu answered the phone and asked. I'm sorry to bother you so late, Tong Yu, I have something important to discuss with you. After some conversations on the phone, Tong Yu learned that the purpose of Haotian Shinji's call was to let him participate in and host tomorrow's new work exchange meeting. In fact, on the second day of Tong Yu's accommodation and training, Haotian Shinji made a phone call and told Tong Yu that he would hold an exchange meeting for him recently. In the days when Dashia 1 was released, it has been sought after by countless people, and its popularity value is also high, occupying the first place in the comics list. Therefore, the people of the manga club decided to hold an exchange meeting between authors and readers to further boost the popularity of this manga. Tong Yu refused at first, because holding this exchange meeting meant that he had to come forward. If one accidentally revealed his true identity, he would not have to stay in Totsuki, and his private life would be affected in the future. It's a food world after all, and you never know what crazy things these food lovers will do for food. However, under Haotian Jinji's soft and hard bubbles, Tong Yu finally agreed to come forward for this exchange meeting, but only this time. Tong Yu's new work, Captive of Food, has also completed 5 episodes during the period of accommodation and training, and he is also planning to release it at this exchange meeting. Therefore, the original author-reader exchange meeting was temporarily changed to New Work Conference. Early the next morning, Shinji Haotian personally drove to Polar Star Dorm to pick up Tong Yu to the press conference. In order not to let others know his true identity, Tong Yu put on a black gray coat, a high hat, and a pair of sunglasses. After getting into the car, Haotian Shinji saw Tong Yu dressed up and said, "Don't be so nervous, because there are only a few thousand fans at the temporary exchange meeting." Only a few thousand people. That's not too much. Tong Yu exclaimed in surprise. Haotian Shinji held the steering wheel with both hands, looked straight ahead, and said, "Hee, don't be too surprised, you now have tens of millions of fans. It is no exaggeration to say that now about 1/5 of the entire Neon country has are your fans." Hearing Haotian Shinji say this, Tong Yu felt that this was the truth. The number of fans displayed on the system panel alone has reached 1100W, not to mention some people who eat melons, so it is not surprising that there are thousands of fans at the scene. After driving for about 40 minutes, Tong Yu and Haotian Shinji finally arrived at the venue of the New Work Conference, Tokyo XX Art Exhibition Center. After Tong Yu got out of the car, a group of fans rushed over immediately. The unprepared Tong Yu was taken aback. If not for the security, he would have been thrown to the ground by this group of crazy fans. "Ah, he is Qin Fengyue, the author of Daxia 1. He looks so young. Hey, wearing that kind of clothes and hats and sunglasses, I can't see his true appearance at all. I think he should be a handsome guy." King Fenju, this is the author's name arbitrarily chosen by Tong Yu for publishing Daxia 1. Tong Yu and Haotian Shinji finally got rid of a group of fans and finally came to the scene of the exchange meeting. The fans at the scene were already crowded with people, and at first glance they were all black and crowded. There was no doubt that they were all fans of comics, and some female fans held high the words, "King Fenju, I love you." There were also quite a few TV reporters at the scene. Even though it was a temporary exchange meeting, they still rushed over after receiving the news. Soon the exchange meeting began, and a few were randomly selected from thousands of live fans to talk with Tong Yu. The questions raised by these lucky fans were also expected by Tong Yu, and they were nothing more than questions related to comic characters and plots. When a female fan was randomly selected, the female fan asked a private and sensitive question. "Please. May I ask Mr. King Fenju, how old are you this year, do you have a girlfriend?" This question was asked, and there was a burst of whistles and exclamations from the scene. Tong Yu was sweating coldly on his forehead, wondering if he should answer this question truthfully. Haotian Shinji, who was sitting next to Tong Yu, saw that Tong Yu was embarrassed, so he relieved the siege and said, "Well, let's talk about the author's new work." Hearing this, Tong Yu made a speech. "This time my new work is called The Captive of Food, and it is also a food animation. However, unlike Zhonghua Ian, this is not only a food comic, is also a youth cartoon full of bloody battles. It has food, dreams, friendship and family." Just yesterday, Qin Fengyue, the author of the most popular food comic Daxia 1 on the internet, held an exchange meeting with fans at the Art Exhibition Center and released a new work. It is reported that the new work, Captive of Food, is already in printing and will be officially released tomorrow at the latest. Let us look forward to his new work together. In addition, some fans on the scene revealed that King Fenju is a young and handsome single man, and he was confessed by countless female fans at the scene yesterday. The above is the report provided by the Tokyo Food column for you. Recently, the major food columns are talking about Tong Yu's new work exchange meeting on the day. The news that the popular food comic author, King Fenju, released a new work has spread all over the internet in just one day. After all, there has already been a very good food work, and everyone is naturally looking forward to the new work. Due to the tight time, Tong Sensenki, you only completed the first 8 episodes. These words mainly tell the story that the protagonists Ahu and Komatsu met and knew each other, and then captured the 2 plots of Gala Crocodile and Rainbow Fruit. Although there are less than 10 words, the bloody battle and unheard of food are enough to make the blood boil for those who read the comics for the first time. After another 3 days, The Captive of Food was officially released. On the day it was released, the number of fans of the manga exceeded 1 million. On the second day, it reached more than 3 million, allowing Tong Yu to unlock the first privilege of the comic. The Captive of Food. Status, released. Number of fans, 325,6000. Unlocked privilege, gourmet cell. The next stage of privilege, ability, the number of fans needs 5 million. Different comics have different privileges and rewards. The number of Tong Yu fans exceeded 3 million on the second day, mainly due to the popularity accumulated by the first comic, Dasha 1. Gourmet cells, simply put, are a kind of creature that can activate human cells. People with gourmet cells can evolve after enjoying the food, and their power will also become more than ordinary human beings and beyond the limits of human beings. Tong Yu, whose physical strength is different from ordinary people, is even more powerful with his gourmet cells. But in contrast, his appetite will also become greedy, and the desire for food will be greatly increased. Of course, food cell is not the same as food cell devil. Now Tong Yu has not eaten any high-grade ingredients, and is fully equipped to awaken the devil. In addition, in order to eat halberd tomorrow, Tong Yu will also receive the 4th privilege reward, kitchenware, in Zhonghua Ian. After making some choices, he still chose the Garuda sword, which was easier to use. The Garuda knife, one of the 8 legendary kitchen utensils, is a pair with the Yongling knife, which is specially used to deal with birds and beasts, and can completely purify the ingredients between cutting and cutting. Tong Yu had an idea a long time ago: if he could use the legendary kitchen utensils to cook the high-grade ingredients of Captive of Gourmet, would it make the ingredients more delicious? Or will something unexpected happen? These are things Tong Yu is more curious about and wants to do. Accommodation training, new work release, integration into gourmet cells, and access to legendary kitchen utensils. A lot has happened in the past 2 weeks. Tong Yu suddenly felt that his life was too full, and he was even too busy. This also strengthened the idea of finding an assistant to help him share the work. The busy things have not stopped. Tong Yu has to complete the episode, The Captive of Food, every night, and also has to deal with the upcoming shurji. The fact that Tong Yu and Rong Shanshigen also ate the halberd, as the time to eat the halberd slowly approached, spread again throughout the Totsuki Academy. Almost everyone in Totsuki paid attention to this matter, including the Academy commander Nakiri Zaman. The decisive battle day for the halberd is coming soon. Since it was Saturday, the students did not have to attend classes, so they all gathered at the place where the halberd was eaten. The venue for eating halberds is not between the moon and the sky, but it is also a relatively famous venue for eating halberds in Totsuki Academy. The auditorium that can accommodate thousands of people is also full of spectators early. Most of these audience members are students, but you can also see audiences other than students, such as Totsuki's partners, well-known gourmets and so on. After all, this halberd is related to the ownership of elite 10 seats, and it is normal for these partners to pay attention. The official start time of the halberd is 9 o'clock, and the time at this time is 8:30. Located in the middle of the cooking venue, Rei Kawashima, the master of halberd, has also appeared. Kawashima Rei looked at the almost empty audience seats, and she was also surprised. Even if I knew that the attention of this halberd was very high, I didn't expect it to reach this level. In addition to being full of people, the number of people who come here is not trivial. There are only 3 elite 10s other than Dorong Yamida Tsuya, and there are some gourmets who can be named. Kawashima Rei knew that this was a great opportunity for her to become famous, so she sorted out some excited emotions, cleared her throat, and then started to host. I've kept everyone waiting for a long time, and the long-awaited halberd meal is about to begin. The next halberd meal will determine the ownership of the 9th seat of the Elite 10, the highest authority in Totsuki. The challenger is the first-year freshman, Tong Yu. With Rei Kawashima's words falling, Tong Yu walked out of the aisle to the cooking area. Tong Yu looked indifferent, and appeared in everyone's sight with the kitchen box in his right hand. "Ayu, come on." Seeing Tong Yu appearing, everyone in Polar Star Dorm pulled up the cheering banner that had been prepared and shouted loudly. In addition to the cheers of Polar Star Dorm, another group of bald-headed cheers can be heard. Other than that, it's hard to hear the cheers. In contrast, when it was changed to Yamida Tsuya, the voice of cheering for him could be heard in the assembly hall. After all, Rong Shanshijin is a second grader, and he has been an Elite 10 for a long time. It is reasonable that his popularity is higher than that of Tong Yu's first grade. The two players have already appeared, and before determining the conditions for eating halberds, come to the scene to draw the theme of the showdown. After Kawashima Rei finished speaking, a machine specially used to randomly draw the theme of the showdown was sent to the cooking venue. This machine is similar to a claw machine, with many small pieces of paper folded in a transparent glass plate. Can. The machine's start button was pressed, and a strong wind blew in the machine. The folded small note also tumbled in the strong wind. In order to ensure the fairness of the halberd, we will hand over the selection of the theme to the director of the Halberd Management Bureau, Jingpu Jioshang, who specially took the time to come to the scene. Kawashima Rei's words fell, and Jingura Jioshang, dressed in fancy poker-style clothes, appeared in front of everyone. Jingpu Jioshang, the current director of the Food Bureau, wears black-rimmed glasses and a colorful poker suit. Although his clothes are fancy, he is not smiling. With a serious face, Jingpu Jioshang came to the machine that selected the theme and reached out and grabbed a piece of paper folded in half. Then he unfolded the note and held it high, only to see two words written on it, beef. When he saw this theme, Tong Yu's eyes flashed, and the corner of his mouth evoked an unknown smile. Rong Shanshijin also snorted coldly, bowing his head slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. The theme of the food is determined to be beef. After the cooking officially starts, two contestants are asked to cook a dish with the theme of beef. There is no limit to the cooking time. The cooking time is 3 hours. Tasting, so now the bet on this halberd is determined again. The stakes haven't changed, they're still the same as before. Tong Yu wins and will inherit the 9th seat of Yami Tsuya, and Rong Shan will also be expelled from school. Rong Shan Jin also won. Tong Yu's personal assets will be owned by Rong Shan, and Jiu Aizhaoji will also withdraw 22 to the 8th seat, and Rong Shan's seat will be promoted by 1. Judging from the halberd eating bet alone, everyone knew that there were many unknown things hidden behind this halberd eating. Because Tong Yu and Aishin's halberds are mixed with the 8th seat Kuga Taruki. Senior Rong Shan, stay safe. I still want to say thank you before the official start of the halberd. Thank you for your special care for me during the dormitory training. What is Tong Yu talking about? I can't understand a word. I heard that your new comic has exceeded 1,000 W in circulation. I really want to congratulate you on writing such a masterpiece. Rong Shan said that he deliberately listened to it for a while, and a treacherous smile appeared on his face, but it's a pity. Such a good work is immediately in my bag. Really? It seems that Aizen-senpai has been sleeping very well recently. What brand of pillow do you use? Tong Yu sneered. When Tong Yu and Rong Shan reminisced, Kawashima Rei also introduced this time as the reviewer of the review. This time the judge is a trio of 2 old and 1 young. 2 bald old men and a middle-aged man who look to be in his 30s. These 2 old men are sponsors of Totsuki Academy and enjoy high treatment in Totsuki. It can be said that in Totsuki this place is qualified except Nikiri Senzaman, that is the 2 of them. The bald, cap-alike old man is called Oizumi. A fat body and a ruddy complexion are called xiangshui. As for the last middle-aged man named Hiroyu Tsushima, he is the chief planner of TV Tokyo's food column, and he is also a well-known gourmet in Tokyo. The three of them seemed to know each other, and they chatted in front of the jury together. Mr. Oizumi, who do you like more about the players on both sides? Tsushima Hiroyu asked. I'm still more optimistic about the Elite 10. After all, the Elite 10 has its own skills as the sign of the month. It is rare to see an ordinary student defeating the Elite 10 in a regular halberd. Oizumi rubbed his chin and analyzed. Xiang also nodded his head in favor of Oizumi's point of view, and said, well, unless this student is exceptionally good and talented. But what is the personal asset mentioned in the bet just now? It's not very clear, because it involves the privacy of the players, and the authority is not willing to disclose it. Since the theme is on-site extraction, the ingredients cannot be prepared in advance. After announcing the theme, the contestants tell the staff of the Shurji administration what ingredients they need, and then prepare. After thinking for a few minutes, Tong Yu decided what to cook, and then told the staff the ingredients and props he needed. The same goes for Rong Shan, who also decided on the recipe in just a few minutes. This meal has been confirmed half a month ago, and it has been highly valued by the management of the meal. The preparations on site are very complete. Soon the ingredients and props needed by the two contestants were sent to their respective cooking stations. Needless to say, the main ingredients on both sides are beef, but the selected parts are different. Rong Shan chose beef ham, while Tong Yu chose beef loin. Two completely different parts, the taste will be very different. In addition, other auxiliary ingredients of Rong Shan include whipped cream, anchovies, western mustard, yogurt, eggs, etc. The ingredients used by Tong Yu are relatively simple, only bamboo shoots, cabbage, fungus, vermicelli, and 4 bottles of tequila can be seen. And then there's a big tank. This big vat has a depth of 2 meters and a diameter of about 1 meter, and is filled with water that is 1/2 the depth of the vat. Since this large cylinder is relatively bulky, it is still placed on a small truck to be transported in. When everyone saw this, they were all puzzled. So much tequila can be justified, and this type of drink is often used in Western cooking. But this vat can't figure it out anyway. What are you going to do with this lipstick? Could it be that you were worried that the water at the site was not clean, and a better water source was specially obtained from other places? Something's wrong, there are still fish in that tank. Suddenly a student pointed to the big tank and exclaimed. I saw 2 kinds of fish swimming happily in the clear water. One is a crucian carp and the other is a flounder. When they saw this, everyone was even more puzzled. Because there are fish in the tank, it means that the water in the tank is not drinking water. Then it can only be explained that this large tank is only used as a container to hold 2 fish. But if you want to use these 2 fish, you can put them in a small container and put them into a big tank with such a big move. What is this? After thinking about it, everyone could not know Tong Yu's intentions, but Juga Zhaoji in the VIP room found something, and his expression flashed with surprise. Difficult, does he want to cook that dish? I exclaimed according to the discipline. This was heard by Nakiri 047 Irina and Arato Hisako, who were also sitting in the VIP room. Junior, senior, do you know the cooking that Mr. Tong Yu has to do? Irina asked. It took a long time for me to take back my surprised expression and return to my normal expression, I'm not sure, but it should be inseparable. Hearing Juga Taruki say this, Irina is even more curious about what Tong Yu will cook next. The time soon came to 9 o'clock sharp, and Kawashima Rei announced on time with the microphone, start cooking. When these words fell, Aizen took the lead in taking action. Rongshan first used kitchen paper to absorb the moisture on the surface of the beef shank, and then marinated it with seasonings such as salt and black pepper. The whole process is extremely skilled, and it can be seen that he has experience in handling this type of ingredients. At the same time, in the process of this series, he still occasionally fell on Tong Yu, who was at the cooking station behind him. Tong Yu did not deal with the ingredients as Rong Shan did, but picked up the tequila on the cooking table and drank it. Ah, his wine is not for seasoning, but for drinking. F***K, drink so much at one time, that's tequila. Tequila, a specialty spirit in Mexico, has a very high alcohol concentration among the major alcoholic beverages. The person who is not good at drinking takes a sip, his face is red and his ears are red. Zhang Yu raised his head and held the wine bottle high, and he drank all the 500 milliliters bottle of tequila after a while, which made everyone exclaim. Gollum. Tong Yu picked up a 500 milliliters bottle of tequila and drank it upside down. Ah, finished a bottle of tequila in one go? Are you getting drunk for your own failure in advance? Although it's a good drink, what's the point of drinking this tequila? Does it make people bold? A group of people didn't understand Tong Yu's behavior at all. They thought he was using this tequila for flavoring, but who knew that he drank a bottle at the beginning of the game? However, they didn't know that Tong Yu was preparing for the ability to be activated next. If he didn't integrate into the food cell, he would drink a whole bottle of tequila and fall directly. But now he is different from ordinary people in all aspects. After this bottle of wine goes down, it has little effect on him except for a little red cheeks. He does this just to raise the temperature in his body. However, drinking a whole bottle of tequila obviously can't achieve the result that Tong Yu wants, and the body temperature is not enough to achieve the explosive effect. But Tong Yu did not choose to continue drinking, but took the lead in picking up the beef and handling it. Tong Yu's beef tenderloin is the most tender part of the whole head. The legendary kitchenware Garuda knife that had been prepared for a long time was already in his hand. In order to prevent others from seeing the vision, Tong Yu restrained the certain ability of the legendary kitchenware. Therefore, even if it is held in the hand like this, it will not emit a strong golden light. 7 stars instantly cut. The same technique was used again, and the beef tenderloin was finally chopped in a movement that everyone could not see clearly. The speed of swinging the knife was as fast as rain, and there was an afterimage of the movement, which made many people in the audience rub their eyes and wondered if they were wrong. In the blink of an eye, a large piece of beef turned into minced meat, but Tong Yu's wielding of the knife hadn't stopped. Dong dong dong. This time, I didn't use cooking skills, but continued to shred the small-grained beef with ordinary knives. The Garuda knife was extremely sharp, and every time it went down, the beef was completely cut open. In the sudden light of the knife, a whole piece of tenderloin became a puddle of meat puree. When it was almost done, Tong Yu stopped what he was doing, turned around and washed the bamboo shoots, cabbage, fungus, and vermicelli, and then picked up the kitchen knife and cut them all into shreds. This is called, Tong Yu's students' knife skills are very good. De Quan couldn't help but praised when he looked at Tong Yu. Xiang Quan also nodded his head. Well, whether it's mincing beef or shredding vegetables, the knife skills are smooth, making people very comfortable to watch. However, the ninth seed is not weak, he also handled all the side dishes, while Hiroyuki Tsushima turned his attention to Aizen. Because Rongshan's beef is being marinated, he uses this time to process ingredients such as anchovies and western mustard. After the auxiliary ingredients were almost processed, he turned around and put the nearly marinated beef shank into the oven. Although Aishin's cooking technique is not superfluous, but with Tong Yu's calmness, Rongshan seems a little anxious. Because he processes the ingredients almost continuously, there is almost no pause in the middle. This gave the crowd the feeling that they were in a hurry and worried that they would not have enough cooking time. After Aishan put the beef shank into the oven, he turned around and glanced at Tong Yu again. Tong Yu slowly took out a bag of flour from under the cooking table and tore it open, grabbed a handful at random and spread it on the chopping board, and finally put the beef mash on top of the flour. Then he grabbed a handful of flour and sprinkled it on the mashed beef, and started kneading with both hands. When Rongshan saw this scene, he let out a conspiratorial laugh. That's true, now it's certain. After laughing like this, Rongshan called the staff to explain. Kneading beef and flour together, do you want to express the deliciousness of beef in the form of pastry? It's not easy, said one of the gluttonous diners in the auditorium. It is very common to knead mashed meat and flour together to make noodles, cakes and other foods, but people who know the skill know that cooking this kind of cooking is a test of the chef's skills. First of all, the ratio of meat and flour must be precise. The accuracy of the ratio will greatly affect the taste of the dish. If the ratio is too wrong, it will even directly destroy the entire dish. The second is the kneading process. Because the flour and beef are mixed together, and it is different from ordinary kneading. The meat paste is sticky and the strength is not in place, which will cause uneven distribution of the meat paste and affect the taste. Tong Yu, on the other hand, was very patient, and at the same time, his technique was quite in place. I saw his hands go back and forth between the beef and the flour, rubbing constantly, like picking up clothes, so that the flour evenly spreads on every corner of the beef mash. When the flour was no longer visible or sticking to hands, Tong Yu grabbed another handful of flour and sprinkled it on the beef mash. This was repeated for more than 10 minutes. Tong Yu was still going through this step until the beef shank on Rong Shan's side was taken out of the oven. Look, Senior Rong Shan's beef is ready. Many students looked at it and saw that Rong Shan took it out of the oven and was steaming hot, because the surface was already soaked with grease after baking. Overwhelming meat presentation, it looks like super delicious roast beef. In the eyes of everyone, Rong Shan picked up a kitchen knife and cut the beef into pieces with a thickness of about 1 centimeter. As the pieces of beef were cut off, everyone could clearly see that the cut surface was beautiful pink. It's amazing, the flesh color is a beautiful bright pink, and the section is quite perfect. It's not just the surface technology, the control of the heat also goes right to the core of the meat. This is a very successful, top-quality roast beef. Indeed, the fact that the roast beef can have such a perfect color shows that Rongshan has reached a very proficient level in the mastery of the heat, and at the same time has a very thorough understanding of every part of the beef ingredient. Because of the different parts of the beef, the roasting time will be different, but he can accurately grasp it, which means that it is not the first time to deal with this ingredient. Just as everyone was amazed at the success of Rongshan's roast beef, everyone saw that Tong Yu finally stopped kneading the dough. I saw that the dough and the beef puree had been perfectly fused together, and the red color of the beef had been completely replaced by the white color of the dough. From the surface, it was really no different from ordinary noodles. But at this moment Tong Yu picked up a bottle of tequila on the cooking table and unscrewed the bottle cap. No, isn't it, still drinking? Does this person come to compete with cooking skills, or to compete with wine? Talent, I bet he'll get drunk after drinking this bottle. Under the surprised and incomprehensible gazes of many, Tong Yu drank another whole bottle of tequila. After drinking this bottle of wine, Tong Yu also felt a little dizzy and drunk, and his body temperature gradually increased. Tong's current rain does not have the ability to explode, so he can only increase his body temperature through things like wine. Although it can't reach the power of burning the Yangtze River like Yakin, but with the qi in the body, the ability to control the water in this tank is still there, almost. Tong Yu muttered to himself, then picked up a bottle of liquid from the cooking table and walked towards De Hong. Almost. Tong Yu, who drank 2 bottles of tequila, picked up another bottle of liquid on the cooking table and walked towards De Hong. What's in the bottle this time? Is it wine again? I don't know, what the hell is this guy doing? Amidst the doubts of the students, Tong came to Yu Lu Dahong. Then Tong Yu opened the big bottle containing the liquid and poured all the liquid inside into the big vat. The liquid quickly melted into the tank, and a layer of oily residue floated on the originally clear water. Alas, the liquid poured into the vat should be something like grease. If so much oil is poured into a big tank, won't the fish get tired to death? A group of people still couldn't understand Tong Yu's behavior, but Tong Yu felt that it was not enough. Tong Yu took out another bottle of liquid and poured half of it into the tank again. When he was done, he spread the remaining half evenly on the inside and outside of the cylinder. After doing this, Tong Yu aimed the flamethrower of the gas tank on the side of the tank. Boom! As the flame of the flamethrower was ejected, the entire vat was instantly ignited. The flames came so fiercely that the entire ceramic vat was swallowed up by the fire in an instant. Audience 047. They are dumbfounded again. What is this operation? What are you doing? I don't think what was poured into the tank just now was not grease, but gasoline and alcohol. Yeah, how can grease burn like this? A group of people shouted incredible, thinking that Tong Yu was messing around. Is this trying to burn the two fish in the big tank alive? No, it's not gasoline and alcohol, but animal fat. A boy with gray hair and a dark complexion in the audience exclaimed. Hearing the gray-white boy say this, a student sitting next to him couldn't help but ask, "Send, are you sure, Yeshan-san?" The student named Yeshan said with certainty, "My sense of smell is not wrong. There is a strong nutmeg sour smell in the air. By the way, as far as I know, all fats and oils are solid, and are there liquid animal fats?" That's right, animal fats are divided into liquid and solid. Solid fats are generally extracted from pigs, cattle, sheep and other animals, and the main components are triglycerides of palmitic acid and stearic acid. The oil extracted from marine mammals and fish is liquid, and the main components are myristic acid, palmitic acid, stearic acid, and oleic acid. Liquid animal fats are more combustible than solid ones, and have a stronger aroma. Although Yi Shanliang understood this, he couldn't see why Tong Yu wanted to ignite a burst of lipstick. If it's just to cook the fish in the tank, it's too much trouble. Yi Shanliang couldn't understand, but it didn't mean that others didn't understand. Charuki Kuga, who was sitting in the VIP private room, could already be sure that the dish Tong Yu was going to cook was unification of the Seven Kingdoms fried noodles. Unifying the Seven Kingdoms fried noodles, this is a dish created by the Five Tiger Stars Asia magazine in Daxia 1. The cooking process of this dish should have been done in a river pond, but Tong Yu did not acquire the ability to explode and could not control so many flames. Tong Yu can only raise his body temperature by drinking high-alcohol tequila. With his grasp of the essence of Huoho, he can barely reach the preliminary level of explosion. In fact, to put it bluntly, the explosion is the ultimate performance of the essence of heat, but because the sub-body is relatively special, the body temperature is different from ordinary people, and with the help of oils and other things, it only looks like when performing this stunt. So exaggerated. Look! Someone in the audience exclaimed. Everyone looked at Tong Yu again, and at some point he poured all the prepared black sauce into the burning pot. At this time, the flame in the cylinder was still fierce, and after burning for so long, the temperature of the surrounding area had suddenly increased. Not to mention Tong Yu, who was standing next to the big vat, even the three judges on the judging platform felt a burst of heat. However, in such, high temperature, Tong Yu stood by the jar with a calm face, and as if nothing had happened, he put his hands into the flames and continued to put in the sauces and other condiments prepared on the spot. Well, what's going on with this person? Doesn't he feel hot at all with such a big fire? And 2 bottles of tequila, what a freak this guy is. However, it is not that Tong Yu is not afraid of the scorching high temperature, but that the temperature on the surface of the skin is converted into the body through the qi in the body. When the body temperature reaches a certain level, his control of the heat will reach the most perfect state. This is the essence of burning. As the raging fire continued to burn, the sauces and seasonings that were put into the jar also volatilized in this high temperature. At the same time, everyone could see that the entire big tank became red, and the water in the tank began to tumble. The scent began to spread around, which made some students in the front row smell the scent. It smells good, it's the smell of grilled fish. I see, it turns out that Tong Yu worked so hard just to grill the fish in this special way. Hey, what's the point of this? The theme of this showdown is beef. I think he's just trying to get people's attention. I have a feeling that the fish grilled like this must be unpalatable, because even the internal organs have not been removed. But is Tong Yu just for grilled fish? The answer is obviously no. After about a few minutes, the fire gradually weakened. Tong Yu took out the flounder and carp that had been floating on the water from the tank with his bare hands. The two fish have become thoroughly cooked after a long period of high-temperature roasting, and they have a tempting aroma. Tong Yu picked up the Garuda knife on the side and used a skillful technique to break open the fish maw and remove the internal organs. Finally, mix the bamboo shoots, cabbage, fungus, and vermicelli prepared just now. After doing all this, I took out another stick and aimed it at the dough. What are you going to do this time? Once again, amid the doubts of the crowd, Tong Yu held a wooden stick in his right hand and began to draw a circle towards the dough on the table. The speed of the circle with the right hand is gradually increasing, and as the movement becomes faster and faster, a small cyclone begins to appear around the Tong Yu cooking table. Fingers, wrists, arms have been connected in a straight line. A minute later, Tong Yu's right-hand circle's speed had reached its peak, and an incredible scene also appeared. I saw the dough live, and the dough that had been shrunk in a ball was actually wrapped around the wooden stick. This scene is like a white snake the size of a thumb, climbing along the Tong Yu stick and arm constantly. This is the Bailuo snake transfer training. A sudden voice came, and someone finally recognized the technique Tong Yu was using. This is clearly the Bailuo snake transfer practice that appeared in Daxia 1. Ah! A sudden voice came from somewhere in the auditorium, followed by continuous exclamations. The reason why it is called Bailuo snake transfer training is a movement rather than a cooking skill, because many people think that this kind of incredible thing can only appear in comics or novels. In the real world, how could anyone possibly do it? But everyone quickly thought that a guy who can kill 2 bottles of tequila at one time and can come and go freely in a fire, is that a normal person? Thinking of this, many students sighed. However, there are still some viewers who do not believe in this unnatural phenomenon, and they prefer to believe that there is something wrong with the eyes. But this is the truth. Tong Yu's cooking skill is the secret technique of pastry king Logan, Bailuo snake turning. Mimi. Tong Yu's right hand was still drawing a circle, and the dough was spinning like a white snake. At this moment, even the Kiri arena in the VIP room became sluggish because of this scene. But what surprised everyone was still behind. Along with the infinite drawing circle, the white snake is also continuously extending, gradually turning into a little white snake the size of a thumb. Suddenly, the little white snake was divided into 2 and turned into flat noodles that were different from ramen. Everyone was stunned, and then they saw that there was a kitchen knife in Tong Yu's hand. Draw a circle with the right hand, swing the knife with the left hand, and move both hands together. The left hand holding the knife continuously slashed away at the white snake above his head. Soon, the flat noodles were cut off in the air, and they fell on the cooking table in a circle. After a few minutes, the flat noodles on the cooking table were already laid out in coils, and this scene also looked amazing. Zhang Yu put aside the wooden stick and kitchen knife in his hand, and immediately wrapped the chopped bamboo shoots, cabbage, fungus, vermicelli, and roasted flounder and carp into the noodles. Seeing this, the Quan of the judging platform was surprised again. Wrap the stuffing with pasta, such a bold method. This is to make sandwich noodles. As far as I know, both sandwich noodles and hollow ramen noodles in Wuxia cuisine need to be quite superb to complete, and the difficulty is second only to dragon beard noodles. This young man's cooking skills are not inferior to Elite 10. Also surprised. Tsushima Hiroyu also cast an admiring look at Tong Yu. No wonder he dared to challenge Elite 10, so he came prepared. By the way, I seem to have heard someone in the audience say that the moves he used were from comics. Wait, what are Rongshan players doing with so many artichokes? Oizumi suddenly turned his attention to Rongshan Jijin, and found that he was handling a large number of artichokes. Artichoke, alias chrysanthemum, also known as artichoke, is a perennial herb of composite. The fruit is an achene, oval, brown, and bristle-like. It is fed by flower buds. The petioles can be boiled after softening and cultivation. It is a vegetable with certain nutritional value. It turned out that what Rong Shan explained to the staff just now was to ask for the ingredient of artichoke. When Tong Yu heard the ingredient artichoke, he stopped his hand and turned around to look at Dashi, who had already cooked a lot of artichokes. At this time, Rong Shan also let out a series of conspiratorial laughter. He also turned around and looked at Tong Yu. Brother Tong Yu, to be honest, I was also taken aback by your amazing cooking skills. I have to admit that your cooking skills are very good. You can make those incredible dishes in the comics. You are going to do it now. The dish is 1-to-1 Seven Kingdoms fried noodles, right? I didn't expect that Senior Rong Shan would also read Dashia 1, or did you read the comics to study me? Tong Yu said. Hey, I really want to thank you for wasting so much time in order to completely reproduce the cooking in the comics, so that my cooking can be completed before yours. And at this point in time, the taste of your cooking is difficult to adjust. The taste of the dish cannot be adjusted, which means that it is too late to redo it because there is not much cooking time left. Yes, so what? You're finished. Rong Shan finally revealed a conspiracy-successful smile on one of his cheeks. This sentence, you're finished, except Tong Yu, everyone else is confused, and they don't know what he means. Rong Shan pointed at the cooking table behind him and said proudly, I used an ingredient in my special creamy sauce, which I carefully prepared for this halberd artichoke. 4 flowers. Artichoke. Many students in the auditorium noticed the artichokes being cooked on the cooking table on Mount Eisen. What's wrong with these artichokes other than being in abundance? Yeah, artichokes have a slightly sweet and sour taste, so they go well with beef. Rong Shan laughed gloomily. Said, Tong Yu, I will let you die clearly, artichokes contain a chemical called artichoke. It contains many bitter ingredients, and the biggest feature of this substance is that it can hinder people's taste bud receptors. It's delusional to the palate, you know what I mean here. Tong Yu nodded calmly after hearing this and said, I see, so you didn't waste time cooking at first, just to submit the dishes before me. In this way, the judges are eating your dishes using a lot of artichokes, and then the taste of my food becomes extremely weird and the taste plummets. 0. Hahaha, it's too late for you to react now, my cooking will be finished soon. Eisen finished and took out the cooked artichokes from the pot for final processing. The conversation between Tong Yu and Rong Shan was heard by Kawashima Rei and other students, and a group of people also talked about it. Hey, is this a foul? No, if it's a foul, will Mr. Shan say it outright? Don't forget that it's the chef's dish that decides the winner of the halberd and the judge's tongue. Yes, he is right to explore the opponent's intention within the limited time, and then formulate a strategy to defeat the opponent. Moreover, he did not interfere with the opponent, just doing his own cooking, which is not a foul at all. It's terrifying, to use such a method to destroy the opponent's cooking, as expected of an alchemist, the control of ingredients has reached such a state. At this moment, many students also understood why Rong Shan had the title of alchemist. In that case, Tong Yu will lose, and it is too late to adjust the taste of the dishes or redo them at this time. Look, Rong Shan senpai's cooking has been completed. Only 5 minutes later, Eisen Jin finished his cooking and sent it to the 3 judges. Answer: the reason why Yamaedazu is also called an alchemist, is because he has enough knowledge of many ingredients and can use these ingredients to defeat his opponents. Not just the opponents on Shurji, but also commercial competitors, because Zai Rong Shou Xia Shan controls many restaurants and manages their performance. In addition to using ingredients to reduce the opponent's ability to taste, you can also start with sound, aroma, appearance, etc. There are many ways to destroy opponents. Artichoke is just one of many methods. In addition to using the characteristics of ingredients to defeat opponents, Rong Shan will also analyze the enemy's life experience, personality, cooking skills, etc., and then seize the enemy's weaknesses to attack. This is Rong Shan Ji Jin, for victory, money, and power. he can do whatever he can. Please taste the charming roast beef. This is the highest masterpiece of the zero technique of alchemy of food, before. Beautiful rose-colored beef slices piled up like hills on a white plate. The surface of these beef is drizzled with a layer of sauce, the whole beef looks more delicious and juicy. A smooth poached egg sits atop the piled beef, and artichoke leaves are garnished on the side of the plate. The rosy slices of beef, the poached egg with a yellowed inside, the green of the artichoke leaves, and the white of the plate itself. The color of the whole dish is bright, giving people a visual shock. This dish looks really appetizing, the plump and hot beef, plus the smooth poached eggs, and the aroma that constantly stimulates the taste buds, it is really addicting. What a beautiful beef, with a faint red color in the center. Just by looking at this dish, my tongue already has a premonition of delicious joy. Then what are you waiting for? Eat it while it's hot. The three judges took the lead in picking up a piece of beef with a fork and slowly put it into their mouths. The moment you put the beef in your mouth, you can see the changes in the judges' expressions. Well, such deliciousness is about to make the body go soft. It's amazing how good it tastes with a lot of artichokes in it. The creamy sauce's mellow and bitter thrills hit the taste buds one after another, and the rich roast beef is just behind it. The richness and intensity of the meat can't be underestimated. People can't stop. This is also the effect of Josian, and it is also the genius of his cooking skills. He eliminates the excess sweetness of the artichokes, so the whole dish successfully highlights the creamy sauce, which is impossible for ordinary people to do. Indeed, in order to destroy the opponent's dish, you must add a lot of artichokes, but to ensure the deliciousness of the dish, it is very difficult for ordinary people to do both at the same time. But Rong Shan uses his superb cooking skills to perfectly balance these 2 points, which is enough to highlight his strong talent in cooking. Auditorium, Polar Star cheering team. Well, what the hell is going on here? Even though so many artichokes are added, but the taste is still so delicious, shouldn't it be easier to destroy the delicious balance of the dishes? Yuki said in a loud voice incomprehensible, and said to Rong Ji sure at the same time. Very annoyed by this approach. Marui, do you know what's going on? Ryoko asked Marui Road. Marui said a little embarrassedly, this seems to be beyond the scope of my knowledge. At this time, Ishiki Satoshi said slowly, if it was someone else, it might not be possible, but Ayama Shuejuan does have this ability. Ishiki-senpai. Among the many food strategies he has formulated so far, Mr. Ashan has established his own set of methods, which can crush and eliminate the unique flavors of his competitors. That is to say, he can produce delicious dishes while also it can force the opponent's dishes into a blind spot. The use of artichoke acid is just a technique of his alchemy of food. Ishiki Satoshi said thoughtfully, obviously knowing Rong Shan very well. Ishishi-senpai means that he can freely manipulate the tiny ingredients in the ingredients. Marui asked in surprise. Ishiki Satoshi nodded, this is the scary thing about Rong Shan-kun. It's like a king who has the intelligence and money that even the ancient super-chemistry can do at will, and the title of alchemist comes from this. You should have said something as important as Ishiki-senpai earlier, it's too late to say it now. Yuki complained. In that case, isn't Ayu lost? Damn it, it's really unsatisfactory to lose Shurji in this way. Aoki and Shoji also said the same, judging from the current situation. Tong Yu has completely fallen into the trap set by Rong Shan, and it is almost impossible to win. At this moment, Ishiki Satoshi's serious expression softened. In fact, Mr. Tong Yu already knew about these things, including that Mr. Aizen will use artichokes in this competition. Everyone in Polar Star Dorm was stunned when they heard this. Ishiki Satoshi then resumed his usual small-eyed fox smile, because he has asked a professional to investigate all the materials since the beginning of Rong Shanjuan's school, including food halberds, the industries operated by his subordinates, etc. Rather than saying this, Rong Shanjun fell into the trap set by Tong Yu Jun from the very beginning. Just as he was talking about this, there was another movement from Tong Yu's cooking station. Everyone saw that Tong Yu came to the big vat again. At this moment, the flame in the vat had not been extinguished, just because the oil was almost burned and the fire gradually became smaller. But at this moment, Tong Yu poured 3 full bottles of liquid animal fat into the tank. Boom! The originally weakened flames also rose again. This fire was even fiercer than before. Tong Yu was not afraid of the raging fire, grabbed both ends of the thick flat noodles with his left and right hands, and then picked up all the stuffed noodles. Explosive flames, in addition to accurately grasping the heat, must also achieve the uniformity of the heat. Tong Yu took a deep breath, and along with this breath a wave of heat poured into his mouth. In the next second, there was a low drink. 4.4. Tianxiong burst into flames. The cooking skills were displayed again, and the qi in Tong Yu's body also started to work. The flames that originally burned around the large cylinder surrounded Tong Yu at this moment, isolating Tong Yu from the outside world like a wall of fire. From a distance, it was as if Tong Yu was enveloped in a sea of raging flames, unable to escape. Seeing this, someone in the audience exclaimed, "It's not right to put out the fire, save people quickly." "Wait, he seems to be fine." Everyone looked again and saw Zhang Yu spinning in a circle in the sea of fire. Along with this action, the noodles held in both hands also turned and danced. It's like an artist holding silk and performing a dance performance. Tong Yu was in a sea of fire, dancing with flat noodles in both hands. The air was rolling, and Tong Yu's forehead and cheeks finally had a pea-sized sweat dripping continuously. However, there was a strong aura on this sweaty, angular cheek. This kind of expression and momentum, like the god of fire, descended to earth. Call! Suddenly Tong Yu stopped spinning and used the flat ground in his hand again. This stuffing surface is much thicker than ordinary ground, and Tong Yu tied the two together like a twist, so even if it is rotated like this, it will not break when used. In this huge sea of fire, the ground in his hands has gradually turned from white to golden yellow. General Tong Yu was almost there, and with a low growl, he used his cooking skills again. Tianxiong flame wheel. With a low roar, the hands holding the face danced again, like a golden dragon revolving around Tong Yu. After about a few minutes, Tong Yu finally came out of the fire. 22 But now the ground in his hands had turned a tempting golden yellow, and exuded a tempting fragrance. Zhang Yu put the noodles baked in the fire into the steamer that had been prepared in advance and was already steaming. This is the last cooking step, and it only takes 10 minutes to steam the noodles. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yu opened the steamer. Wow! At the moment when the steamer was opened, someone vaguely heard the sound. The golden light flew away from the steamer. "It's here again, this time it's definitely not dazzling, I really saw it. Golden light, cooking shines again." The audience exclaimed as they watched the golden light shot from the Tong Yu cooking station. Oizumi of the judging station put his hand in front of his eyes, blocking the dazzling golden light. Absolutely, there is absolutely no mistake, this is Wuxia cuisine, the highest masterpiece, luminous cuisine. Oizumi exclaimed. Luminous cuisine, Mr. Oizumi, what is that? Tsushima asked. Before Oizumi could explain, Tong Yu's dishes had already been delivered to the 3 judges. Is Tong Yu's cooking done? Although the dishes he cooks look amazing, no matter how delicious he cooks, the sour artichokes left in the judges' mouths will become sweet, and the taste will be greatly reduced, right? It's a pity, the dish that took so long to cook was ruined by the opponent. But then again, did Tong Yu cook fried noodles? Wait, who can explain what happened to the golden light just now? The 3 judges looked down, and on their respective plates lay flat, thick noodles with glittering gold. The noodles shone like magic and looked very tempting. Apart from noodles, there was nothing else on the plate. The 3 judges saw Tong Yu's cooking process and knew that he put all the beef and other fillings into the noodles. Rarely, I eat stuffed noodles, the aroma is also very tempting. Oizumi said and picked up his chopsticks impatiently. Aizen couldn't help sneering in his heart when he heard this. No matter how tempting the aroma of the food is, it doesn't help if it tastes bad. Now the judges' mouths are full of artichoke taste. No matter how good this fried noodles is, they can't be soup, they feel delicious. Just when Rong Shan thought of this, he suddenly heard the exclamation of the judges. Unparalleled, delicious. This is a delicious compliment from Oizumi. What? Rong Shan immediately turned around and saw that Daquan and the other two judges were eating the fried noodles made by Tong Yu. They were all shocked, as if their bodies were trembling slightly because the taste was too strong. It's so scary. Daquan put a thick linguine that had been bitten in half in front of him, and said, the noodles are actually rolled into a spiral shape and made into hollow and thick noodles. In this hollow, there is a hot and thick lava-like lava of fillings. The ingredients in the noodles are chopped flounder, carp, bamboo shoots, cabbage, fungus, vermicelli, and then the beef puree mixed into the flour beforehand. What fills the whole mouth is the refreshing and high-grade taste, coupled with the strong tenacity of the noodles. All the deliciousness is subtly integrated, so that the deliciousness of the noodles and the dipping sauce is so perfectly matched, mixed in the flour. The mashed beef played a key role. The three judges said a word to me, and while admiring the deliciousness of this dish, they kept sending the thick noodles into their mouths and chewing them hard. With each chew, the deliciousness formed in the mouth is one more point. At the end of the meal, the eyes of the three judges were blurred, and the scene in front of them also changed. They came to a volcanic area, and a fire dragon full of flames was flying in the air. Roar! The fire dragon let out a dragon roar, and a group of hot flames spewed out of its mouth. Boom! The volcano also erupted at this moment, and the hot lava volcano erupted from the mouth around. The three of them were beside the volcano, and they couldn't escape the deliciousness that spewed out. In that instant, the three of them were devoured by the delicacy like a volcanic eruption. Everyone in the audience was puzzled when they saw the judges showing such expressions. Well, what's going on here? Just now, the censors clearly ate so much artichoke sour. It is reasonable to say that anything you eat should feel sweet and greasy. Why does it still feel delicious? Could it be that Aizen-senpai's 050 alchemy failed? Regarding this question, Rong Shan was also extremely puzzled at this time. He has absolute confidence in his own alchemy, and it must not be his cooking that went wrong, but what Tong Yu has done. Tong Yu came to Rong Shan at this time and said, "Isn't it strange that the judges first tasted your dish with a lot of artichoke hair, and then eat my dish? It should show a very unpalatable look." Right. What the hell did you be do? Rong Shan's face turned gloomy at this time. He could be sure that Tong Yu did something. Tong Yu smiled lightly and continued, "The original name of the dish I made was Fried Noodles in the Seven Kingdoms of Unification. You should know this, Senior Rong Shan, who is familiar with Daxia 1. But now this dish should be renamed. It is a Western-style main dish that unifies the seven kingdoms of fried noodles. Western main course." Rong Shan murmured these words, and after thinking for a moment, he suddenly discovered something, and his expression gradually became hideous. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** D, did you, have you guessed that I'm going to use artichokes against you, and then set a trap for me? Tong Yu sneered, to each other, this is all learned from Senior Rong Shan. If you didn't send Mimasaka Subaru to deal with me, I wouldn't necessarily think that you would use this ingredient. You say beautiful work. Yongshan-senpai is really confused. Have you forgotten what Mimasaka Subaru is best at? Tracking. Tong Yu asked and answered himself, looking at Xiangshan, who was gradually sinking into a low state in front of him, and said, I asked Mei Zhuang to investigate all the materials you have since the beginning of the school year. Mei Zhuang did not disappoint me. Into my hands. You asked Mimasaka Subaru to investigate me? How could someone like him obey your orders? Rong Shan couldn't believe it. Tong Yu didn't answer this question, and continued, these materials contain detailed records of each of your eating halberds, and almost every halberd eating halberd senior is using the characteristics of the ingredients to destroy the taste, sound, appearance, etc. The opponent's cooking, and thus win. Among them, the number of times that the artichoke is used to defeat the opponent is also 2 times. Even if you researched my information in advance, why are you so sure that I will use artichoke as an ingredient? Rong Shan asked loudly, and his forehead was covered with sweat before he knew it. The reason why Tong Yu is so sure that Rong Shan will cook this dish is because of plot inertia. There is such a plot in the original Alliance Eat Halberd. In the 3rd round of the joint team, Aizen played against Takumi, and the theme of the lottery was beef. He originally planned to use the large amount of artichokes added to his roast beef to interfere with the judge's taste of Takumi's sweet beef, shiroi. However, Takumi already knew the interference method that Rong-san is good at after investigating in advance, and instead used it to turn Aishin's roast beef into the appetizer of his own shiyumo pizza, thus further enhancing the deliciousness of shiyumo. Unexpectedly, Rong-shan was defeated 0-3 by Takumi. When Jingpu Zhoshang selected the theme of the showdown to be beef, Tong Yu combined the information from Meizua's investigation, and remembered this scene in the original book, and concluded that Rong-shan would definitely use artichokes to make this dish. Zhang Yu secretly prepared afterward, pretending that he didn't know anything on the surface, but in fact he secretly prepared corresponding means in the dark. Tong Yu used the same ingredients as Takumi, and in turn used Rong-san to use artichoke as an ingredient, turning Aishin's dishes into front dishes, while his own dishes became main dishes. As I said before, dishes such as appetizers and soup are created to highlight the deliciousness of the main dishes. Therefore, the tasters were tasting the dishes of Wan Rongshan and then the dishes of Tong Yu. Not only did they not feel bad, but they tasted a deeper level of deliciousness. Of course, Tong Yu wouldn't tell Aishin about this. He wouldn't mention anything related to traveling, no matter who it was. Senior Rong-shan, you are leaving Totsuki soon. There are some things you don't need to know so clearly, but I can tell you how I cook your Korean sour. With a full smile on his face, Tong Yu turned to look at the large vat that had extinguished the flames not far away, and said, when I was burning the vat with animal fat to roast flounder and crucian carp, I put homemade a variety of sauces. One of the sauces is specifically for the sour taste of the artichoke. It was only then that everyone remembered that there was indeed such a thing. When Tong Yu first ignited the Big Red, he put a variety of sauces and seasonings in batches. At that time, many people also smelled the volatile aroma of the sauces and spices. Artichoke sour tends to overpower the sugar, so I make the sauce a little bit bitter to reduce the sweetness. I put some in this sauce, whether it's grilling fish or when making stuffed noodles. I was a little worried at first. If my dish was finished first, the first bite would be extremely bitter because of the sauce. But fortunately, Senior Rong-shan submitted it before me. The judges ate the dish you made with a lot of artichokes. The whole mouth was full of sweet and greasy taste, which just combined the bitter taste in my dish. The sweetness, bitterness and taste collide together, and the taste of other ingredients will form a deeper taste. So I have to thank Aizen Senpai. Because of you, the deliciousness of this dish has been improved to the next level. When Tong Yu said this, the 3 judges immediately understood, and at the same time everyone in the audience exploded. It's called Tong Yu students are really scary, and they actually use the artichoke hair of their opponents to add flavor to their cooking. Yes, just like when eating a Western-style set meal, the taste of the appetizer will be coordinated with the main dish to a certain extent. After tasting the appetizer and then tasting the main dish, it can highlight the deliciousness of the main dish. This halberd eating is not a single culinary showdown, but a game of psychological warfare on both sides. Guessing each other's moves, and then using tactics to let the enemy into the cage is simply a game between strange people and different people. Repeated discussions, a battle between foresight generals. The 3 judges, Oizumi, Xiankang, and Tsushima, sighed and cast their admiring glances at Tong Yu. Only the judges who had tasted the dishes from both sides could fully appreciate the horror of Tong Yu's cooking. Victory is already clear. And Ashen, who heard the comments of the judges and the audience, had a face as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Come on, what a joke, I actually gave it to a kid in a grade and lost my seat. Rong Shan couldn't accept this fact for a while. Senior Rong Shan, learn from this lesson. Tong Yu's voice resounded from behind Rong Shan again. If you don't want to use small tricks to deal with me this time, you won't lose so badly. I heard that every shiji has his own must-kill dishes. This time if you take there may be a 1% chance of producing a must-kill dish. Obviously, this is a sarcasm. Tong Yu. Aishin's forehead was throbbing with blue veins, and he was gnashing his teeth and looking hideous. He wanted to go up and eat Tong Yu alive. However, you should also feel fortunate, because you are the first opponent to be defeated by me in the halberd, and this will be a glory for you in the future. Tong Yu turned around and left after saying this, ignoring Aizen who was already slumped to the ground. Soon, the three judges also announced the results of Lee's halberd eating, and they saw the score of the two displayed on the screen of the halberd eating field. Tong Yu vs Rongshan Jijin, 3:0. Tong Yu crushed his opponent with an absolute king's attitude and won the victory of the halberd. Seeing the results of the competition, Kawashima Rei also picked up the microphone and announced excitedly, the result of Shiji is out, the score is 3 o'clock. Tong Yu won the victory of Shiji. Ji's bet that he will replace Senior Rong Shan as the new Elite 10, let's applaud the new 9th seat. It can be seen that Kawashima Rei is also very excited. It's no wonder, after all, Tong Yu is a first-year student, which makes Kawashima, who is also a first-year student, feel very proud, so she can't help but be happy. With these words, there were cheers from the audience, and most of the people also cheered for Tong Yu. At this point, the new 9th seat was born. Congratulations to Tong Yu for his victory over the halberd, he will be the new 9th seat from now on. Kawashima Rei's excited voice came from the food hall, and the whole hall was filled with applause. A rare and exciting duel, he really has the strength to become an Elite 10. Indeed, aside from the fact that he can use the opponent's cooking in this situation, he can use the recipes in the comics for his own use, which is not something ordinary people can do. That's right, the unification of the Seven Kingdoms fried noodles, made by Tong Yu, many people know that it originated from the cartoon of Zhonghua Ian, which once again promoted this cartoon. Everyone also thinks that Tong Yu has successfully reproduced the dishes in the comics, but they don't know that Tong Yu is the author of the comics. In this way, we have 2 Elite 10s in our first year. But Tong Yu and Miss Nakiri Arena, who is more powerful? In terms of talent in a single round, Nakiri Arena must be stronger. After all, he has a tongue of God, but it is hard to say whether the overall strength in a single round is stronger or weaker. After eating the halberd, Tong Yu became the new 9th seat to the cheers of the crowd. No one was more excited than Rei Kawashima than the people in the Polar Star competition. The moment Tong Yu Shiji was announced as the winner, they rushed from the auditorium to the cooking venue. Ayu, win beautiful 050. In this way, we will have 2 Elite 10s in Polar Star dorm. Miss Wenshu will be very happy to know. Ayu. What's wrong with you? Everyone in Polar Star dorm looked excited, but they suddenly saw a trace of pain on Tong Yu's face. In this eating halberd, Tong Yu performed several cooking skills in a row, which consumed a lot of physical strength. At the same time, because he drank 2 bottles of tequila, he did not use gas to suppress the alcohol in his body. No, it's fine, it's just that the physical strength is more exhausted, and I need to eat something to recover. Tong Yu said to the people in Polar Star dorm. Tong Yu guessed that the reason why he was so uncomfortable was not only because of physical exhaustion, but also because he had not fully adapted to the food cell. Hearing that Tong Yu wanted to eat, Yuji immediately took out her mobile phone and called Wensu. Wensu was overjoyed when he learned that Zhang Yu had won Shiji and became the 9th seat, and immediately cooked for Tong Yu himself. Tong Yu asked the people from Polar Star Dorm to return first, then glanced around the audience, and soon his eyes locked on, a tall figure. Thank you, you provided the information. Now that I am the 9th seat, you should also fulfill your original promise. Tong Yu found Mimasaka Subaru in the corner of the auditorium. In the game just now, Mimasaka Subaru witnessed Tong Yu's victory over Aizen from the beginning to the end. Maybe other people don't know how difficult it is to complete unification of the 7 kingdoms, but Mimasaka Subaru, who tried re-engraving, knows very well. Tong Yu's strength has completely convinced Mimasaka Subaru, and he has no reason to refuse. Mizwa Ong bowed his head high to Tong Yu, bent down 90 degrees and said, "From now on, I'm willing to serve you." Tong Yu nodded, and was satisfied with Mimasaka Subaru's current affairs. At this time, Tong Yu also heard the voice from the system prompt. Yes, if you detect that Mei Zhuang is willing to become a die-hard fan of the host, will you establish contact immediately? Mei Zhuang has always been one of Tong Yu's more optimistic students. His talent and ability are not bad, and at the same time, he has the ability of perfect tracking, which can come in handy at critical times. Without much hesitation, Tong Yu chose to connect with Mimasaka Subaru. Yes. After confirming that the connection was established, Mimasaka Subaru was in a trance for a while, and only recovered after a few seconds. Immediately, there was an attribute panel about Mei Zhuang in Tong Yu's mind. Hardcore Powder 4. Name, Mei Zhuang. Talent type, Single Chef. Cooking talent, A, from low to high D, C, B, A, S, S plus 6 levels. Recipe, no. Cooking skills, none. Ability, none. System suggestion, a single S*X talented chef, with the stunt of copying the opponent's cooking, has the opportunity to evolve into mirror copy after long-term training. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully owning the 4th hardcore fan. The host will get the reward item Memory Stone, and the hardcore fan, Mimasaka Subaru, will get the kitchen reward with a star-dropping steel rod *1. Tong Yu couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this suggestion from the system. Mirror copy, this is the unique ability of the 5 Tiger Stars Mila in Dashia Ichiban. It can copy the opponent's movements in an instant, and reproduce the opponent's stunt exactly. This ability is one of several perverted abilities in the world of Dashia 1. Mimasaka Subaru, perfect tracking, is inferior to mirror copy. Perfect tracking is based on conducting a series of investigations on the opponent before imitating the same recipe. Obviously, this ability can only copy the cooking process, and difficult skills cannot be copied. But mirror copy does not require any preparation, it can be copied directly, and no matter what cooking skills the opponent uses, it can be copied and displayed exactly the same. The gap between the two abilities is not small, but the system clearly pointed out that Mimasaka Subaru has the opportunity to learn. However, Totsuki's structure is still too small, and Tong Yu doesn't know how to train Sōma, Mizwa, and others. Tong Yu knows that the best place to train is to enter the world of comics, but it is still a few million fans away from opening the privilege of entering the comic book, Dashia 1. As for the reward obtained this time, it is another Memory Stone. Tong Yu remembers the last time when I was bound for a long time, it was also this item. Can the reward be repeated? But this prop is not bad, Tong Yu doesn't plan to use it now, these things will be discussed after entering the comic world. Mei Zhuang was used as a kitchen utensil for the reward, and Tong Yu did not immediately give Mei Zhuang. He has not left the food hall yet, and there are many spectators who have not left. After Tong Yu explained some things to Mimasaka Subaru, he left the halberd field and returned to the Polar Star dorm. The hunger became more and more obvious, and Tong Yu knew he needed to eat right away. Master Tong Yu, Master Tong Yu. Tong Yu had just left the halberd eating venue, when now Xinjia appeared like a ghost, and kept chanting his name. I saw her staring at the direction where Tong Yu was leaving, and let out a weird laugh. Master Tong Yu has won the victory, I should write to congratulate him on expressing my love. After Nao Xinjia made such a decision, Tong Yu, who was on his way back to Polar Star Dorm, suddenly felt a chill. Tong Yu defeated Koyama Itsuya in the food load, and the news of becoming the 9th seat reached the ears of the school commander Nakiri Senzaman and other elite 10s. Inside the school commander's office. That's roughly how it happened. I know, let's go. Nakiri Senzaman waved to the subordinate who reported to him the situation of eating the halberd just now. After the subordinate left, Senzaman picked up a sheet of information about Tong Yu on the table and looked at it. Wuxia students who can cook the highest level of luminous cuisine in Wuxia cuisine. Nakiri Senzaman muttered to himself while looking at Tong Yu's profile. Finally, he put down the information about Tong Yu, turned around and looked out the window. In the Puyu era, there is an unexpected Puyu appearance. The reason why so many Purple Jade appeared in the 92nd issue is all because of Nakiri Senzaman's call to help his granddaughter Nakiri Irina get rid of the fate of being swallowed by God's tongue. Only a few people such as the Nakiri family knew about this. Apparently the appearance of Tong Yu made Nakiri Senzaman a little worried, because Tong Yu's great strength showed signs of surpassing Nakiri Irina. If the two meet in a culinary duel and Irina is defeated, it must have some impact on his plans. It may even appear that Irina will be at a loss, not only unable to get rid of the fate of being confused by God's tongue, but also getting deeper and deeper. Nakiri Senzaman couldn't help but feel a little worried. Meanwhile, in a villa. What, that guy Rong Shan lost Shiji. A young girl in the house was sitting on the sofa, holding a comic book in her right hand and a mobile phone in her left hand. This girl has long blood-red hair, an excellent figure, and bumps everywhere. The golden pupils and two small tiger teeth add a different kind of charm to her. Kobayashi Genshin is her name, and she is currently the second seed of the Totsuki Elite 10. After hanging up the phone, Kobayashi Rentan was still flipping through the comics in his right hand, picking up a snack in his left hand and chewing it in his mouth. Well, the first-year junior who can defeat Rong Shan, I really want to see what it looks like right away. Tong Yu still doesn't know that this halberd meal has attracted the attention of many people. At this time, he just returned to Polar Star Dorm and has only one thought, that is eat. Pushing open the door of Polar Star Dorm, the rain came directly to the kitchen. Entering the kitchen, several delicious dishes made by Wensu were already placed on the table. Ayu, you're finally back, waiting for you. However, before Yuki could finish her sentence, Tong Yu came to the table and started eating. This may be a little rude, but Tong Yu can't control it so much, his hunger makes him unable to resist the food in front of him, and now he desperately needs to eat. Yuki and the others also knew that Tong Yu had consumed a lot of physical strength while eating the halberd. He didn't think there was anything wrong with eating the halberd like this, and the dishes at this table were originally prepared to reward Tong Yu. However, they soon widened their eyes. There were almost a dozen dishes on the table, such as roast duck and roast chicken, all of which were eaten by Tong Yu within minutes. After Zhang Yu wiped out the dishes on the table, he felt a little more comfortable. Only then did Tong Yu notice the expressions on Yuji and Ryoko, who were speechless in surprise. I seem to have eaten a portion of yours. I'm very sorry because I'm so hungry. Why don't we go out to eat and I'll treat you? Tong Yu asked embarrassedly to the crowd. What Yuji and others were surprised was not that Tong Yu had finished their food, but Tong Yu's appetite, knowing that 7 or 8 people could not finish the meal at this table. Ayu, can your stomach hold so much food? Your appetite is too good. Tong Yu was a little embarrassed, he was only 30% full after eating this food, and at the same time he knew that the sudden increase in appetite was because of the fusion of food cells. Wensu was not surprised, but after hearing about Tong Yu Shizai's situation just now, he thought it was normal. Then I will continue to cook a little bit, and I just bought a lot of ingredients today. Wensu said and turned around to cook again. Seeing this, Tong Yu immediately stopped Wensu, and then invited everyone in Polar Star Dorm to eat at the restaurant outside. After all, Wensu is almost 50 years old, and he feels a little sorry for letting an old man continue to cook for himself. 4 flowers. When it comes to treats, the people at Polar Star Dorm never say no, and they go to the cafeteria outside the school. Tong Yu's comics now earn tens of millions of manuscript fees, more than enough to treat guests to dinner or something. The time for the treat was set at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the restaurant for dinner was not far from Totsuki Gakuen. Although this meal was a treat for Tong Yu, it was actually a celebration of Tong Yu becoming the 9th seat. Since it was Tong Yu's first time to treat a guest, he especially asked everyone not to be polite to him. In addition to Tong Yu's own appetite, this meal cost more than 300,000 households. This amount of money was nothing to Jinyu. After paying the money, everyone took a taxi back to Polar Star Dorm. Tong Yu didn't want to get up at all the next day because of the snoring all night, but fortunately it was Sunday and he didn't have to go to class. 0. It wasn't until noon that Tong Yu got up to wash up, and after eating something in the kitchen, he was ready to go back to his room to continue rushing drafts. In the past few days after the release of The Captive of Gourmet, the growth rate of the popularity value was even more terrifying than when Zhonghua Ichiban was released, so the manga agency was also pressing harder, so that Tong Yu could write the following chapters as soon as possible. Driven out. Just as Tong Yu walked out of the kitchen to the underground hall, he met Ishiki Satoshi. Today's Ishiki Satoshi surprisingly didn't wear a naked apron or dress cloth, but put on a formal office attire, white shirt and blue tie. When Tong Yu saw Ishiki Satoshi dressed up, he knew that he had something to go out, so he couldn't help saying, "Ishiki-senpai, you are going out?" "Yep." Ishiki Satoshi was puzzled when he heard Tong Yu's question, looked at Tong Yu and said, "Didn't I tell you yesterday?" "What?" Seeing Tong Yu's dazed expression, Ishiki Satoshi couldn't help but say, "I told you last night that there will be a meeting between the Elite Tens today at 1 p.m. With that said, Tong Yu then remembered that Ishiki Satoshi had indeed told him about it during dinner last night. The content of the meeting was about the work arrangement of the first-year autumn audition, and Izumi Jin was also fully responsible for this work until now. Now that Rong Shan was expelled from school, the corresponding work has not been taken care of, so this meeting was held temporarily to solve this matter. Tong Yu and Ishiki Satoshi soon came to the villa where the meeting was held. On the way here from Polar Star Dorm, Ishiki Satoshi also mentioned Rain to Tong about some of the work that needs to be done on weekdays as an Elite 10. The work is not complicated, but there are many things to deal with, which makes Tong Yu feel a headache when he feels that there is not enough time. Hey, it doesn't seem like a good thing to become an Elite 10. The workload is too much. Tong Yu couldn't help complaining. Ishiki Satoshi squinted and smiled, but said nothing. The two quickly came to the office where the meeting was held, and when they walked in, they found that other Elite 10s were already waiting. The other 8 Elite 10s are sitting around an oval table. Tong Yu entered here and found that many pairs of eyes were staring at him. Similarly, Tong Yu also glanced at everyone in the office 050. After a brief glance, Tong Yu found his seat and sat down. For meetings like this on weekdays, the seats are arranged in the order of the seats. Tong Yu is the 9th seat, so the seat is next to Teruki and Nakiri Arena. After being seated, Tong Yu first greeted Nakiri Arena, the little tsundere, Nakiri classmate. "I didn't expect us to meet again so soon, but you must have never expected to meet in this way." Nakiri Arena didn't know that Tong Yu was showing off that he was the 9th seat, and his face turned red. Can you stop talking, the meeting is about to start." Didn't this start?" Tong Yu said and looked at the others, and found that except for Teruki Kuga and Ishiki Satoshi, the other 6 looked at him with different eyes. Seniors and seniors, don't keep staring at me, I'll be embarrassed." Tong Yu looked embarrassed, which made Irina roll his eyes. At this time, the girl with blood-red long hair sitting diagonally opposite Tong Yu couldn't help laughing, and said, "Sister, you are really interesting, you must be very powerful to defeat a guy like Rong Shan, right?" Senior sister Longdan is joking. "Compared with you, I'm still far behind." It's just luck to defeat Senior Rongshan. Tong Yu replied. That's right, the girl who took the initiative to talk to Tong Yu was Xiaolin Rentan in the second seat. The two cute little tiger teeth were her symbol, and she occasionally held her chin like a cute kitten. Next to Kobayashi Rindō was seated Eishi Tsukasa in the first seat. Eishi Tsukasa, a very neurotic guy on weekdays, is very insecure about things other than cooking, and is too anxious about handling school affairs and receiving diners, so he is under a lot of pressure. No, Tong Yu looked worried from the moment he walked in. In addition, he has a head of white hair and the same cheeks as a little white face, which makes people feel that he is a little sufferer. Of course, Si Ingshire has such a cowardly personality, on weekdays, and is not very good at dealing with Totsuki's things, but his cooking skills are extraordinary, and he has a strong innate ability to talk with ingredients. The third female Kashima Tofusuk is close to 1.9 meters in height like Mimasaka Subaru, but his facial features and temperament are more decent. It is not a beauty that gives people the feeling that he is not a good person at first glance. His eyes he has been staring at the front, and because he is wearing a knitted hat, it gives the impression that the word stay is just one word. The fourth seat, Akakubo Tao, is only the age of a junior high school student in terms of size and appearance. She is originally a loli but still holds a purple bear doll, which adds a bit of cuteness to her. Although he looks like loli, he is not as lively as loli, with a face that is not interested in anything. The fifth seat, Saito Sumai, was a third-year senior like the previous four, and was slightly shorter than Mejishima Tofusuk. There is a scar across his nose, and he is holding a sheath machete in his right hand. Coupled with this unruly hairstyle and attire, he is completely irrelevant to the student. Instead, it makes people think that he is a swordsman. The house can now see him closing his eyes and resting. The sixth seat, Ji Jiguaningning, is a second-year student like Ishiki Satoshi and Kuga Teruki. He has long green hair and big round glasses, with two thin braids hanging down in front of his shoulders. It gives people the feeling of a good girl, but with the same coldness on her face as the little tsundere who refuses to be 1,000 miles away. As for the 7th, 8th, and 10th seats, Tong Yu is familiar with them, so there is no need to say more. Everyone's here, so, let's get started. Eishi Tsukasa looked very unconfident and reluctant, and said to the people around the table, the main content of this meeting is about the work arrangement of the autumn audition. It was not necessary to hold this meeting, but because of Tsangshan Jun was expelled from school, and a lot of work in his hands was not taken over, so he. Saying that, Si Ingshire also glanced at Tong Yu with the eyes of a deep palace resentment. Tong Yu shrugged his shoulders, blame me. I don't mean to blame Mr. Tong Yu, I just hope you can take over all the work of Mr. Rongshan. Eishi Tsukasa said again. Tong Yu thought that Elite 10 had too many things, and now he was going to accept Xiangshan's mess. He refused without thinking, no, I joined Elite 10 for less than a day, and I don't know anything about Elite 10's work. If something goes wrong, the seniors will still have to clean up the mess, which will further increase the workload. Am I right, Senior Secretary? Eishi Tsukasa is a person who loves to worry about things, and when he hears Tong Yu's words, he becomes even more anxious. Hey, that. Then what should we do? The annual autumn audition is a project favored by the commander of the academy and the sponsors. If it is not arranged well, they will blame me. If I am not in this seat, it will be fine. Thinking of this, Eishi Tsukasa went into autistic mode, holding his head. Except for Tong Yu, everyone present was accustomed to it. It was not until 4.4 Ishiki Satoshi offered to share some work that Eishi Tsukasa gradually recovered from his autism. This issue was soon resolved, and a decision was made after some deliberation. Originally, Rongshan was responsible for a lot of work, and Yukino Ningning, Ishiki Satoshi, Kuga Teruki, Tong Yu, and Nikiri Arena each shared some of the work. Tong Yu's job is also very simple. He is responsible for publicizing the list of the autumn trials, notification topics, etc. It's just some errands, and he doesn't waste much time. After this issue was resolved, Eishi Tsukasa said in a weak tone again, then. There is one more thing about that, about Tong Yu-kun and Nikiri-kun. Yep. Tong Yu and Nikiri Arena were both confused. Tong Yu and Nikiri Eri were puzzled when they heard Eishi Tsukasa's words. Later, in Eishi Tsukasa's explanation, the two understand what is going on. It turned out that the selection list for the autumn trial had already been determined a week ago, that is, after the first-year freshmen's dormitory training ended. At that time, Ho Tong Yu and Rong Shan had not eaten halberd, and Tong Yu's performance in the accommodation training was naturally selected into the selection list of the autumn selection competition. The organizer of the autumn trial is the Elite 10 Council, and the purpose of holding this contest is to select candidates for the next Elite 10, so generally Elite 10 will not participate in this contest. But now the problem is here. Tong Yu became an Elite 10 after the roster was finalized, which created the current dilemma. Tong Yu, who is already an Elite 10, does not seem to have any meaning to participate in the autumn trials, and it seems inappropriate not to participate, because the list has already been determined. As for why this incident is related to Nikiri Arena, imagine two Elite 10s in the same first year, one participates and the other does not. It will make people feel that the Elite 10 Council is not smooth and sloppy. 22 So, in order to avoid this situation, Eishi Tsukasa now consults the meaning of the two. Either both will participate in this autumn tryout, or neither will participate. After listening to Eishi Tsukasa's words, Tong Yu replied after a brief thought, I personally am willing to participate in this audition, after all, it is a big stage to show myself. However, I don't know if Nikiri is willing. Saying that, Tong Yu deliberately cast his eyes on Nikiri Arena who was aside. Nikiri Arena immediately turned into a little tsundere and snorted coldly, and said, It's boring, don't you understand that the meaning of the autumn trials is to select Elite 10 candidates? Since it is Elite 10, why participate in it? Hey, I understand, Gong is afraid of losing to me in the same stage competition. Okay, then I won't participate. Who is afraid? Nikiri-san, don't you forget that we didn't decide the winner when we last trained in the dormitory? Hearing this, Nikiri Arena's tsundere's expression became serious. Are you really going to challenge my god tongue? Ha, you can also think so, this time on the big stage of the autumn trials, to see who is the strongest in Totsuki. After saying this, the expressions of several people on the table changed to varying degrees. After the meeting, Tong Yu returned to Polar Star Dorm with Ishiki Satoshi. Ishiki-senpai, you've been laughing non-stop since just now, what's the joy of talking about Lele? Tong Yu couldn't stand Ishiki Satoshi's giggling but not speaking. Ishiki Satoshi then said, I'm just looking forward to this autumn audition. Both you and Nikiri will participate. It must be very exciting by then. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to it, and this autumn audition will be quite interesting. Tong Yu laughed. At the meeting just now, Nikiri Arena agreed to participate in this autumn trial with Tong Yu and accepted Tong Yu's challenge to her god's tongue. In fact, with Tong Yu's current culinary strength, it doesn't make much sense to participate in this autumn audition. In the original work, Nikiri Arena did not participate in the autumn trials because of her status as Elite 10, which has also become a pity for many fans. Many viewers are very much looking forward to the showdown between Little Tsundere and Drug King and others. Tong Yu is also trying to make up for this regret this time. The matter of the autumn trials has been tentatively decided, but for the time being, only the Elite 10 will know about Tong Yu and Nikiri Arena's participation. Dividing line. Since Tong Yu became the 9th seat, life has become more busy. In addition to rushing drafts and taking classes every day, he also occasionally has to deal with some work for Elite 10. After a few days, Tong Yu has been very busy. Therefore, in order to alleviate this situation, Tong Yu decided to find a competent assistant to help him deal with the corresponding work. At the beginning, Tong Yu's goal was Arato Hisako, but it was not realistic to dig the secretary in a short time. In the end, Tong Yu set his target on Ryoko Kamiko, who also has the potential to be a secretary. Shin Ryoko has a gentle personality, a mature and stable personality, and is very careful in doing things. Whether it is a girlfriend or a secretary, it is a very good choice. So, Tong Yu found Ryoko one night and explained his purpose simply and rudely. Let me be your secretary. Shin Ryoko was flushed and flustered after hearing Tong Yu's words. Tong Yu saw Shin Ryoko's blushing face and thought she had misunderstood something. After all, in the culture of the island country, the position of secretary always existed in a special way. Ryoko, don't be nervous, although she is a secretary, she usually just helps me with some errands. You know, I became an Elite 10 and the workload has increased a lot, and the manga club is urging drafts every day, I am alone. I can't be busy at all. Tong Yu explained immediately. Shen Liangzi listened to Tong Yu's words, the ruddy color on his face did not disappear, and he lowered his head and did not know what he was thinking. Seeing Yushin Ryoko's reaction, Tong couldn't help but reflect in his heart, is it a bit too abrupt? Without warning, he directly asked a girl to be his secretary, which seemed very warm. Tong Yu scratched the back of his head, looked at the peach-faced Shensi and said, Sorry Ryoko, I've been a little dizzy recently, so I was so anxious to find someone to help me. It's really strange and evil to say it like this, you just treat me as me. Nothing was said. Saying that, Tong Yu stood up and prepared to leave. At this time, Shen Liangzi finally opened his mouth and said, No, I was just surprised, how could Xingyu find me? For example, if you asked Yuji, Shall we, and the others, they would definitely be very willing. Huh? Because I think that only Ryoko can do the job. You are careful and gentle, and you can share a lot of work for me. Tong Yu replied without hesitation. Shen Liangzi's body trembled slightly after hearing this, and after a while, she whispered, I am willing to help you and be your secretary. In the end, the word secretary was spoken very quietly, which made Shin Ryoko's cheeks red again. That's great, Liangzi, I will save a lot of things with your help. But don't worry, I won't let you help me in vain, I will pay you the corresponding salary. Tong Yu didn't think so much. Who knew that when Shin Liangzi heard this, his expression suddenly darkened, do you think I promised to help you just for money? Or is our relationship just based on money and material things? Only then did Tong Yu realize that he had said something wrong, and hurriedly explained, Don't think too much about it, Liangzi, I just think that everyone's success in labor should be respected, otherwise my heart will be disturbed. Shin Ryoko shook his head, I don't want your money, if you feel that you owe it like Xiaowei and Soma, teach me some cooking skills. Tong Yu pondered for a moment after hearing this, and then said, It seems like this is fine, then I will guide you alone when I have time. Shin Ryoko's face returned to a sweet smile after hearing this, I will trouble you in the future. In this way, Tong Yu and Shin Ryoko reached some kind of agreement, or established a delicate relationship. Since Shen Liangzi became Tong Yu's secretary, Tong Yu's busy life has obviously improved. Shin Ryoko is very attentive in her work, and she can complete the work that is entrusted to her, which saves Tong Yu worry and trouble. Also because of this incident, the relationship between Tong Yu and Shin Ryoko has become a little delicate. With time to spare, Tong Yu also completed the second volume of The Captive of Food 3 days ago and handed it over to the manga club. Although this comic has only been released for half a month, its popularity value is quite terrifying, even higher than the popularity value of Huxia Iban. Tong Yu's fan value has also skyrocketed, and in just 15 days, he has unlocked the third privilege of Captive of Food. Although the privilege was unlocked, Tong Yu did not dare to claim it. Now Tong Yu has unlocked the 3 privileges of Gourmet Captive, Gourmet Cell, Ability, and Kitchenware. The ability is the same as the privilege of unlocking the world of Dashia Ichiban, designate a character in the comic world, and then obtain all his abilities. This one-time privileged ability, Tong Yu must choose the strongest person in this world for fusion. But now there is a problem. The world of the captive of food is the highest dimensional world of food. Just by integrating into a food cell, Tong Yu has not yet adapted to it. If he has the ability to integrate, is it worth it? Moreover, he has not awakened the gourmet cell demon, and the abilities of some strong people cannot be integrated. Therefore, Tong Yu can only temporarily put these rewards aside, and make a choice when the time is ripe. The privilege of kitchen utensils is almost the same, and he did not intend to receive it immediately. Due to the high popularity value brought by Captive of Food, it also indirectly led to the animation Dashya 1. At present, the fan value of Dashya 1 has exceeded 2000 W, and Tong Yu has also unlocked the final privilege of this comic. Comic, Dashya 1. Status, released. Number of fans. Unlocked privileges, recipes, cooking skills, character abilities, luangxing, kitchen utensils, Garura knife selected, access to the comic world. Next stage privileges, none, all privileges unlocked. In fact, the fifth privilege has been unlocked a few days ago, but Tong Yu has not had time to explore. Due to the operation of Totsuki, there are several classes suspended during this time. Coupled with the relationship between weekends and Sundays, there will be consecutive days of holidays starting today. Taking advantage of this time, Tong Yu is also preparing to enter the comic world to test the water, and then consider entering with hardcore fans. After handing over a series of jobs to Ryoko, Tong Yu left Polar Star Dorm. When I came to a deserted place on the outskirts of the city, I was ready to enter the world of comics. System, I want to enter the world of comics, help me unlock the privilege. The voice of the system quickly came from his mind. Please note, host, once the privilege of entering the comic world is activated, the timeline of the comic world will run normally. Tong Yu didn't understand it very well, so he wondered, can you explain in more detail? I didn't understand. For details, please click on the instructions for entering the comic world to read, and then choose whether to enable this privilege after confirming. The system said. After the system finished speaking, a blue transparent clause box appeared in front of Tong Yu's eyes. This article describes in the form of text some of the things that need to be paid attention to when entering the world of comics, and Tong Yu read it word by word. To sum up simply, the following points need to be paid attention to when entering the world of comics. First, the comic world is a dimensional world with a separate existence, and everything in it is real. Second, the ratio between the time in the manga world and the time in the shokugeki no Sōma world where Tong Yu is now is 1 to 2, which means that the time of 1 day in shokugeki no Sōma is equal to the time of 2 days in the manga world. Third, after entering the corresponding comic world, the plot line will rotate normally, and the time will not be stagnant because Tong Yu leaves the comic world. Fourth, the item, character beads, can only be used when you are sure to enter the comic world. After figuring out the corresponding precautions, Tong Yu chose to officially enter the comic world of Dashya 1. Ding, make sure to enter the world of comics, Dashya, all die-hard fans' attribute panels are updated, and connect to the world of comics. Properties panel. After Tong Yu realized something, he clicked on the attribute panel and found that there was a column of cooking level. Hardcore powder 0. Name, Yukihira Sōma. Talent type, all-round chef. Cooking level, senior chef. Hardcore fan. Name, Jiu Aizhouji. Talent type, single chef. Cooking level, senior chef. Hardcore fan. Name, Tadakoro Megumi. Talent type, specialty chef. Cooking level, first-class chef. Hardcore fan. Name, Mimasaka Subaru. Talent type, single chef. Cooking level, first-class chef. Tong Yu was a little stunned when he saw the cooking skills of the 4 hardcore fans. How many levels are there in the system, cooking level? Tong Yu asked. Soon the system gave a reply, all the food worlds can be divided into 9 levels, first-class chefs, senior chefs, super chefs, tiger chefs, Lin chefs, dragon chefs, heavenly kings, legends, and divine chefs. The level of culinary skills is linked to various factors such as personal talent, culinary skills acquired through hard work, and abilities. System: what is my current level of cooking? Tong Yu asked curiously. Answer the host: your cooking skill level is now Chef Lin, said the system. Tong Yu was a little surprised when he heard it. He has now integrated all the abilities of Lu Subaru, and he has also learned all the cooking skills and recipes of Dashiawan, but he is only at the level of Lin. The system seemed to sense Tong Yu's surprise, and couldn't help saying, host, the level of cooking skills is based on various abilities. The host no longer needs to work hard in terms of cooking skills and recipes, but the talent is still too weak. At the same time, there is also a lack of corresponding cooking experience. Talent and culinary experience. Indeed, Tong Li Hao has only integrated into Lu Angxing's ability so far. Although Lu Angxing's 4 abilities are all special and abnormal, they are not very comprehensive. They just say that they have a strong advantage in creating recipes. Thinking of this, Tong Yu suddenly regretted joining Lu Angxing's ability, knowing that he had chosen Caillou's ability in the first place. You must know that Caillou, as the head of the 5 tiger stars, has all the super senses of the 5 tiger stars. But regret is useless now, can only enter the world of comics and slowly learn the ability. In addition, Tong Yu also learned from the system that there are 2 ways for him to acquire abilities. The first is to defeat the opponent in the form of culinary showdown in the comic world, and have the opportunity to learn the opponent's ability. This situation is random and not guaranteed. The second is the ability to be acquired. Die-hard fans have learned new abilities from the comic world, and Tong Yu can directly learn this ability. The cooking level given by the system gave Tong Yu a new understanding of his own strength, and at the same time, Tong Yu also realized that he still has huge room for improvement. Although it seems that there are only 9 stages of cooking level, it seems that it can be achieved quickly, but the further up the level, the more difficult it is. Especially starting from the King of Heaven, the basic condition for entering this level is food cell, and the 2 levels of legend and shenwei in the future need to awaken the food cell demon in order to be eligible to touch this level. There is no food cell in the world of Dashiawan. It is reasonable to say that the ceiling of combat effectiveness should be at the level of Dragon Chef. But Tong Yu learned from the system that the battle of Dashiawan ceiling is actually the level of King of Heaven. Tong Yu finally guessed that the only people who can cross the threshold of food cell and reach the level of King of Heaven are the 4 old guys who are called Big 4 and are like gods. All the questions have been asked, and Tong Yu has finally decided to enter the world of Dashiawan. Ding, do you want to enter the comic world Dashiawan? Yes. After the confirmation is completed, it is about to enter the comic world. Now the host has 5 minutes to consider whether to use the character beads. Character beads, this is the Dao 053 tool that Tong Yu got from a die-hard fan before, and its role is to become any identity in the comic world. You can choose from famous chefs, businessmen, royal family members, etc. But because there are so many identities to choose from, Tong Yu has a hard time choosing. System, does it have a recommended identity? Tong Yu still decided to ask the system and let him give himself a suggestion. After the system was silent for a few seconds, the 2 most suitable identities were given. First, the chief chef of the imperial kitchen. Second, the leader of the dark cooking world. The reason given by the system is also clear why Tong Yu should choose from these 2 identities. What is the ultimate purpose of Tong Yu's entry into the world of comics? Isn't it just to acquire kitchen utensils, acquire abilities, and then become stronger? These 2 places are the best places to train Tong Yu and diehard fans. The resources in all aspects are quite rich, and they are the best choices for the fastest improvement of strength. After thinking for a while, Tong Yu finally chose the second identity, becoming the leader of the dark cooking world. Although this is a villain identity, it is more free than the first identity and is not bound by others. You must know that the chief chef in the imperial kitchen is good, but there are too many rules in the palace, and you have to serve the emperor and the empress dowager, who have tricky tastes. Just thinking about it makes you feel tired and troublesome. After making the decision, Yu identified and used the character bead. Yes, the item, character beads, is successfully used, and the identity is Dark Cooking World Leader. The identity is confirmed, and now I start to enter the comic world. Dasha 1. Following the message prompted by the system, a strong white light began to appear in front of Tong Yu's eyes. The white light was dazzling, and Tong Yu could only close his eyes. After Tong Yu felt the white light disappear, he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was no longer standing in the outskirts just now, but came to a spacious cave. Although it is inside the cave, the field of vision is very bright. If you look carefully at the surrounding stone walls, there are many torches for lighting. Tong Yu lowered his gaze to his feet again, only to realize that he was standing at the highest point in the cave, a place similar to an altar. A fire altar was burning in the back, and Tong Yu's figure was reflected on the wall of the cave in the light of the fire. Under the stone steps, there were hundreds of people wearing uniform black robes, most of them bowed their heads and did not dare to look directly at Tong Yu above. Identity Guide: You defeated Caillou, the former leader of the Dark Cooking World, with your powerful strength and became the new leader. But because Kai was unwilling to fail, when he left, he wormed and took away a group of his subordinates, but the remaining subordinates were terrified of your thunderous means and secretly decided to follow you. Tong Yu learned some information about this identity from this segment prompt of the system. It turned out that Tong Yu's defeat of Kai Yu was not recognized by everyone. Yen Xian and Yakin were one of them. After Kai Yu was defeated, the two of them left together, ready to make a comeback. That is to say, there are only 2 people left in the 5 Tiger Stars in the Dark Cooking World that can be dispatched by Tong Yu, namely Zhu Qi and Mila. Apart from the departure of 3 5 Tiger Stars, the other cadres in the Dark Cooking World did not leave, and their overall strength was not greatly affected. The Dark Cooking World is still a terrible force, and now this force will be dominated by Tong Yu. After learning this information and his identity, Tong Yu showed the momentum that a leader should have. I called you here today, just to explain one thing: from today on, the Dark Cooking World will be under the command of me. If anyone disagrees with me, they can leave now and I will never stop me. Tong Yu's low and powerful voice echoed throughout the Hubei cave, and everyone below could hear it clearly. Very well, since no one left, it means that you are willing to follow me. But if you follow me, you must follow my rules. The first thing you must remember is that you must not kill unless it is absolutely necessary. Put away some indiscriminate means, and at the same time. Tong Yu knew that to keep the Dark Cooking World on track, murder and arson must not continue. Except for a few people in the Dark Cooking World, in fact, they are not bad-hearted. It is not their intention to do bad things, they are just forced to do it by Caillou and others. Tong Yu's 3 chapters of the Covenant aroused the dissatisfaction of the following group of people. One of the women with blue hair and an excellent figure stepped forward and summoned his courage to say, "Zhang, Master Tong Yu, isn't the purpose of our Dark Cooking World to use any means to achieve our goals? The group of chefs in the Light World, it was already difficult to deal with, but now that you have given us so many constraints, we are not their opponents." Hearing this, Tong Yu glanced down at the opinionated female chef. When Mao Yu saw this beautiful female chef, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Xiangyan, are you questioning my decision?" The smile at the corner of Tong Yu's mouth gradually turned into a sneer, while his cold eyes locked on Xiangyan. Xiangyan was so frightened that he was sweating coldly, and hurriedly bent down and said, "I don't dare." "Humph." Tong Yu waved his right hand, turned around and said, "I'm different from Caillou, and I don't like you to use inferior means to win the victory. What I want is for everyone to surrender to me. Do you understand?" Xiangyan, nicknamed Yazanking, has a perfect appearance and figure, and has an alluring beauty. She is a beautiful, seductive, sexy and dangerous woman. But even this kind of woman was sweating coldly under Tong Yu's pressure at the moment, unable to move even a single minute. In fact, Tong Yu is also a little incredible. When did he become so strong, and his momentum is completely different from before, just a look is enough to make people scared. Tong Yu also knows that this may be due to the use of character beads. In addition to Xiang En, Dong Yu saw Ren and Li Yan who had plots in comics. Now Ren has not betrayed the dark cooking world, and Li Yan has not gone to seek revenge, so the time point should be that Lu Xing has not participated in the special chef assessment before. In this case, many of the original plots have not yet begun. You should have understood what I said. I don't want to hear any rebuttals, you just need to do as I ask, do you understand? Tong Yu said and glanced at him again with an oppressive gaze. He glanced at the people below. Yes, yes. The crowd did not dare to refute, they could only answer. In addition, whoever of you has information about legendary kitchenware should tell me immediately. Remember to notify me at the first time, rather than act rashly. In order to avoid some stupid things in the original book, Tong Yu specially reminded the following group of people. After saying this, Tong Yu let the crowd disperse. After everyone retreated, Tong Yu sat on the stone throne alone and began to think. The current situation of the dark cooking world is not good. Let's not say that Caillou has taken away a group of powerful subordinates. You must know that the chefs of the imperial court and the light world are also eyeing the dark cooking world. Although Zhang Yu also said 3 chapters to everyone, they may not necessarily do it, and even if they do it for a short time, they cannot change the outside world's view of the dark cooking world. At the same time, Dong Yu also felt that powerful subordinates like Xiang En were still somewhat dissatisfied with him. Moreover, there is another headache for Tong Yu, that is, he can't stay in this world all the time, he still needs to find a competent subordinate to help take care of the dark cooking world when he leaves. Although Mila and Zhu Qi are 5 tiger stars, and their strength is very good, it is difficult for them to take on the important task of commanding the subordinates. Zhu Qi was just a child in his teens. And because of time training, supervision, and spice inequalities, Mila's heart has long become like a mirror, and it is impossible for her to issue orders. Xiang'an has experience in this area, but his strength is not enough, and it is not suitable. After thinking about it to no avail, Tong Yu could only sigh. It seems that the position of the leader of the dark cooking world is not so easy to do. Tong Yu didn't think any more, he was going to get acquainted with the neighborhood first, so he walked out of Hubei Cave. The headquarters of the dark cooking world is Liangshanbo, which consists of Liangshan, Qinglong, Phoenix, Guishan and other 7 mountain ranges. Covering an area of more than 100 kilometers, the title of 800 miles of water in Liangshan comes from this. Hubei Cave is just one of the special caves. On weekdays, this place is a gathering place for people in the dark cooking world, and it can also be said to be an office. Tong Yu walked out of the cave of Hubei and came to the top of the mountain. He felt that the Liangshan moored the Hong Kong and the Han, the reeds were full of reeds, and the mountains and rivers were leaning against each other. Just when Tong Yu was about to utter a poem, a servant of the dark cooking world knelt in front of him. "What's wrong?" Tong Yu asked with a calm expression. "Report to Master Tong Yu, the defector Yakin is back, he is now in the Hubei cave." Hearing this, Tong Yu's expression changed slightly. "Asia magazine is back. Didn't he leave Liangshanbo with Caillou, why did he go back again?" With doubts, Tong Yu returned to the Hubei cave. When Tong Yu returned to the cave, he found that Xiang En and a group of people were vigilantly surrounding Yakin. Although Yakin was the 5 tiger stars before, and he was also a person revered by many people in the dark cooking world, but he has left the dark cooking world together with Caillou and others, which is equivalent to betraying the dark cooking world. For those who betray the dark cooking world, everyone will not tolerate, no matter who the other party is. Ask for flowers. However, due to the strength of Yakin, everyone dared not do anything to him, so they could only surround him like this. Yakin was surrounded by a group of people, without a trace of panic on his face, he even tore off a small bamboo tube from his body and drank water. There is also a delicate and lovely girl beside Yakin. When Xiang-en and the others saw Tong Yu coming, they immediately gave way. Tong Yu walked towards Yakin slowly, and Yakin also stopped drinking water and looked at Tong Yu from the corner of his eye. "Akan, didn't you leave the dark cooking world with Caillou and Yenxian? Did you go back and come back because you figured it out and decided to be loyal to me?" Tong Yu looked at Yakin and said. Yakin threw the finished bamboo tube aside, wiped the corner of her mouth with her hand, and then looked at Tong Yu and said, "Tong Yu, it's useless to talk too much. I want to defeat you and take back the position of the leader of the dark cooking world. You dare to compete with me?" 0. Tong Yu chuckled lightly after hearing this. "Yakin, when did you become interested in the position of leader? I remember that you don't like the position of power." "It's true, but I can't just watch my brothers and sisters who have been born for many years being pushed into the quagmire by you. Leading the dark cooking world by you will only make everyone go down the road of destruction." Yakin raised her finger and pointed at Tong Yu and said loudly. Tong Yu sneered after hearing this, "So, do you think it's right for Caillou to let you both kill and set fire? Is it the only way to defeat your opponents by indiscriminate means?" Hearing this, Yakin was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. In fact, in Yakin's heart, he is also opposed to Caillou's practice of seeing life as a must, but he said this because he felt that Tong Yu was too young to be the commander of the dark cooking world. Although Caillou's methods are cruel, he has the talent to lead. Over the years, the dark cooking world has become stronger and stronger in his hands. Therefore, Yakin and others don't say much about his methods. As long as the organization can be strong, these sacrifices are necessary. Seeing that Yakin didn't speak, Tong Yu thought for a moment and then said, "I understand, Yakin, you want to defeat me and take over the dark cooking world instead of Kai, right? Well, now I'll give you such a chance." Yakin's strength. Tong Yu is very clear that he can be the pillar of the dark cooking world outside of Caillou, and his strength is beyond doubt. Tong Yu preliminarily estimated that Yakin's culinary level is at least at the level of Lin, and it may not even be dragon. Although he is powerful, Tong Yu has a way to deal with him. "Asia can, I will give you a chance to fight with you. If you can defeat me in the next duel, I will leave the dark cooking world immediately and never come back, but if you lose, you must always be loyal to me." With an unshakable look on Yakin's face, she agreed without thinking too much, "Let's have a showdown then." After he finished speaking, a powerful fighting spirit emerged from Yakin, and at the same time a heat burst out from his body. Tong Yu also felt the oncoming heat wave, and he said that 053 is a hot chef. This momentum is like the arrival of the god of fire. It is a pity that such a powerful person cannot serve the dark cooking world. This also strengthened Tong Yu's determination to defeat Yakin. It's really exciting. Asia magazine will let us try a very interesting theme this time. After Tong Yu finished speaking, he walked to the stone steps, picked up a pen and ink on the stone table, and wrote a few large characters on a folding fan. After writing, Zhang Yu picked up the folding fan and unfolded it, saying, "This is the theme of our duel." I saw the words, "Heroes of the Mainland" written on the folding fan. Mainland hero. Everyone couldn't help but read. Yes, today we will use this theme to test who is really leading the hero of the dark cooking world. The theme of Very God's Will. Asia magazine has no opinion on this subject. After the theme was determined, Tong Yu and Yakin came to the dedicated competition venue in Hubei Cave Duchichang. Many subordinates in the dark cooking world came to watch the battle as spectators, and they all came to witness this big showdown. Now Tong Yu's thanks to Yakin, if it wasn't for his sudden return, he wouldn't have had such an excellent opportunity to stand up for himself, and at the same time he could use Yakin for his own use, which is really killing two birds with one stone. And from the time Yakin promised to use the mainland hero as the theme of the showdown, he had already lost the game. The reason is very simple, because this theme has appeared in the plot of Daxia 1. In the final decisive battle, Lu Angxing and Yakin once again confronted each other, and the place of the confrontation was in the cave of Hubei. Tong Yu just happened to integrate all of Lu Angxing's abilities, so the current situation is almost exactly the same as the scene in the original book, only the final sub-theme is determined to be fried noodles. Yeah, I won't find anyone else for the referee, just let Li Kalai taste the dishes from both of us. Tong Yu raised his finger and pointed at Li Kadao who was behind Yakin. Li Ku, who was originally a member of the dark cooking world, was nicknamed Xiong Yaheo, and was also called Myth, because she had a super sense of taste. Regardless of strength and talent, Li is a top-notch existence other than the 5 tiger stars. Let me be the referee. Li Ku said in surprise. He is so confident in himself, is he not afraid that I will favor Master Asia? Li Ku secretly said in his heart. Tong Yu didn't want to waste any more time, and said directly to Yakin, Asia, let's start now. Let the sparks of the culinary showdown illuminate this Hubei cave. After speaking, Tong Yu waved a kitchen knife in his right hand. This time Tong Yu did not suppress the power of the Garuda sword, and when he held the handle of the sword, a strong golden light shone around. Accompanied by the golden light, everyone seemed to hear a phoenix cry coming from their ears. Seeing this, Li Ku cried out, it's a legendary kitchen utensil. Everyone saw that the Ruefeng pattern had appeared on the blade of the Garuda sword in Tong Yu's hand. A flying phoenix is imprinting on the blade. The light lasted for a long time before it gradually disappeared, and the Ruefeng pattern disappeared. Rao Shiakin was also stunned when he saw this, and looked at the Garuda sword in Tong Yu's hands with surprise. I didn't expect that you have already obtained the legendary kitchen utensils. Are you the Kaiyu who defeated them with the legendary kitchen utensils? Yakin asked Tong Yu, his eyes fixed on Tong Yu. Tong Yu smiled lightly and did not explain too much, I just got one of the 8 legendary kitchenware, no surprise, my goal is all the legendary kitchenware. Yakin said nothing, turned around and gave Li Ku an order. Then Li Ku asked 2 subordinates in the dark cooking world to help and deliver the ingredients that Yakin needed. Wow! With a loud roar, a ox tied with an iron chain was brought to Yakin. Seeing this, Tong Yu smiled again. Sure enough, the ingredients that Yakin chose were cattle, so the dish he was going to cook must be unification of the 7 kingdoms fried noodles. Without saying a word, Yakin came to the ox that weighed hundreds of catties. Boom! Yakin shouted loudly, and slapped a fist the size of a sandbag on the scalper's head. The scalper didn't even have time to scream, and the huge red body collapsed to the ground. With one punch, it will kill a scalper, how much power is needed? After killing the scalper, Yakin turned to look at Tong Yu in front of him, and said, Tong Yu, I will defeat you, and I will definitely live up to the proud name of the explosive chef. Most of the people present were veteran cadres of the dark cooking world, and they also had a certain understanding of Yakin's strength. When they saw his power to kill a scalper with one punch, they were also taken aback and temporarily forgot that he was a defector. And exclaimed, Master Asia, still so powerful. Born in Liangshanbo and raised in Liangshanbo, he has superb cooking skills and soul. He always stands at the forefront of us and is the patron saint of our dark cooking world. Yakin's actions seem rude, but they are thick and thin, and they will quickly deal with the entire scalper. Just as Yakin was dealing with the scalper who was beaten 4.4 to death by him, Tong Yu also began to pick up the dough. Tong Yu's face was calm, and the cooking that Yakin was going to do was exactly what he expected. At this time, this situation is completely staged in the showdown between Lu Angxing and Yakin in Daxia 1. Yakin finally made fried noodles, which has the trend of unifying the 7 countries' fried noodles. He ignited the lake in the Hubei cave with the ability of exploding flame, and used the water of the entire lake to cook his dishes. This forthright cooking method lived up to his name as explosive chef, and a group of people in the surrounding dark cooking world also exclaimed. Soon, Yakin's cooking was completed in the burning lake, and he sent the cooked dishes to Li Ku, who was the judge. In the process of cooking in Asia, Tong Yu also saw his bold cooking techniques as a hot chef. Although Tong Yu also used explosive flames in the fight with Rong Shan before, but compared with the current Asian magazine, it is nothing. Tong Yu was able to achieve the effect of exploding inflammation with the help of a combination of various elements such as alcohol and qi. As for Yakin's innate burning flame innate ability, basically without the aid of external objects, he has the exaggerated strength that can instantly ignite the entire lake. The bold and quick completion of cooking has always been the hallmark of Yakin cooking. This time Yakin was no exception. He finished the cooking one step ahead of his opponent and sent it to Li Ku. Master Ya is making fried noodles. Li Ku looked at the fried noodles in front of him but was puzzled, because the fried noodles had no sauce or side dishes, and there were only noodles on the plate. Everyone knew that Yakin would not cook such boring dishes, and they quickly guessed that there was a hidden mystery in this fried noodles. Li Ku quickly picked up the chopsticks to taste, and after eating, she was completely sure that all the fillings were wrapped into the fried noodles. The ingredients used in the cooking are almost the same as what Tong Yu made at the beginning, and the taste is also top-notch. This made the crowd in the Dark Cuisine 22 world once again amazed at Yakin's amazing skills, but Tong Yu was not surprised at all, because all this was in his plan. Master Ya's cooking is really perfect, but what does it have to do with mainland heroes? Li Ku asked, raising his head and asking Yakansis. The theme given by Tong Yu just now was heroes from the mainland, and while completing this kind of cooking, it must meet these 4 characters. Yakin drank the water from a bamboo tube again, suppressed the temperature in her body, and said, Li Ku, didn't you even notice it? My cooking. The 7 heroes of the Warring States period. Tong Yu's voice came from behind Yakin. Yep. Yakin, Li Ku, and others turned their attention to Tong Yu. Tong Yu picked up the finished dishes and continued to turn his back to the crowd, saying, the continent of the Celestial Dynasty was once occupied by 7 countries, and these 7 countries were also called the 7 heroes of the Warring States period, but in the end they were all wiped out by another country, and the person who eliminated other countries and unified the entire Celestial Dynasty was Qin Shi Huang. When it came to this, Tong Yu had turned around. Yakin was startled. He did not expect that the mainland hero noodles he made would be clearly seen by Tong Yu, and what Tong Yu was holding was actually fried noodles. Surprised by Yakin, who was still behind, Tong walked towards the crowd while holding his dishes, and said, if we use all the ingredients as a metaphor, there are 6 ingredients in total: flounder, Christian carp, bamboo shoots, cabbage, fungus, and vermicelli. It represents the 6 countries other than Qin, and the beef noodles wrapped with 6 kinds of materials, of course, is the Qin country where Qin Shi Huang is located. This is the meaning of your mainland hero face. I'm right, Yakin. Yakin was very surprised after hearing this. He couldn't understand why Tong Yu could see through his cooking. To be able to see him so thoroughly, could it be that? At this time, Akan raised a possibility in his heart. Li Ku, come and try my cooking next. Tong Yu said and delivered the fried noodles he made to Li Ku. Since the lid was not covered this time, the glowing effect was not highlighted. It's not that this dish didn't shine, but that when the golden light was emitted from the pot just now, everyone didn't see it. It's also fried noodles. Li Ku looked at the cooking road in front of him unexpectedly. However, the fried noodles made by Tong Yu are the same as those made by Yakin. There is nothing special about the appearance. No matter how you look at it, they are very ordinary fried noodles. But in the eyes of everyone, Tong Yu has the strength to defeat Caillou. How could he be so ordinary? Li Ku immediately thought of another possibility, that is, Tong Yu's ordinary-looking noodles, just like Yakin's noodles, are made by stuffing a series of ingredients into noodles. Noodle. Yakin's noodles are very thick, while Tong Yu's noodles are quite small. If it is such a small noodle, it is quite a test of skill to stuff the filling in. Li Ku took the first sip with a series of doubts. It really is. After taking the first bite, Li Ku confirmed what he was thinking. This side is indeed stuffed noodles. However, the same type of noodles, but the taste is not as strong as what Yakin made just now, and it can even be said that the taste is quite bland. But soon Li Ku seemed to be controlled by a kind of magic, and kept putting his face into his mouth. Finally, after eating several mouthfuls in a row, she discovered the special place of this chow mein. What's the matter with this fried noodles? Every time I eat it, the taste in the mouth is different, and it will give a different feeling to the taste buds. This kind of feeling is like enjoying the ever-changing and different types of fried noodles. Li Ku said in surprise. Does it taste different every time you eat it? If it tastes good, everyone can understand it. But every time the taste is different, it is unbelievable, because this is just a plate of fried noodles. How can it be possible to make ever-changing tastes? Everyone knows that Li Ku has a myth, and is also a leader in the dark cooking world. Her sense of taste and judgment will not go wrong. And people who are familiar with Li Ku know that she also has a personality trait, that is, she is extremely easy to get bored no matter what she does. Even when it comes to cooking, she will put down ordinary dishes after 2 or 3 bites and stop tasting them. But now she's eating all the time. Everyone can't imagine what kind of secrets this seemingly ordinary bowl of fried noodles hides. At the end of the meal, Li Ku's face turned slightly red, and he exclaimed deliciously, "Well, the taste of this fried noodles is ever-changing, and each of them is extremely delicious. How is this done?" Ganga fried noodles. Tong Yu said the name of the dish lightly, then pointed to the unfinished fried noodles on Li Ku's plate, and said, "You can choose a few noodles and arrange them on the table, and you can see why the taste is ever-changing if you look closely." The reason. Hearing this, Li Ku immediately lined up several noodles neatly. Now not only Li Ku understands, but even Yakin understands what's going on. Cross-cut, twist, straight cut, oblique 053 rolls. Although the thickness of each noodle is the same, it has a different carving knife. And each noodle has a different taste and is stuffed differently. Vegetables, that's why they have such a variety of flavors. Li Ku was shocked again in the same place. This is not just a question of knife skills and cooking skills. Ordinary people can't think of such a creative idea. This is also a large collection of ingredients. This bowl of seemingly ordinary fried noodles has dozens of ingredients added. At the same time, he will arrange different flavors and textures according to the different flavors he eats in his mouth. This it can be said to be infinitely extended deliciousness and taste. Everyone present is the elite of the dark cooking world. After explaining it here, how come they still don't understand the reason? After they fully understood, they were amazed and admired Tong Yu's superb cooking skills. Seeing the adoring eyes of everyone in Yu, Tong continued to strike while the iron was hot. For more than 4,000 years in the Huxia mainland, there have been as many historical heroes as the stars in the sky. Although some succeed and some fail, they are the protagonists as long as they work hard. They are like the ones who make up my bowl of fried noodles. Like every ingredient, they are all protagonists and heroes. And so are all of you here, each of you is your own hero. Tong Yu's passionate words echoed throughout the Hubei cave. After hearing these words, everyone was shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. You are all your own heroes. The words that Tong Yu said just now echoed in the minds of everyone present, and a certain string in their hearts was touched. Tong Yu took this opportunity and continued to say to everyone here is a skilled chef with extraordinary cooking skills. Why do such cooking skills have to commit suicide after losing the selection competition, and the practice of apology with death is really true? Too stupid. When Caillou led the dark cooking world, there was such an unwritten rule in the dark cooking world that anyone who lost in a culinary showdown must apologize to death. There are many people who lost their lives because of this rule in Daxia 1, which also made Tong feel a great pity for the rain. Therefore, since he is now the leader of the dark cooking world, he must change this rule. Tong Yu also admitted that because of this system, it has put pressure on countless people in the dark cooking industry, and it has also increased their cooking skills and trained many talents. But if this is the way to train talents and let more people die, Tong Yu would rather not do it. In the future, You may be able to benefit thousands of people, so don't give up your life lightly. You are working hard to sharpen your cooking skills in the kitchen. Why do you have to be stained with blood? It's because of that ridiculous idea. Dominate the people with cooking. Tong Yu waved his right hand, showing his commanding aura, and said to everyone again, "From today, the dark cooking world is no longer the dark cooking world of the past, and I will lead you to a new path. Are you willing to follow me?" Saying that, Tong Yu set his eyes on the people in front of him, and also glanced at Yakin. After saying this, everyone knelt on the ground one after another, shouting, "Long live Sir Tong Yu, I vow to follow," and so on. Yakin stood there thinking for a while, and finally knelt down to Tong Yu. "I, Yakin, would like to follow you." Yakin was finally completely convinced by Tong Yu's strength and spirit. Ding, due to defeating the opponent, the ability to obtain the opponent's super tactile sense. Tong Yu was overjoyed by the sound of the system prompting him, not only subduing Yakin but also gaining his super tactile feeling ability, which was another huge receipt. Yakin did not know at this time that he had brought many benefits to Tong Yu, just as he said just now, he was convinced of Tong Yu. Although Caillou had said similar things to Yakin and others before, they saw more hope in Tong Yu. Perhaps in the hands of this young man, the dark cooking world can bloom as it should. Yakin secretly said in her heart. Visible Yakin all knelt down, and hurriedly knelt down after being stunned for a while. Seeing that Yakin had surrendered, Tong Yu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Preliminarily leading the dark cooking world, this is also the first step in completing his plan. In the days that followed, Tong Yu and Yakin discussed issues about the future development of the dark cooking industry. The purpose of Tong Yu's command of the dark cooking world is very clear: to use the superb cooking skills of the dark cooking world to make everyone submit, not to make the enemy fear by murder, arson, threats and other means. Another 8 legendary kitchen utensils, Tong Yu is bound to get. 8 legendary kitchen utensils have magical powers, and entering the world of high-end gourmet food such as the captive of gourmet will definitely play a big role in the future. At the same time, Tong Yu would also like to know if it is true that if you gather 8 legendary kitchen utensils and eat the food cooked with these 8 kitchen utensils, you will live forever. Asian, I'm glad you can agree with my point of view. With your support, the dark cooking community will move forward faster on the road of development. At this time, Tong Yu and Yakin stood on the top of a certain mountain in Liangshanbo, and the two looked down at the great rivers and mountains around them. Yakin looked into the distance, but did not speak. After a while, he said slowly, "Many brothers in the dark cooking world grew up in Liangshanbo since childhood. This is their homeland. I remember when I was very young, everyone had the same dream, wanting to make delicious food. Let the other brothers taste the dishes. When a certain dish is very successful and recognized by others, you can hear a lot of laughter. But as I grew up, my original dream was gradually forgotten. But you can awaken everyone's original ideals, and with this, you are indeed qualified to command the dark cooking world." I just said something from my heart. The rotten rules of the dark cooking world should have been revised a long time ago. By the way, I will be away for a while in a few days, and then Liang Shanbo will be handed over to you. Tong Yu suddenly thought of the thing about this kind of thing told Yakin. When Yakin heard this, she turned around and set her eyes on Tong Yu. Are you going to find the legendary kitchen utensils? Well, you should take it like this. In the days when I left, the dark cooking world will be left to you to take care of it. Tong Yu said to Yakin. I trust Tong Yu. At the same time, he has a strong strength and a high reputation in the dark cooking world. During the time when Tong Yu returned to the real world, he was very relieved to take care of everything in the dark cooking world. After staying in the comic world for 5 more days, Zhang Yu explained almost everything before returning to the real world. Tong Yu spent a total of 8 days in the manga world this time, and 4 days in the real world. After returning to the Polar Star race, Tong Yu found Ryoko Kami as soon as possible and inquired about what happened during the few days he left. Nothing special, it's business as usual. The work you gave me has been completed. Ryoko Kami said, shaking the long hair in front of her forehead. Zhang Yu nodded and thanked Shen Liangzi sincerely. Liangzi, thank you, I really don't know how to thank you. Hearing this, Shen Liangzi rolled his eyes again. Tong Yu, here again, if you really want to thank me, please invite me out to play or go shopping when you are free. Okay. Tong Yu agreed without thinking much. Seeing that Tong Yu agreed so readily, Shin Ryoko couldn't help but blushed. In the days that followed, Tong Yu resumed his calm and somewhat boring campus life. The popularity of the comics Daxia 1 and The Two Captives of Food is also rapidly rising, and now it can be said that everyone knows it. With the popularity of comics, the author's name, King Fenju, is also deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Many people are gossiping about what kind of person can create such an excellent food cartoon author. Only can Li Zhao cherish Tong Yu's confidentiality work well. So far only a few people know that he is the author. These days, the Totsuki Elite 10 Council has been making a series of preparations for the autumn trials, and the time soon came to the day when the trial list was announced. When the list was announced, many first-year students were surprised when they learned that Tong Yu and Nikiri Arena wanted 2 Elite 10s to participate in this autumn trial. Send, the 10th and 9th seats will also participate in this autumn trial. What's the situation? Everyone knows that the autumn trials is run by the Elite 10 Council, so generally speaking, they don't participate in such self-organized events. Now that both Elite 10s are participating, there is only one possibility, and a special situation has occurred. Therefore, many people are speculating and discussing what is the reason for the 2 Elite 10s of the first year to participate in this tryout. All members of the Polar Star Dorm are in the selection list for the autumn trials, and at this time everyone is returning to the Polar Star Dorm from the place where the list was announced. Along the way, everyone was surprised that Tong Yu and Nikiri Arena were going to participate in this competition, and asked, "Ayu, why are you and Nikiri going to the autumn trials this time?" Yuki asked. Everyone knows that this autumn trial is run by Shiji, and Elite 10 itself will not participate in it. Yuki asked, and the others all cast their curious eyes on Tong Yu. But before Tong Yu could answer, Daigo and Shoji took the lead in guessing. It's probably because of eating halberds with Aizen-senpai. No, I think it was Ayu who wanted to participate and took the initiative to apply. What does Ayu's active application have to do with Nikiri? Tong Yu laughed, and then explained, your guesses are all right. There is a reason for Hirong-shan to eat halberds, and there are also reasons of his own, so he participated. As for Nikiri, he will also participate, yes. For my sake. What Tong Yu means by this is that because he stimulated Nikiri Arena, she also participated in this audition. But the crowd heard it had another meaning. It turns out that Nikiri participated in the audition because of Ayu. I understand, how about you? Tong Yu saw the ambiguous eyes of several people, and then realized what they had misunderstood. Can you not think so much, and this is not the focus of your attention to 057, since everyone has been selected for this trial, just get ready to show your skills when it's time. That's right, but competing with Ayu and Nikiri on the same stage is always stressful. Hey, Marui, you are too unpromising. I'll be honest, don't you guys still know Ayu's strength? When the time comes to really meet Ayu, just let him not let us lose so badly. Hey, Ibuzaki actually recognizes it sometimes. Tong Yu's conversation was a bit confusing. The group chatted and laughed and soon returned to Polar Star Dorm. Entering the gate of Polar Star Dorm, I happened to see Wensu carrying some ingredients into the house. Daigo and Shoji immediately stepped forward to help, while Yuki came to Wenshu and asked for credit. Miss Wenshu, this time all of us have been selected to participate in the autumn competition. Do you have any rewards? Yes, let's have a party tonight. Wensu smiled and said, the reward has been prepared for a long time, and it is an unexpected reward. Alas, the reward we didn't expect, what is that? Tong Yu was also puzzled, wondering if Wensu, got some rare ingredients? Everyone walked to the kitchen with Wensu with doubts, and when he was about to approach the kitchen, Tong Yu suddenly froze. Momentum. An aura that can only be exuded when a powerful food is cooking is constantly exuding from the kitchen. Since Tong Yu had a duel with Asia in the comic world, he was more sensitive to the momentum of this kind of powerhouse. Yep. The noise from the kitchen also made everyone aware that someone was cooking in the kitchen. But when Su is not in the kitchen, and Ishiki Satoshi is not in Polar Star dorm, who could be in the kitchen? Sōma and the others, who noticed something, walked quickly into the kitchen. At this time, a middle-aged man was busy on the cooking table. This man has long gray-red hair, and a small amount of beard makes him full of manliness, and his expression is unrestrained. When he saw this man, Tong Yu finally understood why he smelled such a powerful chef just now. It turned out to be emanating from this man. When the man turned around, he noticed Sōma and the others who were walking in from the kitchen door. Cough. Sōma is back. I just need your help. Well, I get it. Sōma replied habitually, completely unaware that something was wrong. It wasn't until he came to the front of Joichiro that Sōma came back to his senses. Wait a minute, you can't help but help like in your hometown. Please explain to me first, why are you here? Sōma pointed at Saibwa Joichiro in front of him and exclaimed in surprise. That's right, the man in front of everyone at this moment is Saibwa Joichiro, a man who was called Shura when he was a student. When Su saw that Sōma was talking to Joichiro like this, guessed that the two might know each other, and couldn't help asking, you know each other? Sōma didn't seem to hear Wensu's words, and was still surprised at why Joichiro suddenly appeared in Polar Star dorm. At this time, Tadakoro Megumi came to Wenshu and asked in a low voice, Miss Wenshu, who is this uncle? The others also looked at Wensu with suspicious eyes. Wensu couldn't help sighing and said, really, the current students don't even know the famous Saibwa Joichiro. He was the second seed of Elite 10 who was neck and neck with Dojima Jin 20 years ago, and he is also the veteran of Polar Star dorm. Member, Saibwa Joichiro. Having a session with Chef Dojima? Good. It's amazing. Yes, to be second only to chefs like Chef Dojima is quite remarkable. It's actually from Polar Star dorm, no wonder Miss Wenshu sprays us every day. The people of Polar Star dorm were so surprised, but they didn't know that although Saibwa Joichiro was the second seat, he was actually better than Dojima Jin in terms of cooking skills. He didn't become the first seat because he was always late and didn't deal with it. Only things of Elite 10 will be reduced to the second seat. But this is not what Sōma is concerned about, and he catches two key eyes. Saibwa. Hey, don't you think it's necessary to explain it to me? However, Saibwa Joichiro didn't listen to Sōma's words at all, looked at the rice cooker beside him and said, Sōma, the rice is ready. It's so noisy, Dad, please explain it to me. Zhen Chuang shouted loudly as he couldn't stand Joichiro's mental retardation. Talk about it, are you father and son? In the end, Sōma finally learned some things about his father's past under the explanation of Joichiro and Mrs. Wenshu. It turns out that my dad is a Totsuki alumnus, he was born in Polar Star dorm, and he is also an Elite 10, which is really unacceptable. Sōma's whole body suddenly became weak, and he lowered his head with an unacceptable look, because the appearance of Joichiro in front of him on weekdays was completely incompatible with the majestic Elite 10 second seat. Joichiro just waved. Tong Yu spoke suddenly. Hey, have you heard of me? Joichiro turned around and set his eyes on Tong Yu. Only then did Tong Yu speak slowly and said, the wandering chef who used to show his cooking skills in famous restaurants all over the world. At that time, almost all cooking magazines had his name, but one day he suddenly disappeared without a trace, is a legendary figure known only to the insiders. Having said this, Tong Yu also came to Joichiro and stretched out his right hand, saying, Chef Saibwa, it's an honor to meet you, my name is Tong Yu. You are Tong Yu? Joichiro was a little surprised when he heard Tong Yu's name, and said, "So, you are the author of Dasha 1. It turns out that you are the author of Dasha 1. Joichiro's originally calm face showed a look of surprise, but he quickly returned to his normal expression, saying, "I am also your fan. Your new work, The Captive of Food, is so wonderful. I am still waiting for you to update it." "Thank you, Senior Tsaibwa, for your support. I will work harder to create better works, but I also hope that you will not spread the word about the fact that I am a comic author. I don't want others to disturb my life. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you." After everyone was polite, they sat down around the table. At this point, more than a dozen dishes have been placed on the table, all cooked by Joichiro. "Okay, then let's toast together." Joichiro took the lead and invited him. Wensu also followed by holding up the juice in the glass and said, "To celebrate the selection of all members of the Polar Star, Autumn Trials, let's toast together." Except for Soma and Wenshu, it was the first time for everyone to dine with Joichiro, but Joichiro showed an affinity, so that everyone didn't feel restrained at all, and the atmosphere at the table was very harmonious. After toasting together, everyone couldn't wait to taste the dishes made by Joichiro. After all, it was the second table of Elite 10, so they were looking forward to it. Joichiro's cuisine did not disappoint everyone, the taste was quite outstanding, and even Tong Yu couldn't help but admire it in his heart. Moreover, there is also an obvious feature in Joichiro cuisine. After eating, it seems that there are scenes of foreign countries that have never been before. That's right, Joichiro has traveled all over the world as a wandering chef, drawing on local cooking techniques and creativity, and his dishes will always give people unexpected and unique tastes. For example, Tong Yu is tasting this lamb meat, which is a paste on the lamb, which is a kind of sauce called harissa, from North Africa. Not to mention making this sauce, few people have even heard of it. And Joichiro made this sauce, but it can't be improved on the original basis to make the taste more delicious. As expected of a man called Shura, his cooking skills are indeed nothing to say. And these dishes on the table are still his random creations. If they are dishes cooked with all his heart, the taste will be even higher. Tong Yu tried a few things. It wasn't that these dishes didn't suit his appetite, but that they were more delicious than most of the dishes he had tasted before. He was afraid that he would not be able to control his appetite and ate all the food on the table. While tasting Joichiro's cuisine, Tong Yu also found a problem. Every dish of Joichiro's casual cooking is so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, but it is difficult for his casual cooking to achieve this effect. Of course, Tong Quan Yu cooking can also do this, but it is more labor-intensive to do it, and it can't reach the realm of Joichiro's freewheeling. Tong Yu thinks that this is not a lack of talent or ability. You must know that he now has Lu Angxing's 4 major abilities and super touch. In terms of ability, Joichiro is definitely incomparable. Zhang Yu felt that this should be some problem with mood, but he couldn't say exactly where the problem occurred. Due to the quality of the dinner, everyone was satisfied. After the celebration was over, everyone left, leaving only father and son Soma and Joichiro in the kitchen. Everyone knew that the two had not seen each other for a long time and had a lot to say. The two father and son chatted until late at night before preparing to leave the kitchen. At this time, Tong Yu just returned to the room. The food at the celebration just now did not satisfy Tong Yu's appetite at all, so he was going to get some more food in the kitchen. Seeing the two of Joichiro still in the kitchen, Tong Yu simply stepped forward and said, "Senior Tsaibwa, I have something I want to ask you about." "Huh?" Soma asked suspiciously. Because the two father and son have been chatting, the endgame left by everyone in the kitchen has not been cleaned up. As soon as Joichiro heard that Tong Yu was looking for him, he used it as a reason to leave immediately, and threw the washing of the dishes to Soma. "Okay, let's go outside and talk, it's a bit boring to stay in the house for too long." "Hey, Dad, you are too cunning, the bowl hasn't been washed yet." Joichiro pretended not to hear and went to the vegetable patch behind Polar Star dorm with Tong Yu. "Student Tong Yu, thank you for taking care of Jin Chuang." Joichiro stopped and said to Tong Yu. When Joichiro said this, he obviously learned from Sōma that Tong Yu helped Sōma improve his cooking skills and exercise his physical fitness. For flowers. It's not about taking care of him, it's just giving him a way to train. Senior Tsaibwa, I'll just say it directly, I'm here to ask you to explain my doubts. Tong Yu shared his feelings and doubts after tasting the Joichiro dishes just now. After hearing this, Joichiro was surprised again, and this time he was so surprised that he didn't even speak. Seeing Joichiro's expression, Tong Yu thought that there was something wrong with his cooking skills, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Senior Tsaibwa, am I in such a bad situation? No, you will feel this way about the dishes, it shows that you already have the heart of the country. Joichiro came back to his senses. Chuck heart. What is that? Tong Yu wondered. Simply put, patience is a cook's emotion towards a dish, conveying his will and mood to diners so that they can experience your emotions from the dish, Joichiro explained. 0. Hearing Joichiro explain this, one thing Tong Yu immediately thought of was, must-kill dishes. Tong Yu remembers that there is a saying in the original book that, a dish with originality and ingenuity, it's not enough to just have an intoxicating taste, but when people can taste the dish, the chef of the dish emerges from the bottom of his heart. Patience and must-kill dishes have similarities, and it can be said that there is an inevitable connection. Seeing Tong Yu's epiphany, Joichiro couldn't help but continue, the heart of the country exists in the heart of the chef, and it will be reflected in the dishes through cooking. You feel that it is difficult to control it, probably because your heart is still I'm not mature enough, as long as I work hard, I can drive as much as I want in the future. I understand, now my heart is just a prototype, isn't it? Yes, once your heart matures, your culinary skills will definitely increase dramatically. Joichiro's remarks made Tong Yu stunned. When he integrated Lu Ongxing's abilities before, he always felt that something was missing, and he also felt difficult when using these abilities. At the same time, when re-engraving recipes, I always find it difficult to control, all because the heart is not perfect. After having an epiphany, Tong Yu also found a way to break through the dragon chef. After hearing some information about heart, Tong Yu also clarified the direction of improvement in the future. The acquisition of recipes, cooking skills, and abilities does not have much effect on the growth of heart, so even after Tong Yu learned super touch, he did not feel much improvement. Tsaibwa Joichiro also told Tong Yu that heart is more about tempering mood, and it is a process of gradually maturing the heart. Some people are born with patience, such as Tadakoro Megumi is a good example. Although her cooking heart is only a prototype, she can also reflect it into the dishes, so that consumers can feel the warmth of her cooking. But Tadakoro Megumi's cooking heart is obviously not mature enough, and she is often unable to play due to tension. And some people's patience is formed the day after tomorrow, through traveling all over the world, absorbing culinary knowledge and experience from all over the world, or in the form of culinary duels, etc. The patience of Tsaibwa Joichiro is formed in this way. Tong Yu also doesn't know whether his heart is born or formed, but one thing that can be sure is that his heart is not 057 strong enough, it is just a rudimentary. If you want to use a metaphor, Tong Yu's patience is a bird that cannot fly when the moon is full, and Joichiro's patience is an eagle soaring in the sky. From Joichiro's mouth, Tong Yu also learned how to train patience. First, travel the world like him, absorb the cooking culture from all over the world, and exercise patience. Second, through the form of cooking confrontation, fight with various types of chefs, and enhance the national spirit in the process of confrontation. Then there is another one, which is to taste the dishes made by the chefs with authority. Tong Yu thought about it, and only this second form is more suitable for him, and it is not realistic for him to travel around the world to hone. It is even more difficult to taste dishes with patient cooking, because there are really too few chefs with perfect inspiration, and even if they find others, they may not buy it. As for how to improve the chef's heart in the duel, Joichiro can't explain it in detail, let Tong Yu experience it himself, because the thing of concentricity is very abstract. Tong Yu and Saiba Joichiro chatted for a full hour before it ended, during which they also talked about the autumn trials and some things about Sōma. After the chat, Tong Yu went to the kitchen to make some food before returning to the room to rest. The next day before dawn, Tong Yu got up. Last night, I chatted with Saiba Joichiro all night, and his mind was all about patience, which led to insomnia. Although this night of insomnia was nothing to his current physique, his mental state was not very good. Tong Yu yawned and walked towards the kitchen. He was going to cook a hot and sour dish to refresh his appetite, but when he walked to the door of the kitchen, he heard a sound from inside. You have also left home for more than 3 months. Let me see how much you have grown now. Suddenly came back, and it turned out that I wanted to propose a duel, Dad. Why, are you afraid? Afraid? Dad, I must beat you this time. In the kitchen are the Yukihira father and son. Listening to this conversation, you know that the two father and son are preparing for a culinary showdown. However, this culinary showdown is already commonplace for the two of them, and the two seem to have experienced hundreds of culinary showdowns since childhood. In these hundreds of cooking battles, even if Sōma's heart has not been sharpened, the kitchen experience is quite rich. This is also the magic weapon that Sōma can survive in Totsuki as a transfer student, and even defeat many of his peers. Tong Yu walked in, and Sōma asked Tong Yu to be the judge of the culinary showdown. After a while, Ishiki Satoshi and Wensu also walked in one after another, seeing that Joichiro and Sōma wanted to eat halberds, and also asked to serve as judges. Since there are already 3 judges, let's start quickly. Because Tong Yu didn't rest well last night, and Ishiki only came back from working in the fields, I can't eat heavy food when I'm too old. Just use dishes that can make people feel refreshed early in the morning. Wensu said the theme to the two. Okay, no problem. Sōma tied the bag on his wrist to his head. And Joichiro also took off the watch on his wrist and got ready to cook seriously. All the ingredients in this room can be used casually, the time limit is 1 hour, and the timer starts. Wensu announced. After these words fell, Sōma and Joichiro took action. About 40 minutes later, Sōma was the first to finish his Western-style apple stew. In terms of taste, Sōma is a very good dish, and the sweet and sour taste is very suitable for a dish in the morning. However, Tong Yu didn't feel any emotion from this dish, and he felt empty after eating it. Now Tong Yu can be sure that the current Sōma does not have the heart to cook, so it is difficult to convey the emotion to the diners. Later, Joichiro's thick soup ramen was different, although this dish was questioned and complained by Wenshu, because this dish looked very thick and was not suitable for staying up late and eating for the elderly at all. It's just appearance. After eating, it is very smooth, there is no feeling that the soup is too rich and people can't eat it, but it is so delicious that people can't stop and eat it in one breath. After taking a few bites, Tong Yu could feel the emotion in the dish, and the image of Joichiro traveling around the world also appeared in his mind. How much creativity and skills are in this bowl of noodles? Joichiro, who has traveled all over the world, seems to be condensed in this bowl of noodles. Tong Yu ate the ramen with the soup and juice in one breath, without any waste. After eating, he said, the gap is too obvious, Sōma, if you want to defeat Senior Tsaibwa, it's not enough. In fact, Sōma can see this from the expressions of Tong Yu, Ishiki Satoshi, and Wenshu when they eat the dishes made by both sides. Although Sōma knew that he was not Joichiro's opponent, he didn't expect the gap to be so big. As hurtful as this may sound, it's true. Your dishes are very good, but something is missing to me. And you didn't realize that your dishes were only minimally what we asked for. But you are the only cook, but you satisfy my desire to the greatest extent. Tong Yu said slowly. Joichiro could understand the meaning of Tong Yu's words, which meant that Sōma was impatient. The issue of Sōma's impatience was also raised by Tong Yu and Joichiro last night. Although Sōma and Joichiro run the Yukihira restaurant since childhood, and honed their cooking skills. In terms of cooking skills and experience, they are indeed much higher than their peers, but in a small place for a long time, cooking skills will eventually reach a bottleneck and stagnate, and at the same time, there is no benefit to the formation of patience. This is another reason why Joichiro brought Sōma to Totsuki. Hearing Tong Yu's words, Wensu couldn't help but say, the dishes on both sides are unexpected and surprising, and the temperature for the sake of getting up early is nothing to say, but after tasting Joichiro's dishes, Sōma's dishes pale in comparison. After hearing Tong Yu and Wensu's comments on the dishes on both sides, Sōma also nodded 4.4 with an epiphany. Sōma immediately recovered from the loss, and said to Joichiro with high fighting spirit, "Hey, this time I lost, next time I must defeat you, Dad." "Hehe, is this your 490th loss to me?" Joichiro laughed. "It's so annoying, they all say they'll beat you next time." The father and son were bickering, and each recorded the record of the 490th battle and the process of the duel. After doing all this, Joichiro came to Sōma and encouraged him in his way. "I heard that you are going to participate in the autumn audition, right? It is a completely different stage from the competition so far, and you are the best on that big stage. A fierce duel between. Although I want you to be undefeated to others until the next time you lose to me, it seems to be difficult now. I will not lose to others." The main purpose of Joichiro's visit to Polar Star Dorm this time is to inspire Sōma, and since the purpose has been achieved, he did not stay much longer and left Polar Star Dorm that morning. Not long after Joichiro left Polar Star Dorm, the Polar Star Dorm received an email from the campus. Yuki, who was taking care of the chickens, saw the mail at the door when she returned from the chicken coop to the dormitory. Yuki picked it up curiously and saw the words, "Topics of the Autumn Trials Preliminary," written on it. When Yuki saw this, she immediately exclaimed and ran into the Polar Star competition, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, come here, the theme of the trials is here." Tong Yu and Sōma had been staying in the kitchen and rushed over when they heard the sound. The rest of the Polar Star Dorm arrived a few minutes later, and a group of people gathered around a table waiting for the title to be unpacked. "Everyone's here, right, then I'll unpack it." Yuki picked up the envelope and was about to open it, and everyone couldn't help but get nervous. Seeing that Tong Yu was also staring at the gradually opened envelope, Ibusaki-shun couldn't help but wonder, as an Elite 10, you should have known the title long ago. "Completely, I don't know. Since I want to participate in this trial, in order to ensure the fairness of the competition, I don't know anything about the competition." Tong Yu shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. The same is true for Nikiri Arena. The theme of the preliminaries for the autumn trials, the finals, and a series of arrangements are all arranged by Ishiki Satoshi. Compared with the original work, the current situation is one less Rongshan, so Tong Yu is thinking about whether the theme will change because of this. Soon Yuki opened the envelope and pulled out half of the cardboard inside. When everyone saw the words written on the cardboard, they couldn't help but read together, "Curry dishes." Seeing this, Tong Yu smiled lightly. "I didn't expect it to be curry like the original. If this is the theme, you can take Sōma and others to the world of manga, right? Curry, to put it bluntly, is a combination of spices, and people who are good at spices in the dark cooking world, needless to say, there is absolutely no problem with her guiding everyone to master the essence of spices. Is that the kind of question? That means you just need to make curry. For example, dishes like curry rice." Sōma said, rubbing his chin, who doesn't know much about curry. Curry originated in India, but it is famous all over the world, and it has evolved into different types of curry. Since the theme of this time is curry dishes, there are no restrictions on the dishes, and there are many dishes that can be cooked, Marui added. When Marui said this, people who didn't know much about curry became even more confused, because there are so many kinds that can be made, which makes it difficult to make a choice. At the end of this month, that is, at the end of June, Totsuki will enter the summer vacation like other schools. The official start time of the autumn trials is September 1st. There are 2 months of preparation time in July and August, and everyone in the trials can also use this time to prepare well. Everyone pondered on the spot for a while but to no avail. At this time, Yuji suddenly came to Wenshu and said, "Miss Wenshu, can you help me take care of the chickens on the farm? I'm leaving for a week." "Where are you going?" "Isn't autumn the so-called golden season for birds, animals, and poultry?" "I'm going to the Hunters Club in my hometown, hoping to get some delicious ingredients," Yuki said. Not only Yuki, but Ibusaki-shun, Marui Zenji and others are also planning to visit their hometown to prepare for this autumn audition. Originally, Shinryoko also planned to go home to find some inspiration and available ingredients, but she thought that Tong Yu might not be able to be busy by herself after she left, so she gave up the idea. Mao Yu noticed the change in Shinryoko's expression and couldn't help but ask, "Ryoko, what's wrong with you? If you also want to go home to prepare, it doesn't matter, I can be alone during Totsuki's holiday." "Forget it, I may not find inspiration when I go home. If I am in the dormitory, maybe Tong Yu can guide me and let me find inspiration." Shin Liangzi smiled. Tong Yu also smiled when he saw this, but he was very moved in his heart. Tong Yu remembered that in the original book, Shinryoko, like Yuji and others, went back to her hometown and returned with some available ingredients. A large part of the reason to stay here is because of Tong Yu. At this moment, Soma suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, Dad said before that Professor Shijian Jun, the spice authority in his school, is very familiar with him, so I can go to her if I have anything. Do you want to watch it together? Look." "Hey, you, do you mean Professor Shiomi Jun? She's a famous spice expert at Totsuki Academy. However, is it really good that we go to so many people at once?" Tong Yu thought of something and refused directly, saying, "I won't go, I hope you can come back alive, Soma." "Huh?" Soma said that he didn't understand what Tong Yu was saying at all. "Hey, it must be that Professor Shiomi Jun is terrible. I'd better not go. I'll just go home and find a way." When a group of people heard Tong Yu say this, they all gave up the idea of going to find Jun Shio, only Soma was still insisting and preparing to go. A few days later, Totsuki Gakuen officially announced its holiday. For most people, it was a pleasant holiday, but for those who were going to participate in the autumn trials and the trials, it was a more painful period of time. You must know that the annual competition for the autumn is the focus of Totsuki's attention. At that time, there will be many VIPs, and important people in the cooking industry will come to the selection competition as guests. This is an excellent time to show their skills. So be sure to prepare refreshing dishes. If you bring out uncreative and bad-tasting dishes, you will be self-destructing your future. Tong Yu also has plans for the holiday. During this time in July, he plans to update the comic, Captive of Food, with all his strength. With enough manuscripts, you can enter the world of comics without any worries. There are two direct purposes of entering the comics this time. The first is naturally to prepare for the autumn trials, and the second is also the main purpose to sharpen the heart. As for whether to bring Soma and others into the world of manga, he is still thinking. The time soon came to mid-July, the weather officially entered summer, and everyone put on cool summer clothes. In the past 2 weeks, Tong Yu has not left in Polar Star dorm, except for meals and rest, he is rushing drafts. After so many days of hard work, Tong Yu also saved more than 40 words, and he did not need to pay attention to the update of the comics before the school started. Tong Yu put down the high-tech paintbrush in his hand, stretched and stood up. Then, consider going to the comic world next. Tong Yu murmured. Tong Yu stretched and stood up from the chair, moving his muscles and bones, while thinking about the next itinerary. At this time, the door was pushed open, and Shinryoko walked in with a dish in both hands. "Mr. Tong Yu, it's time for lunch." Due to the advent of summer, Ryoko-shin also put on short sleeves, her arms like white jade. Beneath the white short sleeves were denim shorts, revealing her slender thighs. With long wine-red hair draped behind him, he stepped into the front of the table step by step. Shinryoko put some of the dishes she had just prepared on the table from the plate. In the past half a month, Shinryangzi not only helped Tong Yu with his work, but also took care of Tong Yu's diet and daily life. When Tong was busy in the rain, Shinryoko would take the initiative to cook for him. At the same time, Shinryangzi knows that Tong Yu has a great appetite, and will prepare several dishes each time, and the portion is also full. The same is true today, and I cooked 5 dishes in total. In this hot summer, such a beautiful girl can cook for a boy in the kitchen almost every day, which is no longer a relationship that ordinary friends can explain. Tong Yu is not stupid, and he felt what Shinryoko meant to him a long time ago. Seeing Shinryoko putting the cooked meal on the table like a good wife and good mother, Tong Yu's heart was touched and touched again. "Mr. Tong Yu, don't be in a daze, come and eat." Seeing Tong Yu standing at the window and watching her in a daze, the prodigal son called out again. Tong Yu finally recovered his senses, came to the table and sat down, picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. Seeing Tong Yu eating the food without saying a word, Shinryoko thought he had something troublesome at work, so he didn't ask any more questions. Tong Yu quickly ate the food on the table, and there was nothing left. "Mr. Tong Yu, you keep busy." Shinryoko is a smart girl, ready to pack up the dishes and leave. If Tong Yu is bothered, she will not ask about it, it will only make the other party irritable. If Tong Yu wanted to talk, he would naturally ask her to talk about it. But today it was Shinryoko who guessed wrong. The reason why Tong Yu has not said a word since the meal was because he made a decision. Zhang Yu grabbed Shinryangzi's hands as he was about to pick up the tableware and chopsticks on the table. Tong Yu suddenly grabbed Ryoko's hands like this, which she didn't expect. "Zhang, Mr. Tong Yu." Shinryoko looked surprised and puzzled, and looked at Tong Yu with pink. "Liangzi, be my girlfriend." Tong Yu said this sentence with a smile. Shinryangzi was shocked by these words, and she couldn't recover for a long time. After she recovered, her whole cheeks turned red. Master Tong Yu, why are you suddenly?" "Ryoko, it may be a bit abrupt to say this. But these days of getting along with you have made me fall in love with you gradually, so are you willing to be my girlfriend?" Tong Yu still held Shinryoko's hand affectionately. Shinryoko has been in love with Tong Yu since before he agreed to be Tong Yu's secretary. For nearly 2 months, Tong Yu has been helping and taking care of Tong Yu without asking for anything in return, which is also for this reason. Now hearing Tong Yu's voluntary confession made her a little panicked. The 3 consecutive Ryoko didn't say what she wanted to say. "Don't you want to? It turns out that Liangzi has no feelings for me." Tong Yu said with a lost face. I do, I like Tong Yu-kun too." Shinryoko said suddenly. Only then did Tong Yu show a smile. Shinliangzi didn't know that it was a trick when he saw this. "Tong Yu-kun, you are good or bad?" Shinliangzi blushed to the root of his neck. Men are not bad and women don't love them. "But Ryoko, are you really willing to be my girlfriend?" Tong Yu asked seriously again. Shinliangzi lowered his head. "Yes, I will." After getting a response, Tong Yu took Shinliangzi into his arms. In this way, the two established the relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend. The relationship was confirmed, and the two were like glue in the next few days. In order to make up for Shinryoko's hard work these days, Tong Yu took her shopping for clothes. Hand-in-hand shopping, eating, shopping, watching movies, everything that couples should do have been done, and only the last crucial step is left. Shinliangzi also completely fell in love and couldn't extricate herself, and she obeyed Tong Yu. After more than 10 days, the time has come to the end of July. Tong Yu yawned, got off the bed and got dressed and went to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Ryoko Kami, who was wearing an apron, was cooking in front of the cooking table, unaware of Tong Yu's approach. Miyu walked over quietly and caught Shinryoko from behind. Shinryoko let out a shriek, and was relieved when he found out that it was a drizzle of rain. What are you doing? You scared me to death. Lu Liangzi rolled his eyes at Tong Yu with a charming look. Ha, you're cooking so early, don't you sleep a little longer? Just as Tong Yu was hugging Shinryoko from behind and talking sweetly, there was a coughing sound from behind. Cough cough. Tong Yu then let go of Shinryangzi, and when he looked back, he saw Wen-su was already standing at the door of the kitchen. Shinryangzi suddenly blushed and glared at Tong Yu fiercely. Tong Yu is thick-skinned, and greeted Wen-su with a blushing face. Miss Wen-su, good morning. Shall we have breakfast together? I was fed dog food in the morning, and I almost ate it. Forehead. Even though Wen-su said this, he still sat in front of the table. After a while, Ryoko finished the last dish, sent it to the table and sat in front of the table. Shinryangzi was thin-skinned, and when Wen-su caught sight of the embarrassing scene just now, he kept his head down and blushing and did not speak. On the contrary, Tong Yu and Wen-su chatted casually. Tong Yu, Li Zhao of Li Zhao, although work is important, you should prepare well for the autumn trials. And God, you too, don't waste your studies. Wen said to the two. Zhang Yu pretended not to understand the deep meaning of the words, nodded and said, don't worry, there is still a whole month left. In a few days, I will take Ryoko to a special place to prepare for this trial. A special place? Don't you guys want to go on your honeymoon? Young people, pay attention to moderation. Wen-su reminded Dowie with the appearance of a comber. Saying these words, Kami Ryoko's cheeks turned red again. Miss Wenwenji is not what you imagined. Shinryoko hurriedly explained with a blushing face. Don't worry, Polar Star Dorm is very open to free love. I didn't mean that. The muscles on Tong's face twitched slightly. How could the explanation become more confusing? Tong Yu is going to enter Dashya Ichiban again, and also wants to enter with Shinryangzi. In fact, Tong Yu's initial plan was to bring 4 diehard fans, Soma, Tadakoro Megumi, Mimasaka Subaru, and Kyuga Teruki, together. If these 4 are lucky enough to acquire the ability, Tong Yu can also benefit indirectly. But now the 4 are not in Totsuki, there is no news, and it is difficult to find them. Tong Yu can only give up this plan, and it is also the first time that he has brought other people into the world of comics. If it's Kami Ryoko alone, it's definitely no problem. Of course, you still have to have a relationship with Shinryoko as a hardcore fan in order to be eligible to enter the world. As a result, Ryoko God has also become the 5th hardcore fan bound by the system. Hardcore fan. Name, God Ryoko. Talent type, single chef. Cooking level, first-class chef. Cooking talent, A. After the successful binding, Tong Yu and Shinryangzi both received corresponding rewards. What Tong Yu got this time is also a prop that can only be used in the comic world. Transport God Stone. Introduction, an extremely precious system item, only available in the comic world. It can be reused with a cooldown time of 168 hours per use. After use, you can instantly move to the designated location. Nice one. Tong Yu was thinking about a question before. 057 It is said that kitchen utensils are all over the continents of the Celestial Dynasty in the world of Dashya 1. This world is not a high-tech era. The means of transportation are very limited, and the driving speed is very slow. Even if you know the location of the legendary kitchen utensils, it will take several months just to go to the road, let alone find it. Clue. Now with this thing, you can save a lot of time, not to mention, it can also come in handy when it is critical. But the only downside is that the cooling time is too long, and it can be used after a week. As for whether the reward Shinryoko received was an innate ability, or a very rare ability. Super Olfactory, Ability Class. The ability to smell can be developed to the extreme, and the composition of seasonings, ingredients, dishes, etc. can be judged only by smell. It's just a brief introduction, but it shows the power of this talent. Super Smell, Super Taste, Super Vision, Super Hearing, and super touch are collectively referred to as super five senses, which is one of the top talents in Daxia 1. In the world of Daxia, the only person with this ability is Zhu Qi, one of the 5 tiger stars. However, due to the failure of his sense of taste, Zhu Qi was unable to use this talent to the fullest. Regarding the reward for hardcore fans, Tong Yu remembered that the system said that if the reward of random ability category, it will be selected from the lacking ability first. Since Shinryoko has obtained a super sense of smell, it means that what she lacked before is the sense of smell. To make up for the shortcomings, her strength will be greatly improved with a little training. Tong Yu is also happy for Shinryoko. After all, she is his own woman, and it is of course a good thing to have such a powerful ability. On this day, Tong Yu simply prepared, and he was going to bring Shinryoko into the world of comics. Tong Yu was going to find Ryoko-shin, but a sudden call from a stranger made him confused. Few people know Tong Yu's mobile phone number, and the caller is also an unfamiliar number. Tong Yu will answer the phone with doubts. "Hello, my name is Tong Yu." A clean voice came from the other end of the phone. "Student Tong Yu, are you free now? Let's meet and talk." Judging from the sound, this should be a middle-aged man, and Tong Yu can be sure that he does not know such a person. Tong Yu became more puzzled. He didn't know the other party, but the other party knew his name. "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. If you feel a little confused or dissatisfied with food right now, come to see me at Sigran Cafe at 2 p.m., and I will help you out." After the other party finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Tong Yu was bewildered. This person is insane. And it sounds strange, full of the taste of MLM organization. After thinking about it, Tong Yu felt that this should not be a prank, and his phone number is not easy to know. Since the other party bothered to make this call, it must be something to find him. Whether it was a good thing or not, he didn't know. After some thought, Yu decided to meet the mysterious person who called him. Tong Yu talked to Ryoko-shin before going out, and then came to the Westland Cafe. Tong Yu and Shinryoko came to this cafe once before. The environment is elegant and the service is very good. It is an excellent place for chatting and dating. Tong Yu walked into the restaurant, and a female waiter came out with a smile on his face. Briefly said a few words to the waiter and walked into the restaurant. At this time, there were also many people in the restaurant drinking afternoon tea, but basically 2 or 3 people were together. There was only one seat by the window, and only one person sat there. Tong Yu looked at the time and found that it was already 2 o'clock. If today's phone call wasn't a prank, then the person who called to meet was the ordered person. Tong Yu walked towards this person, and as he approached slowly, he could gradually see the appearance of this person. The man was wearing a black trench coat with a black leather jacket. From the open collar, a shirt and a tie could be seen inside. The hair is combed into a small back, and there is a long gray hair mixed in the black hair of everyone. To be honest, it does take a lot of courage to wear this outfit on a hot day, even if the place is air-conditioned. When Tong Yu saw the person's face clearly, he was stunned. Because this person was actually Nakiri Thistle. Nakiri Ji, the biological father of little Tsundere Nakiri Arena, originally surnamed Nakamura, changed his surname after entering the Nakiri family. When he was a student, he formed the Big Three with Dojima Jin and Saibwa Joichiro, and his cooking skills were very strong. As a student, he admired Saikiro Saibwa extremely, and later he saw Joichiro lost himself on the road of developing food alone and dropped out halfway. At that time, he had the idea of reforming the entire cooking industry. Later, when he joined Nakiri's family, he married Nakiri's real wife, and when he saw his wife lost himself because of God's tongue, he couldn't find the direction on the road of food. Produced a very dark side. This man can be said to be the biggest villain in the original book. Tong Yu never expected that it was Azumi Nakiri who called him. After learning about Nakiri Ji's person and character, combined with the plot in the original book, Tong Yu immediately guessed why Nakiri Ji called him here. Thinking of this, Tong Yu couldn't help but smile. Then he stepped forward a few steps and walked to the opposite side of Nikiri-ji, and said, "The person who called me is you, right?" Nikiri-ji saw Tong Yu coming as promised, with a smile on his face. "That's right, it's down." Nikiri Thistle, formerly known as Nakamura Action. After the Moon Festival in the original novel, he secretly colluded with most members of the Elite 10 Council to impeach Senzaemon and became the new commander of Totsuki Academy. Rong Shanshijin is also one of his supporters, or one of the targets of brainwashing. According to the original development, the target of Nikiri-ji's invitation this time should be Ridge Mountain, but because Rong Shan was defeated by Tong Yu in the halberd and lost his 9th seat, Nikiri-ji's target fell on Tong Yu's body. Nikiri Thistle must win over at least 6 of the current Elite 10 in order to stage a coup and become the new commander. Tong Yu had guessed that Nikiri Thistle had found a purpose, and sat across from him pretending to know nothing. "Who are you, why do you know my phone number, and why are you looking for me?" Tong Yu said after sitting down. Nikiri-ji calmly, put his right hand on his chest, and said with a refined and easygoing face, "Let me introduce myself, my name is Dong, I am a pioneer who is on the road of food." "Hello, Mr. Thistle." "Hee, I'm sorry I can't come to visit in person, I can only invite you out in this way. I'll keep it short. Although I am a pioneer, I want to change this decadent food path. But if I want to change this deeply rooted, it's not enough for me to be alone, so I hope to get people like you and Xiaolin to support me." The difficult Thistle said to Tong Yu with a slightly excited expression. Hearing this, Tong Yu was secretly surprised. At this time, he had already persuaded Eishi Tsukasa and Rindō Kobayashi to agree to launch a coup with him. Although he was surprised in his heart, Tong Yu pretended to be unsure on the surface and said, "Mr. G, your words are difficult to understand, can you explain it a little more clearly?" Nikiri-ji pretended to be mysterious and smiled, and said, "Okay, I'll just say it straight, I want to use Totsuki as the foundation to create a food ideal land that only a chef like you can understand. I need your support, use your first the right of the 9 seats, support me to become the new commander of Totsuki. I need you to add a precious touch to my ideal blueprint." When it comes to this, Nikiri Thistle looks excited, and because of his unique MLM leader momentum, ordinary people are easily attracted and convinced by him. In the original book, Eishi Tsukasa was shaken by the charisma of Yashiki and some brainwashing words. However, Tong Yu knew all about Nikiri Thistle and knew exactly who he was. Thinking of the reforms he made after he became the commander-in-chief in the original book, combined with what he just said, Tong Yu had the urge to laugh. "Sir, what you said surprised me too much. It's better not to say such words indiscriminately. It's a terrible thing to be heard by other people. Also, what exactly is the ideal land of food you said just now? What kind of world is it?" Tong Yu asked, pretending to be at a loss. Hearing Tong Yu's question, Nikiri raised his head slightly and looked serious. "It is a place where there is no fighting, no fearless dropout, and everyone has a fair chance to learn advanced recipes. The current Totsuki is too decadent, and those who were dropped out of school because of a temporary failure are too innocent. Why can't they get the chance to study and drop out is the only option?" When it came to this point, Difficulty's face was full of hatred. Obviously, Nikiri-ji hates the current system so much because of Joichiro's drop out of school. It is for this reason that in the original book, after Nikiri became the new commander, the major reforms of the major research societies were abolished. Nikiri Thistle hates vulgar dishes, and thinks that these dishes are just food, and have no edible value at all, and high-class and shining dishes can be called real food. In his ideal food town, only such dishes are allowed to exist, and all unnecessary things must be abolished. Mao Yu only knew that Nikiri-ji had such an idea now, because Joichiro dropped out of school and his wife, but his thinking was too narrow, and it was purely for his own selfish interests. "I understand. It turns out that Mr. G wants to create such an ideal kingdom of great harmony world. This idea is indeed admirable." Tong Yu nodded and smiled, and quickly changed his words, saying, "But Mr. G, have you ever thought that where there is no competition, the chefs will become lazy and stagnant, and the cooking technology will not only fail to improve, but will keep stepping back? For flowers. You don't have to think about that at all. Nikiri-ji seemed to have thought about this issue for a long time, and with absolute confidence on his face, he said, at that time, I will set up an organization led by Elite 10, this organization will teach everyone the same cooking techniques, the same recipes, there is no such thing as a privilege. At that time, everyone will have a fair chance to learn, and everyone can do the same as Elite 10. The shimmering recipes. It turns out that this is the Central Food Agency, in the original book. If it was another person, under Nikiri-ji's philosophical and dreamy speech, he would waver if he was not sure, nodded and agreed to support him. But unfortunately, he met Tong Yu. 0. After hearing this, Tong Yu stood up and said, Sir, I'm very sorry that I don't agree with what you said about the ideal land of food. Not only that, if you really build such a country, I will be the first to stand up and say destroy it. Hearing this, Nikiri-ji's face suddenly turned gloomy. Your Excellency, are you serious? Hehe, it's hard to move. No, it's Mr. Nakamura. What you created is not a food ideal, but a country centered on you that enslaves everyone. If you don't have much speculation, I will leave. Dong Yu, I was too lazy to talk nonsense with Nikiri-ji, and left the cafe directly after finishing talking. And Nikiri-ji looked at the back of Tong Yu leaving, revealing a gloomy face without temperature. On the way back to Polar Star dorm, Tong Yu was still laughing at it. Get him to support Nikiri Thistle. Isn't that a joke? Now Nikiri Thistle is completely blackened, and supporting him is just pushing Totsuki and the entire cooking world into a quagmire. Tong Yu didn't know that he was the only Elite 10 that Nikiri-ji invited to cooperate, and didn't give him face or support him. A few months later, Azumi Nikiri also specifically approached Tong Yu because of this matter and had another conversation. However, Tong Yu did not take this matter to heart. After returning to Polar Star dorm, he found Ryoko-kan, explaining a series of problems in entering the comic world. That's probably the case, so now I'm going to take you to the world of comics. In the dormitory room, Tong Yu told Kami Ryoko that he was going to the comic world of Zhonghua Ian. Shin Ryoko was stunned and speechless. Well, it's still a little hard to accept, isn't it? Seeing Shin Ryoko's surprised look, Tong Yu explained, simply put, the comic world of Zhonghua Ian is a parallel space similar to our current world, and I inadvertently gained access to this world. Ability. Tong Yu, is everything you said true? Is it necessary to lie to you in this relationship between the two of us? This is really unbelievable, that is to say, Dashya 1, is the real story you have seen, and the plots described in the comics really exist in another parallel space of 060? Shin Ryoko asked with a look of surprise. Tong Yu scratched his head and said with a headache, it can be said the same way. Anyway, I'm telling you this time to take you to the world of comics to hone your cooking skills. By the way, you must keep this matter as a secret, never let it go. Mention it to anyone. Although the system also told Tong Yu that if a die-hard fan leaked some information about the comic world to outsiders, it would immediately erase the memory of the die-hard fan. But Tong Yu doesn't want to see this kind of thing happen, because Ryoko is her woman, and mutual trust and understanding are the most basic respects between lovers. Shin Ryoko is a smart girl, and at the same time knows that this matter is no trivial matter, saying it will definitely cause a sensation all over the world. Don't worry Tong Yu Jun, I won't tell anyone about this, it's a secret that belongs to both of us. Lu Liangzi said with a blushing face. Shin Ryoko was very happy in her heart, because Tong Yu told her such an important thing, which was enough to show her importance in Tong Yu's heart. Well, then let's go right away. This time, we will also train your sense of smell by the way. Dong Yu said. Training my sense of smell. Ryoko-kan has not noticed that she has acquired a super sense of smell. Only then did Tong Yu explain with a smile, Liangzi, your sense of smell has been developed before, and it is comparable to God's tongue. However, if you want to achieve perfect control, you still need to find a professional to guide you. My sense of smell developed. Shen Liangzi was startled again, then reacted and looked at Tong Yu and said, Is this also what Tong Yu did? Tong Yu nodded without saying anything. Shen Ryoko's face flashed with surprise again. Mr. Tong Yu, this kind of thing can be done, it's difficult. Are you the reincarnation of the Lord God of the Imperial Palace? The main god of Yuzhong of heaven is regarded as the god of Tianjin who created the world in Japanese mythology. Tong Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Well, don't think about it, silly girl, even if I'm a god, I'm still your husband, you just need to be a good woman and listen to your husband's words, and everything else will be fine. Don't think about it. When Shinryoko heard Tong Yu's words, his face became red again, but he also acquiesced to Tong Yu's words. Yeah, no matter who Tong Yu is, as long as he can love himself is enough. Moreover, Mao Yu has such a powerful ability, which can bring her more sense of security. Of course, as a woman, she is happy, and she does not need to think too much. In this way, Tong Yu left Polar Star Dorm with Ryoko, and then went to the comic world together after finding a place where no one was around. After a burst of dazzling white light, the two successfully entered the world of comics. The place to enter the world of comics is the place where Tong Yu left last time, which is Hubei Cave. When Tong Yu and Shen Liangzi appeared in the cave of Hubei, everyone in the dark cooking world hurried forward to greet him. Congratulations, Master Tong Yu. A group of people knelt on one knee and saluted Tong Yu. Tong Yu waved his hand to let everyone get up, then took Shinryoko's hand and walked up the stone steps, sitting on the stone seat paved with tiger skins. Shinryoko then sat next to Tong Yu, and a group of people in the dark cooking world below also looked at her for a while. Everyone is not stupid. Seeing that Tong Yu can hold Shen Liangzi so closely, they have already guessed her identity, and their eyes do not dare to stay on Shen Liangzi. Did nothing happen while I was away? Tong Yu asked while sitting on the stone seat, looking at the crowd below. Yakin stood at the front of the crowd, holding a bamboo slip in his hand and drinking water. Hearing Tong Yu's words, he didn't say anything. After a while, Xiang stood up and cupped his hands. Report to Master Tong Yu, there is something important to report, someone defected to the dark cooking world. Oh, who escaped? 7-star knife Ren, that guy escaped with the best knife, the 7-star knife, but his whereabouts have been investigated, and he is escaping in the direction of Guangzhou. Xiang Endeo. Tong Yu couldn't help thinking in his heart when he heard this. The last time he left was more than a month ago. According to the time ratio between the real world and the comic world, more than 3 months have passed in the comic world. Ren's defection at this point in time shows that Luangxing has also become a super chef, and many plots in the original work also happen together. At this time, Yakin also said, there is reliable news that there is a legendary kitchen utensil sealed in Daxian Temple in Guangzhou. I think Ren should also go to this place for the legendary kitchen utensils. It's interesting, does he also want to get the legendary kitchen utensils? Tong Yu smiled faintly, and asked again, how long has it been since Ren has been away from here? How many days will it take to get to Guangzhou from here? Sir, Ren is the headquarters that defected yesterday, and it will take about 12 days to reach Guangzhou from here at the fastest time. But don't worry, my lord, I have already passed the letter to the chef Lin in Guangzhou area, White Mouse, he prepared to intercept Ren. Xiang En said so again. 4.4. Day Rat? Is it the guy who pretended to be Ren and wanted to take back the legendary kitchen utensils, but in the end he could only commit suicide with the eternal sword because of his identity? Thinking of this, Tong Yu immediately ordered, I immediately inform by Ri's Mouse not to intervene in this matter, and I will go to Guangzhou to deal with it in person. After saying this, everyone present was shocked. Sir, do you want to go there in person? Then Ren will surely die, and it is said that the kitchen utensils will also be won. Xiang En said very happily. After Tong Yu made a decision, he immediately asked, "Where are the 5 tiger stars, Zhu Qi and Mila?" Reporting to the Lord, Lord Zhu Qi is now in Qinglong Mountain, and Lord Mila is in Phoenix Mountain. It seems that they are all retreating and studying cooking. Call the 2 of them back to Baoyi Cave immediately. Yes. Tong Yu ordered the other 5 tiger stars, Zhu Qi and Mila, to return to Hubei Cave, and only in the afternoon of the same day they came to Tong Yu. Zhu Qi is a seemingly cheerful and lively teenager, holding a pair of silver chopsticks that are 1 meter long. Mila, dressed in a standard Indian-style casual dress, with a string of large rosary beads on her neck as a spice container, blue pupils, a slender figure, and an exotic woman's beauty. In a separate cave, there were only Mila, Zhu Qi, Tong Yu, and Shinryoko. "Sir, I don't know what order you have to call us back," Zhu Qi asked. Although Zhu Qi is a 5 tiger star, he still addresses Tong Yu with honorifics. Obviously, Zhu Qi was also in awe of Tong Yu. After all, Tong Yu defeated Caillou and Yakin successively. Mila didn't speak, and looked at Tong Yu with a hint of fear in her blue pupils. At this time, in the eyes of Mila and Zhu Qi, Tong Yu had become a more terrifying existence than Caillou. "You two don't need to be nervous, it's not a particularly important thing to call you back, I just want to ask you some cooking questions," Tong Yu said with a smile. After saying this, Zhu Qi and Mila were stunned. "Please, ask a question." Zhu Qi was stunned. 22 Tong Yu nodded with a smile, and said, "Yes, Zhu Qi, you have a super sense of smell, Mila, you have a super vision, the 2 of you are above me in this field, so I want to learn this knowledge from you." What? This time even Mila made such a sound, and they suspected that they had heard it wrong. "Tong wants to ask you and the others about cooking." If someone else said these things to the 2 of them, they wouldn't feel anything. But who is Tong Yu? Tong Yu is the current leader of the dark cooking world, and can defeat the existence of Caillou and Akan. It is of course surprising to them that he is so shameless to ask them questions now. Tong Yu saw the surprised 2 people and knew what they were thinking, so he couldn't help laughing again. You 2 don't need to be too surprised, I told everyone before that I'm different from Caillou. And in the field of cooking in this area, no one dares to say that they are omnipotent, and there are always things they don't know and are not good at. So it is normal to ask others questions. So, is Master Tong Yu going to let me and Sister Mila help you train your super smell and supervision? Zhu Qi asked. Tong Yu nodded and said, "Yes, especially the spices, I would like to ask Sister Mila to give me some advice, because Liangzi and I are not good at this." Okay. Mira nodded. Zhu Qi and Mila both had varying degrees of doubt. Because Tong asks them for advice on this aspect, it means that he does not have super smell and supervision. However, without these 2 talents, it is possible to defeat Caillou, who has many talents such as super smell and supervision at the same time. Although there were doubts in their hearts, they dared not ask more. In the next 3 days, Tong Yu and Shinryoko took the initiative to learn about cooking knowledge from Mila and Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi has a super sense of smell, and he handed over the basic application of super sense of smell to Shinliangzi. Shinliangzi also benefited a lot, and gradually began to manipulate the sense of smell to judge the quality of a dish. Tong Yu is very interested in Mila's spice inequalities, and under her guidance has already reached the threshold of the spice field. Learning new knowledge is an interesting thing, especially after successful learning, you will be addicted to it. Although Tong Yu wanted to continue studying with Mila, he had to leave to deal with Ren's business. So on the 4th day, Tong Yu told Shinryoko about his departure, and asked her to continue to learn cooking-related knowledge with Zhu Qi and Mila. Now in the dark cooking world, everyone knows the identity of Jin Ryoko. Even if Tong Yu is not in the dark cooking world, others still have a certain respect for this leader lady. Before leaving, Tong Yu once again instructed Yakin, Mila, Zhu Qi and some other things. After everything was properly explained, he found a place where no one was around and took out the system item, transportation god stone. Tong Yu set the location of the teleportation in Guangzhou City. Then he chose to use it, and after a flash of white light, Tong Yu instantly came to a deserted alley in Guangzhou City. Walking out of the alley, Tong Yu felt the liveliness of Guangzhou City, which is known as the City of Food. There are always pedestrians coming and going, and all kinds of food and ingredients can be seen everywhere along the street. At the same time, thousands of restaurants, large and small, fill the streets. One of the most famous is Yangchuan Restaurant. Tong Yu casually asked a passerby about where Yangchuan Restaurant was, and then went straight to find it. After a stick of incense, Tong came to the gate of the Yangchuan Restaurant. It is worthy of being the largest restaurant in Guangzhou City, and this gate alone is much higher than other restaurants. Above the tall vermilion gate, there is a striking plaque on which the 4 characters, Yangchuan Restaurant, are written in regular script. Inside the gate is the place to eat, and at the time of the noon meal, the seats were almost full. Tong Yu walked in, just as a table of guests left, he walked over and sat down. After a while, the waiter, the shop assistant, came over and asked Tong Yu what he wanted to eat. Tong Yu didn't say what he wanted to eat, but asked the shop assistant, who is in charge of the kitchen today, and is Master G.D. Ming, it's unfortunate that this guest official is not here today. But don't worry, the youngest super chef is in charge of the chef, and the taste of his cooking will definitely satisfy you. The second shopkeeper said to Jingyu. Super, Chef Lu Wangxing. It has 060 meaning. Tong Yu touched his chin and thought for a while, come here a fried Xinjiang dish, and a golden egg fried rice. Okay, please wait a moment. The shop assistant took down the dishes that Tong Yu ordered and trotted towards the kitchen. There is also a reason why Tong Yu ordered these 2 dishes. These 2 dishes may seem simple, but people in the know that they are a test of cooking skills. Moreover, the dish, fried Xinjiang cuisine, is a traditional dish for the appraisers of Yangchuan Restaurant, and Tong Yu wanted to try it for a long time. As for the golden egg fried rice, it's almost the same. It is Lu Wangxing's specialty dish. From this dish, we can preliminarily judge Lu Wangxing's current strength. Professional chefs and a top-notch kitchen team won't allow guests to wait too long. After waiting for a few minutes, the 2 dishes that Tong Yu ordered were delivered. Come on, guest officer, you ordered fried Xinjiang dishes and golden egg fried rice, please take your time. After the second shopkeeper said enthusiastically, he went to greet the other guests. Tong Yu picked up his chopsticks and took the lead to put the fragrant and emerald green Xinjiang dishes into his mouth. The slightly sweet taste of Xinjiang kai is very refreshing. When you bite into it, you can make a rattling sound. The aroma of minced garlic is also fully integrated with the fragrance of Xinjiang kai. At the same time, the muddy smell of Xinjiang kai is also very clean. Then, how about this golden egg fried rice? Golden egg fried rice, it looks like it just mixes rice with eggs. But the grains of rice must be fully blended with the eggs to make the rice shine like gold. The bowl of golden egg fried rice that Tong Yu is currently tasting is excellent in every aspect, and it reflects all the deliciousness that golden egg fried rice should have. Is this what Lu Wangxing cooked? It really tastes good. Tong Yu murmured to himself and left Yangchuan Restaurant after paying the money. When paying the money, Tong Yu asked the second shopkeeper about the whereabouts of Master Shi Quan. From the second shopkeeper, he learned that the 2 had been traveling for a while, and it was estimated that they would return in the next few days. Without Master Shi Quan, Tong Yu's plan could not proceed. However, he can also use this time to taste Lu Wangxing's craftsmanship first. It is not entirely correct to say that it is a tasting technique, because Tong Yu and Lu Subaru have a super taste, and each dish can be tasted one by one whether it is delicious or not, and whether there are flaws, so as to have a certain understanding of the strength of the other party. This also means that Tong Yu first probes the enemy's situation and prepares for the future. For convenience, Tong Yu found an inn closest to Yangchuan Restaurant to stay. In the evening, he came to Yangchuan Restaurant again. Tong Yu sat down, and this time, it was not the shop assistant at noon, but a girl with a sexy body. This girl has a beautiful appearance, pale skin, and has long smooth rose-red ocean curly hair, full of temperament. Coupled with a pair of stone pine-colored large European-style eyes, it looks even more beautiful. In particular, the stalwart front of the chest is enough to make Mujuziyu and fruit a match. The only person who can have such characteristics in Yangshuan restaurant is Jidi's daughter Mei Li. Mei Li ran in front of Tong Yu with the recipe list in her hand, and it seemed that her face was extremely red because she had been busy all the time. "Here, this guest officer, what do you want to eat?" Mei Li said politely and brought the recipe in front of Tong Yu. Tong Yu took over the recipe and didn't go to read it, nor did he rush to order, and his eyes fell on Mei Li. "This lady, you look so beautiful." Tong Yu looked at Mei Li with a smile. Mei Li's already red cheeks became even more rosy because of Tong Yu's words. "Ah. Thank you for your compliment." Mei Li blushed. Women will not dislike a man who praises her beauty, not to mention that this man is also very handsome. Tong Yu has a unique charm and temperament due to the combination of various abilities and the use of character beads to choose his identity. Zhang Yu was not teasing Mei Li, and said the two dishes he wanted to eat. "This time, I want to taste the 6-flavored mapo tofu and the characteristic green pepper shredded pork," said Tong Yu. Mei Li can understand the special shredded pork with green peppers. When Lu Angxing entered Yangshuan restaurant, he and Tang Sanjia joined forces to make a special shredded pork with persimmons for seasoning. At that time, many people had tasted the dish and were full of praise. However, she had never heard of the 6-flavored mapo tofu. "This guest, Mei Li paused when she said what she said. Originally she wanted to say that there is no mapo tofu with 6 flavors in one, and asked Tong Yu to order a new dish. But when she saw Tong Yu's strange clothes, she looked like a master who wasn't easy to mess with, and when she remembered that someone came to kick the hall a while ago, she didn't dare to offend such a person. So I told Tong Yu to wait for a while, and went to the kitchen to tell Lu Angxing, the temporary chef, about this. Is there a customer who wants to eat 6-flavored mapo tofu? Lu Angxing exclaimed in surprise. Is there no such dish? Then I'll go talk to this guest and let him change a dish. Mei Li said. No, it's not that I can't make it, but there shouldn't be many people who know this recipe, because it's a recipe that was lost to my mother. Mei Li, do you remember what I told you about with Xiaoan before? We went downstairs to compare this 6-flavored, magic mapo tofu. So this guest has been to Chrysanthemum downstairs or eaten by Chef Abe? Well, it's very possible. But since this guest ordered this dish, I have to satisfy him. I'll make magic mapo tofu right away. Naturally, Tong Yu didn't know about the conversation in the kitchen, and the wait time for cooking was obviously longer than noon. About 10 minutes later, Tong Yu saw Mei Li and another boy walking towards him with a prepared meal in each hand. This young man is shorter than Mei Li, has long black and blue hair, and wears a red waistcoat symbolizing a super chef and a white chef's uniform embroidered with fire patterns. Tong Yu knew that this person was Lu Angxing. In front of Lu Angxing's chest is the exquisite key of the temporary chef of Yangshuan restaurant. Lu Angxing personally delivered the magic mapo tofu on a large white plate to Tong Yu. Guest, this is the dish you ordered, please take it slow. Tong Yu didn't speak, picked up the child and tasted this magical mapo tofu first. In less than 2 minutes, Tong Yu devoured a whole plate of mapo tofu. Then he immediately picked up his chopsticks and ate a plate of shredded green peppers at the same speed. The whole process did not stop, and Lu Xing and Mei Li, who were watching, were surprised for a while. The speed of eating is too fast. And the careful Lu Angxing also found a place that surprised him. This plate of magic mapo tofu is so spicy that most people will sweat profusely after eating it. However, Tong Yu ate so fast that there was no sweat on his forehead and cheeks. As expected of the super chef Lu Angxing, this craft is really worthless. Yes, I will come over to eat at noon tomorrow. Tong Yu said and put the money on the table, then stood, of the kings, up and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Lu Wangxing hurriedly shouted, "Guest, please stay." "Super Chef, is there anything else?" "Please, my guest, should you know my mother, Master Abe?" Lu Wangxing asked. "Huh? Why do you ask that?" "Because there are not many people who know magic mapo tofu. This dish, and you have no reaction at all after eating it, it means that you are not eating this dish for the first time, so I guess you should know my mother," Lu Wangxing said. Tong Yu had a full smile on his face after hearing this and said, "Lu Xing, it's better not to know anything too early. I'll come over tomorrow to eat the dishes you made, but it's not just 2 dishes. Get ready." After Tong Yu finished speaking, he turned and left Yangshuan restaurant. Lu Subaru stared at Tong Yu's back and fell into deep thought. After Tong Yu left the Yangshuan restaurant, he headed towards the inn where he was staying. But when he was about to arrive at the inn, Tong Yu stopped and turned around to stare at the dark night for a moment. Then Tong Yu changed direction and walked into the side alley. After Tong Yu walked into the alley, he said to the empty cul-de-sac, "Come out." When the words fell, a shadow jumped from the 3-meter-high wall in the dead end and knelt in front of Tong Yu. "Chef Lin's day, Rat King Xing sees Master Tong Yu. It turned out that, you are the day mouse, don't be too polite." Wang Xing stood up, and only then did Tong Yu see his true face. He saw that it was a one-eyed chef with scars all over his face, looking a little scary in this dark alley. "Do you have anything to report?" Tong Yu asked. Wang Xing cupped his hands and said, "Sir, I have already investigated the exact location of the legendary kitchen utensils. Do I immediately send someone to capture it?" "No need, since I'm here, it is said that I will find a way to get the kitchen utensils. You won't interfere and just wait for my order. Remember, you can't act rashly without my order, you know." Tong Yu couldn't help it. "If in doubt," he said to Wang Xing. "Yes. Okay, you retire. I'm in Guangzhou City these few days, you don't want to be discovered by others, so as not to delay my plan. My subordinate understands 060. After Tong Yu and Bai Rat explained some words, they returned to the inn to rest. At noon the next day, Tong Yu came to Yangshuan restaurant again. Yes, it was the guest last night. He really came. Mei Li trotted to Tong Yu with the recipe and asked, "Guest, what would you like to eat today?" "Beautiful lady, we meet again." Mei Li's face flushed red again and her heartbeat quickened at Tong Yu's smiling words. Tong Yu saw that Mei Li's face was red because of his words, and she was really a simple little girl in her heart. Tong Yu did not continue to tease Mei Li, and said the dishes he wanted to taste: catfish noodles, shenglong dumplings, inha noodles, kaihua rice noodles, rainbow porridge, sour plum fried rice, silky chicken rice, jinyu fried yunlong, baoshan filong pot, 3 eggs xiaomai. Tong Yu said 10 dishes in one breath, which made Mei Li by the side unable to remember them, so she could only pick up a pen and write them down one by one in the notebook. "Send this guest, you are sure to order so many dishes, and these dishes do not exist in our restaurant's menu." Mei Li was very surprised in her heart. See, she knew all 10 dishes, because they were all created by the little master. The non-noodle dish: catfish noodle made by the super chef in the final assessment. Shenglong dumplings made by the Guangzhou dumpling competition. Kaihua fried rice, rainbow porridge, fried rice with sour plum, and silky chicken rice made in the mainland of Daxia. Fight against the golden feather fried cloud dragon and baoshan flying dragon pot made by Li Yancher, who came to take revenge. As for the 3 shumai, this is a dish requested by the steel stick solution, who came to the kick hall a few days ago. Tong Yu could say without a pause that this recipe was all invented by the young master, which made Mei Li feel like Tong Yu was there when the young master made these dishes. "Hee, you just let Lu Wangxing do it, he will definitely be able to do it, and I will pay you a lot of money." Tong Yu looked at the increasing number of customers in the restaurant, and added, "It's a bit hard for you to make these dishes when you are the busiest. Tell Lu Subaru I will come back at 9 p.m., and then I will ask him to prepare all these dishes. After saying this, Tong Yu left the dining room of Yangshuan restaurant. The night gradually enveloped the entire Guangzhou city. The time came to 9 o'clock in the evening, and this time was already the proofing time of Yangshuan restaurant, but today's Yangshuan restaurant opened the door. On a large table in the middle of the dining room, there were 10 dishes steaming hot. On the side of the table stood Lu Subaru, Mei Li, and Master Shitty and Shirquan. Actually, is there such a thing? Are all the dishes ordered by the little master's original food? Hee, it seems that this person knows you well. Master Shirquan said while drinking the wine of the gourd. Lu Subaru nodded, but the strange thing is, I don't know him. Just who is sacred, I'll know right away. The first paralyzed face said without emotion. He's here. Mei Li's eyes fell on Tong Yu, who had already reached the gate. I saw Tong Yu walking slowly into the restaurant. At this moment, the eyes of GD and Shirquan all fell on Tong Yu's body. Tong Yu, of course, also saw Master Shirquan, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Has the man in charge finally returned? It turned out that, GD and Master Shirquan have returned to Yangshuan restaurant. The junior Tong Yu pays respects to the two seniors. Dong walked over to Master Yu Shirquan and bowed to make a donation. Don't be too polite, did you order all the dishes on the young man's table? Master Shirquan asked. Tong Yu smiled and said, yes. Then eat it while it's hot. Okay. No unnecessary nonsense, Tong Yu sat in front of the big table by himself, picked up chopsticks and started eating. Tong Yu's terrifying appetite immediately showed, making Mei Li and Lu Angxing stunned again. There were 10 dishes in total, and Tong Yu ate them all in less than a stick of incense. Master Shirquan looked at the dishes that Tong Yu had wiped out, and then looked at GD who was standing by the side, and said, this food intake is almost on a par with you, GD. GD did not speak, and there was no expression on his face. Tong Yu was half full, with a happy look on his face. Call. After letting out a sigh of relief, Tong Yu put the corresponding money on the table, then stood up and came to Master Shirquan and the others. Thank you, hospitality, I finally understand the craftsmanship of the youngest super chef in history, so let's get to the point now. Tong Yu bowed again to Master Shirquan, and said, Master Shirquan, I'm here this time for the legendary kitchenware Eternal Spirit Blade, which is kept by the vast company. I dare to ask if you are willing to hand over the kitchenware to me. Having said this, not only did Grandmaster Shirquan have a serious and surprised look on his face, but even GD, who has not changed his face for 10,000 years, was extremely surprised. Dad, what is the legendary kitchenware? Mei Li asked. Lu Subaru also looked at GD with curious eyes. However, GD ignored the two and looked at Tong Yu with serious eyes. Your name is Tong Yu, why do you know that Guang Shilian keeps the legendary kitchen utensils in his hands? And the most important point, why do you want to get the legendary kitchen utensils? Master Shirquan had an extremely serious expression on his face, which was completely different from the genial old man's face just now. Master Shirquan's originally soft face became extremely serious, and his eyes were fixed on Tong Yu. Tong Yu did not change his face, with a faint smile on his face. If Master Shirquan insists on asking the reason, then I can only tell you that it is because of this. With a wave of his right hand, a kitchen knife appeared in Tong Yu's hand, which was a legendary kitchen knife called Garuda. The moment he held the Garuda sword, golden rays of light shone around, and the Ruifeng pattern appeared on the blade again. Master Shirquan's complexion changed greatly again, and he said in a loss, yes, it is the legendary kitchen utensils Garuda knife. GD's paralyzed face solidified again, especially for Mei Li and Lu Subaru, who also saw the legendary kitchen utensils for the first time. Since Master Shirquan recognizes the legendary kitchen utensil in my hand as Gardura knife, he should know that Yongling knife and it are a natural pair. I am now the master of Gardura knife, and I am also the Yongling knife. Must get. Are you still satisfied with this reason? Tong Yu said with a smile as he took Garuda back. Master Shirkwan gradually recovered from the shock, and his eyes fell on Tong Yu again, looking up and down. Others don't know, but he is very clear that the chef who can be recognized by the legendary kitchen must be no trivial matter, and his cooking skills must be very strong. He still has no way of understanding how Tong Yu got the Garuda sword, nor is it clear, Tong Yu's identity. But as Tong Yu said just now, since he knew the existence of the legendary kitchen utensils, he could still get one of them. The recognition of the Garuda sword indeed also met the conditions for obtaining the Eternal Spirit Sword. However, as a treasure that Guanglian has served for hundreds of years, how could it be easily given to an unknown chef? Thinking of this, Master Shirkwan said, Tong Yu, although you have obtained other legendary kitchen utensils, which proves his strength, the Yongling knife can't be given to you right now. Why? Master Shirkwan pondered for a moment before slowly saying, because I promised another young man that he would inherit the eternal sword when he returned from his studies. Master Shirkwan said the boy was Ren. Tong Yu's words made Master Shirkwan and the other two startled again. Master, don't be surprised why I know, but as far as I know, Ren has already joined the dark cooking world, and it is impossible to come back here again. Are you sure you want to continue to wait? Tong Yu said. When it comes to the 5 words, dark cooking world, everyone present is extremely sensitive. Especially when Mei Li heard Tong Yu's words, she retorted very excitedly, how could Ren possibly join the evil dark cooking world? Don't talk nonsense. Really? Well, Master, I dare to ask, what is the purpose of the legendary kitchenware? It is to benefit mankind and use the power of kitchenware to bring infinite happiness to diners. Am I right? Tong Yu asked. Master Shirkwan nodded without speaking. Tong Yu continued, saying, now there is a chef who can benefit mankind and make good use of legendary kitchen utensils in front of your eyes, but you still have to wait for an unlikely chef. Why is this? Don't tell me it's for years that boring promise. Hearing Tong Yu's words, Master Shirkwan and Jidi both fell into deep thought for a long time. After a long time, Master Shirkwan said, I understand, what you said is very reasonable. Although you can get the approval of the Garuda sword, you still need to determine your strength. As for the determined principle, it is to participate in the traditional duel held in the Daxian temple, Shenqian Dao Gong. Hearing this, Tong Yu's mouth evoked a deep smile. Sure enough, in the end, it still has to be solved by God Swordsman Showdown. A duel between gods and swordsmen. Ah, it's interesting. Who is my opponent? Although Tong Yu asked, his eyes fell on Lu Angxing. Master Shirkwan and Jidi's eyes also fell on Lu Subaru. Little master, you can compete with him. Jidi said. I'm going to compare. Lu Xing couldn't help but be surprised. Whoever of the two of you can compete with swordsmanship in front of God wins and has the qualification to inherit the eternal sword. But to be fair, Tong Yu, you can't use the power of the Garuda sword. And said to Tong Yu. Tong Yu laughed after hearing this, of course there is no problem, but I can use kitchen utensils other than legendary kitchen utensils. Then, young super chef, I am looking forward to the showdown with you. But, I still want to remind you first, since it's a showdown between God's knife workers, prepare your own kitchen utensils. My kitchen utensils are not just Garuda knives. If you suffer from kitchen utensils at that time, don't blame me for not reminding you. Tong Yu said to Lu Angxing with a smile. Afterwards, Master Shirkwan informed Tong Yu that the Shenqian Swordsman Showdown was scheduled to take place 3 days later, and the venue was naturally at Daxian Temple. As for the subject of the showdown, we will inform you one by one. Tong Yu settled everything and left the spring restaurant to return to the inn. When Tong Yu left, Lu Xing and Mei Li hurriedly asked. Master Shirkwan, what exactly is the legendary kitchenware of Master Jidi? At this time, Lu Subaru did not know the existence of the legendary kitchen utensils. It is said that kitchen utensils are 8 magical kitchen utensils made by ancient famous chef Shili with meteorites falling from the sky 7,000 years ago. Under the explanation of Master Shirquan, Lu Piaoxing and others had a preliminary understanding of the legendary kitchen utensils. The time soon came to 3 days later. In the past 3 days, the news that Lu Angxing, the youngest super chef in history, is going to have a knife match with another chef spread throughout the city of Guangzhou. Daxian Temple, located in the middle of the mountainside of Hualin Mountain outside the city of Guangdong, is known as the ancient temple of Guangzhou's 5 famous temples. Every year, chefs in Guangzhou province will bring their famous kitchen utensils here to worship, so Daxian Temple is also known as Kitchen Utensil Support, is famous all over the country. The oldest building in the temple is the Chuanbeitang, which houses the legendary kitchenware that has been around for hundreds of years. The legendary kitchen utensils enshrined in Daxian Temple are kitchen utensils used by many great chefs. It has quite magical power and has been a sacred symbol in the hearts of chefs in Guangdong province since ancient times. It's just that young talents who are perfect in terms of technology and spirit have this set of kitchen utensils. Since ancient times, I don't know how many young chefs have hated this legendary kitchen utensils. Now, the competition to decide the successor of the legendary kitchen utensils, the knife showdown before God, is about to kick off. The central square of Daxian Temple is already crowded with people at this time. Almost half of the residents of Guangzhou City have come here. On the test stage, several monks from Daxian Temple carried out boxes sealed with dozens of yellow charms. This box sealed with a talisman contains the legendary kitchen utensils. Seeing that the legendary kitchen utensils were carried out, the people below were even more excited and heated. Look, the legendary kitchen utensils are in that box. I heard that this competition is about a young super chef from Yangchuan restaurant and another chef I don't know. Really, then the showdown will be exciting. Amid the heated discussion, Master Shirquan, Chef Guang, and 3 other elders appeared on the test stage together. Today's Master Shirquan changed into a solemn and sacred long robe, and his hair was tied up, making him look extremely energetic. Master Shirquan looks like a drunk old man who can only drink alcohol on weekdays, but in fact he is an authority figure in the entire Wuxia cuisine industry, especially in Guangzhou City. Seeing that everything was almost ready, Master Shirquan came to the position where the competition platform was going, and announced loudly, according to the legendary ancient ritual, I announce that the Xinxian Swordsman Showdown in Daxian Temple has officially begun. After speaking, Master Shirquan came to the ingredients covered by a white cloth and lifted the white cloth. I saw 2 huge and still beating crocodiles appear in front of everyone. The ingredients for this matchup are sea bream. Master Shirquan said. What a big crocodile, and it looks pretty fresh. This is one of the most popular ingredients in Guangzhou. The whole body of the crocodile can be used for cooking. However, it is a very difficult job to disassemble the fish without hurting the meat. Yes, the level of knife craftsmanship will directly affect the quality of cooking, and it is indeed the most appropriate to use this ingredient as the Xinxian Swordsman Showdown. After the ingredients were announced, Master Shirquan introduced the 2 protagonists in turn. When Lu Subaru appeared on the test stage, the people below burst into cheers. Come on, little boss, we must win the victory and get the right to inherit the legendary kitchen utensils. We wait for you to use the legendary kitchen utensils to cook for us, don't lose to your opponent. It is not surprising that many people are cheering for Lu Angxing. After all, Lu Angxing has been in Guangzhou City for some time. From the very beginning of the Guangzhou dumpling competition and becoming a super chef, he has brought him a lot of fame. In contrast, after Tong Yu's appearance, the cheering voice was obviously much quieter. Who is this person? Is he also a super chef? A raw face that I have never seen before. Isn't it, such an unknown chef can also participate in the knife showdown before God? A group of people raised doubts about Tong Yu, who seemed to be unknown. Tong Yu didn't care at all, and put the 7 kitchen knives he had prepared on the kitchen counter. Hey, That unknown chef actually prepared 7 kitchen knives. Although it's a duel between gods and swordsmen, you don't need to prepare so many kitchen knives, you come fully prepared. Wait, the little boss seems to have prepared kitchen knives, but there are only 2, and why does the kitchen knife look so strange? Hearing such a voice under the competition stage, Tong Yu turned around and set his eyes on Lu Angxing. For flowers. Oh, you really prepared the corresponding kitchen knife, this is the 106 kitchen knife. Tong Yu looked at the kitchen knife in Lu Angxing's hand and said. 100-hole kitchen knife, there are hundreds of small holes on the knife body, and the name of the knife comes from this. Because the blade has small holes, the air is easy to circulate, making it difficult for ingredients to adhere to the kitchen knife, and the elasticity of the kitchen knife is greatly increased, which can easily handle materials. The inventor of this kitchen knife is from the dark cooking world, and it should only be known by the people in the dark cooking world. However, Lu Xingxing learned the method of forging this kitchen knife from the notes left by his mother, Master Abe, and then asked Steel Rod Solution to forge this kitchen knife. You, how do you know the name of this kitchen knife? Lu Angxing exclaimed in surprise. Hee, you don't need to know this, you should focus on the next competition. By the way, to be precise, you should have prepared 3 kitchen knives this time. 1 kitchen knife for your own use, a kitchen knife with 100 holes, and then an invisible wire kitchen knife, right? Tong Yu's remark surprised Lu Angxing again and froze in place. A feeling suddenly rose in Lu Subaru's heart. Tong Yu seemed to be able to see through everything in his heart, and he couldn't hide any secrets in front of Tong Yu. At this time, Master Shirquan also came to the 2 of them and said, Little Master, Tong Yu. According to the traditional ceremony, there is no time limit for this game, you 2 should uphold the pride that you should have as a chef. Let's make 4 sea bream dishes that you are most satisfied with. 4-course crocodile dishes. Tong Yu's mouth became wider with a smile. All of this seems to be proceeding according to the original. Tong Yu laughed in his heart. 0. But there is one more thing I want to say before, these 2 crocodiles were caught and landed at sunrise this morning, if you understand it, let's start. After Master Shirquan finished speaking, he left the competition stage, leaving the display space for Tong Yu and Lu Angxing. After that, Ping Yu and Lu Angxing took action one after another, and both of them were the first to deal with the snapper. Lu Subaru was the first to take out the steel wire kitchen knife, put the 2 ends of the kitchen knife between the palms of his left and right hands, and then stretched it out towards the crocodile laid on the chopping board. Because the steel wire guessed that he was too thin, and Lu Angxing had a certain distance on the cooking table from everyone under the test table, it was difficult for everyone to see the steel wire kitchen knife in his hand. Therefore, when Lu Angxing easily removed the fish scales with a wire kitchen knife, it seemed to them that he was removing the fish scales with his bare hands. He actually scraped off the extremely hard scales just by touching it with his hands. It is important to know that the scales of snapper are very hard, and the quality of the kitchen knife is not good or it is not skillfully removed, and even the knife may leave a gap. Hey, isn't this magic? GD was very powerful, and immediately saw Lu Angxing's steel wire kitchen knife shining in his palms. It turns out that with a wire kitchen knife, you can easily scrape the scales off the fish. Well, what's the sound? Everyone looked back and saw that Tong Yu had picked up one of the 7-star knives, and he used his 7-star stunt to instantly remove the hard scales of the snapper. Tong Yu's knife skills are even more exaggerated, and Lu Angxing has to go back and forth more than 10 times to scrape off the scales on one side. But Tong Yu dealt with the fish scales in a split second. Rao Shirquan Master, and the others saw it, and there was a burst of surprise in their expressions. Lu Angxing couldn't help but stop his movements and turn to look at Tong Yu. This person is very strong, completely different from the opponents he has met before. Lu Angxing was sweaty on his forehead, and he rarely felt the pressure from his opponents. However, Lu Angxing is also a man who refuses to admit defeat. After removing the scales of the sea bream, he picked up the kitchen knife with 100 holes and proceeded to the next cooking step. The belly is cut open to remove the internal organs, the bones are deboned, and the meat of each part of the fish is divided. Lu Wangxing was very careful when handling the sea bream, trying not to damage the overall shape of the sea bream, but only took out the internal meat one by one. Of course, the whole process is also quite a test of carefulness and knife skills. Lu Wangxing has a kitchen knife with 100 points, while Tong Yu has a 7-star knife. The 7-star knives are of different sizes and can be applied to different parts of the sea bream, and it is also very easy to handle. It stands to reason that if you want to cook 4 sea bream dishes, you can only submit them one by one, and it is impossible to wait until the 4 dishes are finished at the same time and served together. Each dish will take a corresponding amount of time to prepare, and if they are presented together, they will definitely lose the deliciousness of the earliest completed dish. However, when the time came to noon, both sides did not submit any dishes, which made many people puzzled. I haven't finished a single dish in the morning, so when the 4 dishes are finished, wouldn't it have to wait until it gets dark? Just when everyone was wondering, Lu Wangxing's voice came. My cooking is done. What kind of light is this, so dazzling? Quick, look at the snapper's body spread out like a fan. As Lu Wangxing cut off the line that tied the whole snapper, the crocodile quickly spread out around, and a lifelike Huxia mainland formed on the plate. As the judges, the elders of the 4 broad companies all exclaimed in surprise. Really, the body has become a celestial continent. What kind of swordsmanship is this, to use a whole sea bream to fully display the entire celestial continent? Lu Wangxing also showed his signature move at this moment, raised his hands and said loudly, the special map of the sea bream mainland is completed. Everyone was shocked, but Lu Subaru actually put 4 dishes into the whole sea bream, and also made it into the shape of a map of the celestial continent. After being amazed by the 4 elders, Guangchu quickly picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of crocodile dish from different directions of the celestial dynasty, and put it into a small bowl. When they took the first bite, the expressions of the 4 of them suddenly froze, and the next second they became very surprised. Then I tasted the second, third, and fourth bites. After the 4 elders tasted all the crocodile dishes in 4 different directions, they finally found something. It's unbelievable, it's unbelievable. Not only are the 4 dishes presented in the whole sea bream, but the 4 dishes represent the special dishes of each region of the celestial continent. While talking, Master Shirquan picked up another piece of sea bream dish and said, this part is the taste and eating method of Cantonese cuisine. The fresh vegetables that Guangdong province is most proud of and the whole crocodile have the best taste. 060, the delicious fish maw is fried with oil, the crispy vegetables are paired with the fat and tender fish maw, a bite will make you unforgettable. This is Beijing. This is the back of the fish, which is sliced and roasted and wrapped in green onions. This is eaten with the noodles that are often used in Peking duck. This is enough to make people drink several cups. Excellent appetizers. Sichuan part, the fat part in the middle is wrapped together with dough, then put in hot oil to fry, and then drizzled with hot and spicy chili oil. After eating, the chili oil that makes people sweat is sweet and sweet, the refreshing taste makes a great combination. The last part is Shanghai, take out the crab roe from Shanghai, cut the tail of the sea bream into sashimi, and coat the crab roe piece by piece at the end. The melt-in-your-mouth sashimi and crab roe slowly melt in your mouth, it's really great. The 4 elders of the Guang Kitchen Company all ate a lot, and their faces were filled with happiness because of the delicious food. Everyone in the competition stage praised Lu Wangxing for bringing out such a creative and delicious dish that could conquer the 4 elders. In particular, the Yangchuan restaurant and his party made a cheering sound. Okay, this is a great recipe. Little Master shows the level of a super chef. No, it's a higher level than that. GD also nodded secretly in his heart and praised. Indeed, to be able to express the different flavors of the 4 places in the celestial continent with just one fish, his imagination is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. Lu Wangxing was also very happy when he saw the happy expressions of the 4 elders. However, at this moment, Lu Wangxing felt a strong momentum coming from behind. Lu Wangxing turned his head and saw Tong Yu walking towards the 4 elders of Guangqiu, even carrying the dishes he had prepared. At this moment, Tong Yu exudes a powerful aura that is enough to stomp Lu Wangxing's dishes under his feet. Tong Yu also put a whole crocodile on it. Could it be that he, like the young master, put 4 dishes into the whole crocodile? It's interesting now, the 2 of them actually came up with the idea. Tong Yu dragged a whole crocodile with a large plate and brought it to the judging table, and then he cut off the lines that bound the snapper just like Lu Wangxing just now. At that moment it was also a masterpiece of golden light. The golden light prevented everyone around them from opening their eyes, and it took a while for everyone to slowly open their eyes. After the light disappeared, everyone saw the dishes on the huge plate. I saw that a whole crocodile has completely bloomed, and the meat of each part of the crocodile is presented in the shape of a map of Daxia. Actually, it also used a whole sea bream to outline the outline of the celestial continent. Master Shirquan exclaimed in surprise. However, if you look closely, Tong Yu's map of the continent of the celestial dynasty is obviously different from that of Lu Pleiades. Lu Wangxing divided the continent only 4, while Tong Yu's 8. And Tong Yu's continent map is more complete, with red and green sauces embellishing the small island. Welcome to taste the Huxia sea bream I made. Tong Yu said the name of the dish with a smile. The map of the mainland of Red Sea bream and the Huxia sea bream. What, it feels like the same dish. Yeah, is this different from the cooking that the little boss just made? The so-called expert sees the door, and the layman sees the fun. Is this truth? Only Lu Wangxing and 4th elder saw the difference between the 2 dishes. Divided into 8 different continents. 8. Wait, is that so? Master Shirquan noticed something and hurriedly picked up his chopsticks and tasted it. Seeing this, the other 3 elders also moved their chopsticks one after another, tasting each piece of continent one by one. After tasting them one by one, the faces of the elders showed incomparable surprise. As expected, this sea bream dish incorporates the 8 major cuisines of Huxia cuisine. Master Shirquan revealed the secret of Tong Yu's dish. 8 major cuisines. This. How is this possible? The crowd in the competition stage exclaimed. No, not only the 8 major cuisines are presented, but the flavors are also varied. Master Shirquan said that there is a piece of sea bream fish maw, and said, for example, the meat quality of this part is made by the method of Zhejiang cuisine in the West Lake vinegar fish. The fish maw is fried and served with sweet and sour sauce. The individual taste is fat, but if it is paired with the spicy part of Sichuan cuisine, the combined taste is sour and spicy. The most tender part of the crocodile meat is used in the Shandong cuisine part. The method is to use the classic famous dish of Shandong cuisine, ipin tofu, and the marinade makes the crocodile meat more delicious and not greasy. Whether it is paired with the spicy of Sichuan cuisine or the sourness of Zhejiang cuisine, it can deeply stimulate the taste buds. As for the part of Fujian cuisine, it is even more powerful. It actually uses the method of Buddha jumps over the wall. The bones and heads of sea bream are boiled with high-grade ingredients such as abalone, and the boiled soup is poured into slices. On the crocodile meat, this top-level mellowness and deliciousness go straight to the brain. The part of su kai is also interesting. The fish meat is processed by the method of Nanjing salted duck, which presents a slightly bitter taste, but it is immediately replaced by the sweetness of the crocodile, and the taste formed on the tip of the tongue makes people feel it will be unforgettable. The expression of the 4th elder of Guangguolian was even more exaggerated than when he tasted Lu Wangxing's cuisine just now. They closed their eyes and looked like they were soaring in the sky, as if they were enjoying the deliciousness of this dish while enjoying the beauty of all parts of the celestial continent. After a long time, they slowly opened their eyes, and reluctantly came back to their senses from the wandering in the sky just now. After tasting the dishes on both sides, it will enter the judging stage. Master Shirkwan and the other four entered a room in Daxian Temple to discuss for a long time, and it took 2 incense sticks to walk out. The 4 elders came to the front of the competition platform and began to announce the result of this God Swordsman showdown. Before the results are announced, let's talk about the crocodile dishes made on both sides. Master Shirkwan looked at Lu Xing and Tong Yu next to him, and said, both sides have created an unprecedented dish with unimaginable creativity, integrating the map of the Huxia mainland into the whole sea bream. However, it is different. The Xiao Dongjia showed 4 cuisines, while Tong Yu showed 8 cuisines. Master Shirkwan paused for a moment, then sighed slightly. I declare that the winner of this Godfront swordsmanship showdown is Tong Yu. The sound of this announcement fell, and the group of people below exclaimed. And Lu Wangxing was also stunned, unable to return to his senses for a long time. This was the first time in his life that he was defeated by others in a formal duel. The young master lost, to an unknown chef. How is this possible? The old man of Guangqiulian, are you old and you have lost your sense of taste, and your judgment is wrong? That's right, doesn't it say that the more dishes you cook, the more delicious it will be? Are you all confused? Many people think that the reason why Master Shirkwan and others think Tong Yu cuisine is better is because Tong Yu presents 8 major cuisines, which is more, for dishes, than Lu Wangxing. Master Shirkwan didn't know how to explain it, because the difference between the 2 dishes could only be realized after tasting them, and it was difficult to describe them in words. Little master, I know you're a little unacceptable, you'll know when you taste the dishes made by Tong Yu. Master Shirkwan said to Lu Wangxing, who was stunned on the spot. Lu Subaru picked up chopsticks and a plate, went to the table, picked up a piece of Tong Yu's crocodile dish and put it in his mouth. When he took the first sip, his expression changed slightly. As he continued to taste it, Lu Wangxing's expression changed more and more, and his face paled in shock. How, why is this happening, why is this happening? Taste is all on top of me. It's like I expected the taste in my cooking, and then chose a more prominent taste. Lu Wangxing said to himself. Tong Yu smiled faintly, which is a matter of course. From the moment the theme was announced as crocodile, Tong Yu knew that Lu Wangxing would definitely cook true crocodile continent map. Tong Yu knows best about the preparation method of the Red Sea Bream mainland map, as well as the taste and characteristics of the finished dish. Finally, with the imaginative imagination, he created Red Sea Bream Daxia on top of the taste of Red Sea Bream continent map. The difference between the 2 dishes is not just as simple as 84. First of all, the taste and texture of real steel daxia are more comprehensive, and the combined taste is even better than that of Red Snapper continent map. And also the most crucial point, Tong Yu deliberately chose a more prominent taste when seasoning because he was very aware of the taste of the Red Sea Bream mainland map. Therefore, after tasting Lu Wangxing's dishes, the 4th elder will taste the dishes made by Tong Yu, and they will feel that the taste is stronger and the taste will be more prominent. It's a multi-win in taste and creativity. I lost, I didn't expect the same ideas, but the taste is so different. Brother Tong Yu, you are really amazing. Lu Wangxing bowed to Tong Yu, and he was convinced that he lost. Lu Subaru is not someone who can't afford to lose. His personality is cheerful and positive, and he will not be discouraged because of this kind of failure. But this is only in the case of not knowing Tong Yu's true identity. Tong Yu won the competition and successfully became the heir to the Eternal Soul Sword. At the moment of holding the hilt, the tyrannical dragon pattern appeared on the blade, which also recognized Tong Yu. As a result, Rain has a second legendary kitchen utensils. On the day he got the legendary kitchenware, Tong Yu received an invitation from the Yangchuan restaurant to be a guest. Tong Yu did not refuse, and followed. That night, Tong 4.4 Yu cooked several dishes with the Yongling knife and tried the effect of the Yongling knife. As expected, the Yongling knife has the function of restoring the freshness of the material. Because Tong Yu defeated Lu Subaru in the swordsman showdown in front of God, he got the legendary kitchen utensils, and now he has become a famous person in the whole city of Guangzhou. In the past 2 days, his relationship with the Yangchuan restaurant has become closer, especially Lu Angxing and Mei Li have made him the object of worship. Brother Zhang, your cooking skills are so good, why don't you take the exam for a super chef? This evening, Tong Yu came to Yangchuan restaurant as a diner and ordered a few dishes. Beside the table, Lu Angxing Mei Liha looked at him with admiration and asked some questions. I don't need the name of a super chef. I don't need others to recognize my strength, I just know it myself. Hao Yu replied with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Angxing looked at Tong Yu with a look of admiration, exactly like a little fanboy. But at this moment, a figure rushed in at the gate of Yangchuan restaurant. I saw a long purple-blue hair, a blue sweater, a leather armor belt slung across his shoulders, and 6 kitchen knives in the leather armor, and a huge kitchen knife with an exposed handle on his back. A full 7 kitchen knives. When Mei Li saw this person, she was surprised at first, and then excited. Ren, you are finally back. That's right, standing at the gate of Yangchuan restaurant at this time is 7-star Saber Ren, he finally arrived here from Liangshanbo. Ren defected from Liangshanbo, and then drove back all the way south towards Guangzhou. Tong Yu has a better understanding of Ren's past. He first joined the dark cooking world just to become stronger and pursue a higher cooking realm. He studied cooking at Yangchuan restaurant in his childhood, and he was called a genius like Lu Angxing. Talented, after joining the dark cooking world, he absorbed the essence of culinary skills crazily, and his strength also increased rapidly. Originally outstanding in swordsmanship, his strength greatly increased after obtaining the 7-star sword. However, because of a spur of the moment, he also accidentally killed Luo Xia, the swordsmith who made the 7-star sword. However, Caillou was indifferent and didn't even blame him for killing Roger. At this moment, Ren realized the essence of the dark cooking world. In addition, he remembered that Master Shirquan said about the legendary kitchen utensils, so he decided to escape from the dark cooking world. When Ren decided to escape from the dark cooking world, it happened to be when Tong Yu used the character beads to enter the world of comics. Although Tong Yu said something that made his heart tremble on the day he defeated Caillou, but he had already made a decision, so he couldn't care about that much. However, just when he was about to arrive in Guangzhou City, he heard that a chef named Tong Yu defeated 22 other chefs in the God Front Knife Showdown and inherited the legendary kitchenware, Yongling knife. Tong Yu. Ren remembered very clearly that the new leader of the dark cooking world was this name. This is a name that scares him enough. Others may not know the methods of the new leader of the dark cooking world, but Ren saw it with his own eyes. But hasn't the new leader of the dark cooking world been in Liangshanbo all the time? Why did he come to Guangzhou one step ahead of him, and got back the legendary kitchen utensils? Ren could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that the person with the same name got the legendary kitchen utensils. If the leader of the dark cooking world got the kitchen utensils, the consequences would be disastrous. According to Ren's itinerary, he was supposed to arrive at Yangchuan restaurant at noon tomorrow, but he was worried about this and rushed back overnight. When he walked into the gate of Yangchuan restaurant and saw Tong Yu who was eating in front of the table, his expression was trembling. Of course, Mei Li and others didn't know what Ren was thinking, and they were very happy to see him suddenly return. Ren, you're finally back. Great, I'm going to inform Dad and Master Shirquan. Mei Li said and ran towards the yard. Mary, quickly leave that man, he is very dangerous. Ren shouted loudly, pulled out the broken saber behind his back, and aimed at Tong Yu who was eating leisurely. Both Mei Li and Lu Angxing were startled by Ren's sudden shouting and the action of drawing his knife. Who is very dangerous? At this time, GD happened to come to the restaurant from the yard, and also saw the murderous Ren. Ren, have you come back? Well, what are you doing? GD asked suspiciously. Tong Yu looked up at Ren, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. 7-star knife Ren, do you know the guilt? Tong Yu said lightly. Tong Yu's very plain words caused a drop of sweat to seep out of Ren's forehead. Me, why am I guilty? Ren looked low. Isn't this a crime of disobedience, disloyalty, and filial piety? Tong Yu said, standing up and looking at Ren. The conversation between Tong Yu and Lei Yan made Lu Angxing, Mei Li, and others on the side puzzled for a while. Conviction. Organization. Ren, what are you talking about, Brother Tong? Mei Li asked suspiciously. Mary, don't you know that he is the new leader of the dark cooking world? Ren's words shocked everyone present. Especially Lu Angxing. When he heard the words, dark cuisine world, his face turned pale. Tong, Brother Yu, is he from the dark cooking world? And he is also the leader, how is this possible? Lu Angxing couldn't accept it. He can accept that Lu Angxing loses to anyone, but he can't accept the only person who loses to the dark cooking world. He learned from the notes left by Master Abe that the dark cooking world is an evil organization that does all kinds of evil, and its ultimate purpose is to control everyone in the world with cooking. In addition to what happened to Li Yan before, this idea was confirmed, and he hated the people in the dark cooking world very much. When GD heard this, he immediately put Mei Li and the little boss behind him, and looked at Tong Yu vigilantly. You are actually from the dark cooking world? If what Ren said is true, the legendary kitchen utensils can't let you take away. The noisy sound of several people also disturbed Yangchuan restaurant's kitchen chores, errands and others, and even the drunk Master Shirquan was awakened. More than a dozen people surrounded Tong Yu, and the situation was not ready for Tong Yu to leave. Seeing this, Tong Yu didn't mess up at all, not only that, but he laughed out loud, ha ha ha, why are you so nervous? If I was really the kind of villain who did all kinds of evil, I would have left the moment I got the legendary kitchen utensils. Would you like to come to Yangchuan restaurant for dinner, and give you a chance? Hearing Tong Yu's words, GD only relaxed a little bit of vigilance. Tong Yu sat back to his original position and continued eating the dishes on the table, saying, indeed, in the past, the dark cooking world did nothing wrong, so it is understandable that you are so jealous and malicious. But now the new leader of the dark cooking world is me. The dark cooking world has changed, you don't have to worry about the previous situation. I will compete fairly for everyone here, just like the God Swordsman Showdown 3 days ago. We won't believe you, there is no good person in the dark cooking world. That's right, they will only do evil things. Chef GD, Master Shirquan, arrest this guy and take away the legendary kitchen utensils on him. Yes, it is said that kitchen utensils must not fall into the hands of people in the dark cooking world. After everyone in Yangchuan restaurant said this, Master Shirquan stepped forward and came to Tong Yu after pondering for a while, and said, Tong Yu, if you are really the leader of the dark cooking world, you must leave the Yongling sword behind. After you stay, we will not embarrass you, you can just leave by yourself. Master Shirquan, even you are confused. I got the Yongling sword through the traditional swordsmanship showdown in your Daxian temple, and I also got the recognition of the Yongling sword, but now you ask me to return it? What's the difference between the dark cooking world before? Tong Yu finally sneered. GD also stepped forward to look at Tong Yu at this time and said, the dark cooking world is weird and capricious, not to mention that you are the leader of the dark cooking world. Although you say this now, we have no idea what you will do in the future. So to be on the safe side, it is said that the kitchen utensils must be taken back there. Hearing Yen 060, Tong Yu stood up, took out some money from his pocket with his left hand and put it on the table, while his right hand took out the sacred teleportation stone. I see, you won't believe what I say now, right? However, I'm sorry for the legendary kitchen utensils that I must get, and not only that, the remaining 6 legendary kitchen utensils are also in my pocket. Lu Angxing, Lei look forward to it, we will meet soon, and I hope you will be stronger at that time. After Tong Yu finished speaking, he used the transportation god stone. A white light flashed, and when the light disappeared, Tong Yu was no longer there. When Tong Yu reappeared, he had already returned to Hubei Cave. Thinking of what happened at Yangchuan restaurant, he couldn't help laughing. It is still too difficult for others to recognize the existence of the dark cooking world. After all, the dark cooking world under the rule of Kaiyu has brought a lot of shadows to the people of the light world. Therefore, they cannot change their views for a while. But Tong Yu is not in a hurry, just take it slow, and the main purpose of this time has been achieved. For the next 2 months, Tong Yu and Shen Liangzi spent together in Liangshanbo. While the two consulted Mila and Zhu Qi for teaching and learning, they also enjoyed the wonderful scenery of 800 miles of Liangshan Park. More than 2 months have passed in the comic world, and a month in the real world. Tong Yu is also preparing to return to the real world with Ryoko. Since Totsuki's vacation is coming to an end, it also means that the autumn tryouts are approaching. Before leaving, Tong Yu still explained some things to Yakin, and after arranging everything properly, he returned to the real world. During the 2 months in the comic world, Tong Yu and Shen Liangzi each had their own harvest. The first was Tong Yu, who got the second legendary kitchenware Yongling knife. At the same time, he has the Yongling knife and the Garuda knife. Now Tong Yu can use these 2 kitchen knives to handle the ingredients that fly in the sky, run underground, and swim in the sea. There is a legend that the addition of kitchen utensils can directly improve the deliciousness of the dishes. In addition, Tong Shueyu learned some superficial knowledge of spice inequality. The biggest gain is still to live in the god Ryoko. Under the guidance of Zhu Qi, she can skillfully use her super sense to judge the quality of many common ingredients. Now put a dish in front of Shin Ryoko, she can judge whether the dish is delicious or not through super smell. Of course, like Tong Yu, she also has a certain grasp of the spice inequality, but she can't reach the point where Mila can use it freely. Think about it too, it took Mila to fully grasp the ability of spice inequality, and it took decades. No matter how talented Tong Yu and Shin Ryoko are, they can't fully grasp it in 2 months. Of course, this refers to using ordinary methods, and it is another matter if there is systematic help. The general process of the autumn trial is to announce the selection list and prepare for the 2-month opening, the official start of the preliminaries, the final. And today is the opening day of the autumn trials. The opening is not the official start, but only to call the selected students to the designated venue for a series of supplementary explanations. And the place where the opening of this autumn audition is held is the iconic building of Totsuki Academy, between the moon and the sky. Between the moon and the sky, this place is called the Palace of Gourmet Food, and it was originally a venue that could only be used when eating halberds between Totsuki Elite 10. But this time I heard that the finals of the autumn trials will be held here, which is the first time in Totsuki's history. Others don't know the reason, but Tong Yu knows it's what Nikiri Senzaman means. The Puyu in the 92nd issue gathered together because of his call, and fixed the autumn trials in a place other than between the moon and the sky. Isn't this a loss of face for him? When Tong Yu took Shin Ryoko's hand and appeared at the great hall between the moon and the sky with the others of Polar Star Dorm, he was also infected by the sacred and solemn atmosphere that filled the place. This venue is so big, even bigger than the venue where a Yu and Senior Rong Shan Shizai used to. And the atmosphere is completely different, I always feel a little breathless under pressure. Dou and Zhaoji walked into the moon and sky, and they couldn't help but look around and sigh. In the original plot, Shoji and Daigo were not selected to participate in the autumn trials, but since the current plot has changed, the two were lucky enough to participate in the preliminaries with the Polar Star Dorm crowd. This is the first place where Totsuki eats halberds between the moon and the sky. This building has a history of decades. Countless large and small halberds are eaten here, and the spirit of the Elite 10 in all dynasties also remains here, Marui explained to everyone. Following Marui's words, Daigo and Shoji, who didn't know much about Yuetian, noticed the portraits of the first seats hanging on the surrounding walls. There are portraits of Dojima Jin and Shinomiya Kojiro. Hey, when did the two of you get tired of being together? Hehe, tell me the truth. Yuki smiled in front of Tong Yu and Shinryoko. Tong Yu has been holding Shinryoko's hand since entering the moon and sky. This scene was seen by everyone in Polar Star Dorm, and they were all surprised. Since everyone in Polar Star Dorm will be in their hometown for the preliminaries, they haven't stayed in Polar Star Dorm for the past 2 months, so they don't know what's going on with Tong Yu and Ryoko. Tong Yu didn't plan to hide it from everyone in Polar Star Dorm, and said generously, "I'm about to tell you that Ryoko is now my girlfriend." After saying this, Shun Ryoko's cheeks flushed, and she looked a little embarrassed. And Yuki showed such an expression as she expected, and said, "As expected, I was wondering why Ryoko agreed to be your assistant. It turns out that the two of you were very tricky at that time. Ah, you are too embarrassed, you have been hiding from us for so long. This kind of good thing should be said earlier, so that everyone can be happy together. That's right, I suggest to throw a single party tonight to celebrate Au and God. Hey, we're going to have a banquet again, but, let's not, the preliminaries will start in a few days." Seeing that these live treasures were more excited than himself and Ryoko, Tong Yu couldn't help shaking his head with a smile. This was all just to find a reason for the banquet. At this moment, a voice came from behind Tong Yu. "Tong Yu, long time no see." Tong Yu turned around, and it turned out that Hojo Miyoko came over. It turned out to be Hojo, long time no see, how are you preparing for the preliminaries? Tong Yu asked with a smile. Hojo Miyoko glanced at Tong Yu holding Shun Ryoko's hand, and quickly turned his eyes away and said, "It's okay, I hope to make it to the finals." Hojo Miyoko and Tong Yu said hello and left for other places. As the opening time approached, the number of people between the moon and the sky gradually increased. Those familiar faces also appeared in Tong Yu's sight, Irina and the little secretary, Nakiri Alice and Kurikiba Ryo. Brother Aldini, Mimasaka Subaru who has been isolated from the others since entering here. Hiding in an unobservable corner, now Sadagia kept staring at Tong Yu laughing. Ryo Hayama, who was holding a stick of unknown spice in his hand and sniffing at his mouth, looked back and forth at Tong Yu and Nakiri Irina. All the purple jade in the 92nd issue have arrived, and the battle horn is about to be sounded. As the lights between the moon and sky were extinguished, only the lights on the summit platform came on. At this time, Nakiri Zuman Gate had already appeared in everyone's sight. Nakiri Senzaman, still wearing a long black suit that has remained unchanged for thousands of years, came to the microphone of the summit without anger. In the eyes of the vast majority of students, Nakiri Zwawei Xianmen is still the endorsement of the word horror, and the venue has been relatively depressed because his appearance has become more dull. Hiss. Nakiri Senzaman came to the microphone, took a deep breath, and then slowly said, "After I took a big breath of the air in this venue, I felt that my whole body was full of energy. It was originally a venue where the Elite 10 was allowed to eat halberds. It is also our tradition to hang a portrait here to show respect for the winner of the first seat. Countless famous battles and countless must-kill dishes were born here. Because of this, this place is filled with countless memories of continuous battles that have been precipitated. The finals of the autumn trials will also be held here. In other words, only the students who have passed the preliminaries can stand on this stage, and once again wish you all the best to paint a new picture here. Chefs of the 92nd issue, come on, everyone, here we go." After finishing the opening speech, Nakiri Sai Senman stalked away. Later, the chef who can't laugh, Chappelle appeared on the summit stage to further explain the relevant rules of the autumn trials for everyone. The rules are similar to what Tong Yu understands from the original book. The theme of the preliminaries is curry. The operator will prepare certain ingredients on the day of the competition, and the players can also prepare their own. A total of 64 people participated in this trial, and then they were divided into two divisions, A and B, with 32 people in each division. The top 4 in each division are eligible to enter the finals, which means that only 8 of the 64 people can enter the finals. WH. Why are there only 8 people in the final? I'm going to kick out so many people. And with the participation of 2, Wang Hao, Elite 10, the competition this time is more intense than expected. Really, it's more difficult to reach the final in this situation than to go to the sky. The students who have no strength are holding too few places in the finals. In addition, there are two elites, Tong Yu and Nikiri Arena, which means that there are two less places. They don't think that people who can become Elite 10 have the strength to enter the finals. If they do, they will be laughed off by others. Therefore, it can be seen that this time Tong Yu and Nikiri Arena participate in the autumn trials as Shiji, there is still a certain risk, and it can even be said that it is thankless. It's a matter of course to get good grades, after all, you're an Elite 10. But if you don't play well and don't even make it to the finals, you will definitely be drowned by other people's saliva. At the beginning, the purpose of Tong's participation in Yu's audition was also very clear, just to give little Tsundere some color. However, after learning about heart from Joichiro's mouth, he also regarded this competition as a good opportunity to sharpen his heart. Once the patience is honed and mature, Dong Yu's chef level is also very likely to break through the dragon level. The time for the official start of the preliminaries is 5 days later. Using this time, the players can prepare the corresponding ingredients according to their own arrangements. There are no hard and fast rules for the prepared ingredients, and non-finished products are allowed. For example, the ingredients that need to be fermented and smoked in advance can be prepared in advance. If it is only produced on-site for 3 hours, it is impossible. Just like the fermented soybeans prepared by Shinryoko, the fermentation time alone takes more than 48 hours, not counting other processes. Tong Yu has already thought about the dishes to be made this time in the comic world, but he still needs to prepare some ingredients in advance to think about the recipes. Although there are prepared ingredients at the conference venue, it is more secure to use the ones prepared by yourself. However, the ingredients Tong Yu needs are not like Ryoko and Ibuzaki. They need to be prepared several days in advance. The ingredients he needs in his cooking are very common and can be easily purchased. As for the props he needs, he has also asked someone to help build them, so it is no problem to get them before the preliminaries start. Ken Ryoko needed to prepare some fermented ingredients and went to the off-campus ingredients market with Hayo Ibuzaki, Tadakoro Megumi, and Yoshino Yuki. Tong Yu also had a good time and was about to return to Polar Star Dorm when he saw Mimasaka Subaru not far away. Beautiful work. Tong Yu stopped Mimasaka Subaru from a distance. Tong Yu. Mimasaka Subaru, who came to him in confusion, asked Tong Yu, "Is something wrong?" "Cough, what are you talking about? I can't come to you if I have nothing to do." "You are my little brother, shouldn't you forget about this?" Tong Yu said deliberately. When Mimasaka Subaru heard Tong Yu's words, he immediately changed his tone and lowered his head. "You, what are your orders?" Tong Yu was quite satisfied with Mei Zhuang's attitude, nodded and said, "I won't let you do something, but give you something." Tong Yu said and took out the 063 Falling Star steel bar, from the system backpack space. This steel stick was originally the kitchen utensils of Steel Stick Jia, the first baker in mainland Daxia in Daxia 1, and this was the one that bound the Mei Zhuang reward last time. Last time, because of other things, I couldn't give him anything, and then the school was on vacation and it has been delayed until now. The whole steel rod is black, with a length of about 2 meters and a weight of 25 kilograms. With such a length and weight, it is very difficult for ordinary people to use it even if it is used. However, the steel rod of this falling star is like a toy in Tong Yu's hands, and can be picked up with one hand. This is... Mei Zhuang only felt that the steel rod in front of him looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Do you have an impression that you have seen it somewhere? Yes, this is one of the kitchen utensils that appeared in Zhonghua Ian, the steel rod called Falling Star. Dong Yu said. Mimasaka Subaru stared at the steel rod with falling stars in front of her eyes. "You want to give this to me?" "Yes, although it is not as good as the legendary kitchen utensil, it is also a rare and precious kitchen utensil. Now I will give it to you, and you will no longer have to think about other people's kitchen utensils." As Jinyu said that, He threw the steel rod in his right hand towards Mizuwa-on. Mimasaka Subaru didn't know the weight of the steel rod, so he wanted to pick it up with one hand, but the moment he touched the steel rod, he hurriedly switched to holding it with both hands, and then he caught it reluctantly. Despite Mimasaka Subaru's stature and strength, he struggled to hold a steel rod in both hands. How about it, you still like this thing? However, your current physical fitness is a bit difficult to use. Tong Yu said with a smile. Indeed, but it's more challenging this way. Mizuwa-on looked at the steel stick in his hand with excitement in his eyes. This steel rod will be your kitchen in the future. I hope you can make good use of it. Also, cheer up during the preliminaries. I don't want to see my men, and I won't even be able to enter the finals. Tong Yu said. Hearing Tong Yu's words, Mizuwa-on showed his trademark weird smile. Don't worry, I'm well prepared this time, and I won't embarrass you. That's good. Time divider. Time soon came to the morning of the start of the qualifiers, and Tong Yu and the others from Polar Star Dorm set off to the designated venue. Yesterday, every student who wanted to participate in the competition received a notice of grouping. Tong Yu, Soma, Kami Ryoko, Ibusaki Shun, and Marui Zenji were assigned to Group A. Yoshino Yuki, Tadakoro Megumi, Aoki Daigo, Sato Shoji are in Group B. After everyone in Polar Star Dorm encouraged each other, they each took their own kitchen utensils, props, ingredients, etc. and started to enter the preliminaries. The preliminaries officially started at 9 o'clock, and most of the players had already come to the cooking venue around 8:30. The audience seats in the two qualifiers A and B were also full of spectators. Most of these spectators were Totsuki's current students, and a few were Totsuki's partners, important guests, and Totsuki's lecturers who also sat down and waited for the start of the preliminaries. Autumn trials are Totsuki's traditional competitions, and the attention is no less than that of some famous food columns. TV reporters can also be seen in the cooking venue. They are making final adjustments to the equipment and waiting for the start of the preliminaries. In such a large-scale competition, the MC must be indispensable. The host in charge of Venue B is Rei Kawashima, a famous professional master of ceremonies in the first grade, while the master of ceremonies in Venue A is a new face. Compared with the habitual opening of the Three Lovers, Kawashima Rei, who brought the atmosphere of the scene, the MC named Ui Sasaki seemed a little stage fright, and his tone of speech was also much weaker. Hello, I'm Ui Sasaki, the MC in charge of Venue A today. Everyone, are you all ready? The preliminaries for the autumn audition are about to begin. Sasaki Ui is not strong in speaking, and because of her petite stature, it gives people a feeling of not good, but she is Totsuki's designated master of ceremonies, and everyone can't lose face and listen to her for the next game. Explanation. The cooking time for this preliminary competition is 180 minutes, that is, 3 hours. The deadline for cooking is 12 o'clock exactly. No, but as long as the person who finished the cooking ahead of time, can send it to the judging table for 5 judges tasting. Everyone followed the direction of Sasaki Ui's finger to look at the judging platform, and saw that there were already 5 judges sitting on the judging platform at this time. There are 4 men and 1 woman, 2 of whom look like old men are Totsuki's partners, 2 middle-aged men, 1 is a famous gourmet, and the other is the planner of a well-known food show. As for the remaining young woman, her background is even greater. Send, no. Why is she here? Totsuki can still invite her to be a judge. Sister is in Venue A, so my sister should be in Venue B, right? It's incredible, even the Queen of Curry has been invited. That's right, the person who is sitting on the judge's seat in the Queen's posture at this time, puts his leg on the other leg and lifts it up, exposing the slender white temporary thigh is Qianbiao Xiaya. Qianbiao Bean Sprout, the granddaughter of the founder of the leading curry industry, Hub Food, is also the current CEO. She is famous for shooting curry advertisements with her sister Qianbiao Xianjian when they were young. It is called the Queen of Curry, because it dominates almost the entire curry market in Japan. Tong Yu also took a few more glances at this very attractive girl, but seeing her disdain for all the students, Tong Yu was looking forward to how she would look when she tasted the dishes. Obviously, the Queen of Curry did not think that everyone present would bring out dishes that satisfied her, and the theme was still curry. If Qian Biao Xiaoye hadn't been asked by her sister Qian Biaoyi, she would not have come here to serve as a judge at all. And the person who asked Qian Biaoyi to marry is Ishiki Satoshi. There are 5 judges in total, and each judge has 20 points in their hands, and the total score for cooking is 100 points. The top 4 scorers will advance to the finals, and then there are. Sasaki Ui explained all the rules that need to be paid attention to in the preliminaries in a loud voice, and after the time came to 9 o'clock, he announced loudly again, "The time is up, then." Then I announced that the preliminaries of the autumn trials will be played. Officially begin. After these words fell, the students in front of the cooking table all took action. Following the actions of the participating students, the TV reporters in the corner of the cooking venue also began to turn the shooting equipment. It's impossible for them to be able to shoot a cooking competition with multiple people at the same time. Generally, they only capture representative shots. Hey, what is this student going to do? The camera was aimed at Tong Yu's cooking station, and at this time, the large broadcast screen in front of the audience also showed the situation of Tong Yu's cooking station. In the shot, Tong Yu took out a black iron ball from under his feet, which was hollow inside and could be disassembled in half. Iron ball. This should be the mold for cooking. Is Tong Yu going to cook something weird again? This time it won't be the one from the manga, Chunghwa Ian, again. It's not the first time for a freshman to see Tong Yu re-engraving the dishes in the manga, Zhonghua Ian, so when he saw him take out such a strange prop, it was easy to think of this possibility. Tong Yu's cooking station is very close to the judging station. Qianbiao Xiaoye can clearly see his actions without looking at the broadcast screen. Seeing Tong Yu fiddling with the iron ball, Qianbiao Bean Sprout was also puzzled. What is he doing? Hee, Elite 10's intentions are elusive, I really look forward to his cooking, said a mustached judge next to Xiaoya. The judge of this mustache is called Kadian Shigeki. He is a very famous gourmet in Tokyo, and he is also a frequent judge of the annual autumn audition. Elite 10. Qianbiao Bean Sprouts didn't know Tong Yu. Hearing Shigeruchi Kata said this, he couldn't help but ask, "You said he was an Elite 10? Didn't you mean that the Elite 10 will not participate in the autumn trials?" It turns out that Miss Xiaoya doesn't know yet. There is a special situation in this year's autumn audition. There are 2 Elite 10s in District A and District B. The Elite 10 in District A is called Tong Yu, and he is a Huxia chef. Shigeruchi Kata touched his mustache and explained it briefly. When Qianbiao Bean Sprout heard this, a look of anticipation finally appeared on his face, a first-year Elite 10. It seems that this preliminaries is not as boring as imagined. The shooting scene did not stop at Tong Yu, because there are strange movements now, and he is not the only student who attracts the camera. What is that big man doing? Qianbiao Bean Sprout, with the transfer of the camera, turned his attention to another person. Xiangtian Shigeru near the mustache is also suspicious. Soy milk machine. This is grinding beans. It should be tofu or soy milk. Yep. At this time, Tong Yu just finished combining the props. He turned around and followed the camera to see that Meizhua Ong was grinding soy milk. The big man in the mouth of Qianbiao Bean Sprouts just now is Mimasaka Subaru. Tong Yu looked at the main ingredients of Meizhua Ong, in addition to soybeans, black beans. Soybeans and black beans. So that's the case, is that the recipe? Tong Yu smiled and muttered to himself, interesting, let me see how well you can replicate the dishes after preparing for 2 months. In addition to Tong Yu and Meizhua Ong, the food that attracted everyone's attention was Ryoko Kamiko. She roasted the homemade natto on a charcoal fire, and the cooking process alone aroused the exclamations of everyone. Natto was originally made by Shinryoko, and it became fragrant after being roasted on a charcoal fire. It wasn't just the smell of Kami Ryoko's cooking. After all, the theme of the preliminaries was curry. After half an hour of the competition, many people's dishes were already taking shape, and the air was filled with a strong aroma of curry. After 1 hour has passed, the cooking of a few students has already come to an end. At this time, the aroma of various dishes is already very obvious. The aromas emanating from their respective cooking stations had already evolved into weapons, attacking each other. Shunryoko has a super sense of smell. She can judge whose dishes are more dominant just by the smell. She raised her head and glanced in the direction of Tong Yu, and then turned to the cooking station of a black-skinned boy. In particular, the fragrance of spices emitted by the cooking station of the black-skinned boy is completely different from the fragrance of other people. Not only are there many kinds, but the combined fragrance has no sense of incongruity at all, and the fragrance has improved several grades. No matter how you want to enter the finals, you can't let Tong Yu down. Shunryoko felt that Tong Yu told her the secret of comic world. One was the trust between lovers, and the other was that she wanted her to enter the finals and achieve good results. Therefore, during the 2 months in the comic world, Ryoko Shun was very serious about learning the corresponding cooking knowledge with Zhu Qi and Mila. After thinking like this, Shunryoko took out all kinds of spices she had prepared for a long time, and this move also attracted the attention of many people. Do you mix spices on the spot? I thought that only Hayama Ryo, who has the nose of God, could do this, but I didn't expect this girl to be able to do it. Minato Kosaka looked at Ryoko's cooking station in surprise. Another senior sponsor judge also said, the 92 period is really a lot of talent. I really look forward to the cooking of these students. Just as the 2 judges were talking about this, one student came to the 5 judges with the finished dish. At this point, the cooking time has only passed 80 minutes, and the 3-hour cooking time is less than half of the time. However, everyone was not surprised. It was reasonable to be able to complete it at this time. After all, each student spent a lot of time preparing, and the cooking process was repeated many times. Adding some semi-finished ingredients can be prepared in advance, which greatly shortens the cooking time. The first student to submit a cooking is very clear about the reason that submitting first has a certain advantage. You must know that this kind of multi-person competition is different from the 2-person halberd. Because in the next hour or so, the 5 judges will have to taste more than 30 dishes. Even if they eat 1 or 2 bites of each dish, they will feel very full. Much less. Coupled with the strong curry dishes, the advantage of submitting first is more obvious. The student confidently took the cooking and passed by Shunryoko, Yishanliang, Tong Yu and others, but Tong Yu and the others had already foreseen the score he might get just by closing the scent of his cooking. Both Shunryoko and Hayama Ryo have an extraordinary sense of smell, and they already have the ability to judge the quality of a dish from its aroma. Although Tong Yu does not have an extraordinary sense of smell, he infers from the plot of the original work that there are only a few people who can get high scores in Group A, and the first submitter is just a passerby student. Tong Yu even he don't know the name. Sure enough, this passerby student's score was only 15 points. This made many people realize that Insatiable is not alone in the Curry Queen, nor are the other 4 judges fuel-efficient lamps. Because compared with Xia Ya's Queen of Curry title and achievements, the 4 judges pale in comparison, making others temporarily ignore that they are also cunning. Many people in the audience laughed at the first student who submitted it because he was eager for success, which led to mistakes in cooking, and only got such a low score. However, as several more students submitted their submissions, they realized that something was wrong. The highest score of these reviewers is 25 points and the lowest is 11 points. Until now, Xia has not given any of the students a score, and they all end with 0 points. In this regard, some students in the auditorium expressed doubts, wondering if there is a problem with the taste of these judges today. Hearing such remarks, Kita Shigeru touched his mustache and smiled disdainfully. Don't you know enough about our identity? It seems necessary to explain. We rate you only on the basis of what you are. From a student's point of view, if you were graded from our professional's point of view, your grades would be lower, understand? At this time, Gangsakamaki also smiled and said, yes, but just being able to give us a score is enough to show your excellence, so don't be discouraged that you will still have opportunities in the future. Hehe, that's true. We can see that among all of you, it's not bad to be able to come up with a 50-point dish. Xiaya said with her right hand on the side of her cheek, looking very boring. After several judges said this, the students also realized that it's not just Xiaya. These 5 judges all greedily tasted food from all over the world, and their taste experience is too much beyond ordinary people. The continuous low scores made Yui Sasaki, the MC who had some stage fright, even more embarrassed. Because of the low score, the atmosphere at the scene was depressed for a time, and the participating students also became extremely unconfident. Several students who completed the cooking were afraid to submit. At this time, Kurikiba Ryo, who was not wearing a headscarf, stood up and said dumbly, "This time it's my turn to cook." Kurikiba Ryo sent the prepared dish to the 5 judges, and saw that it was a lobster burning like a flame and a yellow rice. Red and yellow only give the judges a different feeling visually. Ryo Kurikiba's best cooking area is seafood, and this time he made seafood curry dishes, with ise lobster as the main theme. The mustache Shigeki Kata couldn't help but admire the color of the dish, saying, "This is the ise lobster." The color of the lobster is a beautiful contrast with the yellow rice. And the lobster's feet and tentacles are no damage, the finished product is perfect. Humph, there are as many curry restaurants that can make lobsters. If it's just seafood, there's nothing to say. Xiaya was still disdainful. She didn't think a mere student's dish would satisfy her. However, when she scooped up a sentence of smooth and tender shrimp and put it into her mouth, her disdainful expression suddenly changed. At the same time, the scenery in front of Xiaya suddenly changed. She saw a dense forest. She was in the center of the forest. A breeze was blowing, only the rustling of leaves and the sound of birds chirping. In the quiet forest, there is still a scent passing through the nose. What was the scent just now? In order to explore what the aroma just now was, Xiaya took the first spoon and took the second bite. You must know that among the several dishes I tasted just now, Xiaya just took a bite and stopped tasting it, and then gave 0 points directly. Cough, cough, Miss Xiaya has tasted the second bite for the first time. As expected of another Nakiri's sidekick, this time it doesn't have to be 0 points, right? The expression on Xiaya's face became richer after tasting the second bite, and at the same time, a touch of rosy flushed her cheeks. Xiaya made a delicious voice, and the expression on his face was about to melt. I finally tasted it this time. The base of the dish is American shrimp shell sauce, which is after boiling and filtering the shells of crustaceans, the French sauce made, and what this rich wood aroma is, for flowers. It's cognac, a high-quality brandy brewed in the Cognac region, a small town in western France. Shigeruki Koda picked up a spoon and kept putting the shrimp into his mouth, and said, during the aging period, the brandy gradually absorbs the aroma of the wine barrel, so this curry will make people feel cedar, sandalwood, etc. They are all rich aromas from wood, and Kurikiba-san used high-grade Napoleon-grade brandy to make the aroma deeper. Gangban roll people also praised, the aroma of cognac can set off the aroma of curry so deliciously. This is a very good French lobster curry, even in star-rated restaurants, it is difficult to eat this kind of curry smell. 5 judges, all praised. However, this kind of delicacy has not completely broken through the defense line of bean sprouts. After eating a few mouthfuls in a row, she returned to the appearance of the queen just now. It's okay. It's barely okay. With this level of taste, I can rate it. Xiaya wiped her mouth with a napkin and pretended to be reserved. However, the dish didn't end there at all. Ryo Kuroki put the flame-patterned turban on his forehead, and the Lee character appeared immediately. Hyoka-chan came to Xiaya in a dignified manner, a face almost stuck in front of Xiaya, revealing a face like a beast. "0, you think this is the end? Just wait for me," Kurikiba Ryo said and placed 5 rubber droppers in front of the judges. "The brandy cognac in this dropper, use this to drip into the shrimp brain, and then swallow the shrimp brain with special curry rice. This is the most delicious way to eat this dish." Kurikiba Ryo wrote. Bean Sprouts and several other judges were already swallowing saliva just after hearing Kurikiba Ryo say this. However, Syaya was still working hard to maintain the image of the queen, and said, You actually want to suck it from me? How could I do that kind of behavior? At least knock the shell off and bring it up. Hey, what are you pretending to be? I can see it right away, show your true nature. In fact, you really want to pick it up right now and suck it hard. Under the training of Kurikiba's language, Syaya did so. In this delicious food, Syaya finally threw the queen's restraint into the ground. It should have been all the restraint that was thrown into the clouds by the delicious food. In the double delicacy, Syaya's consciousness was launched out of the universe by this delicacy. It took a while for Syaya to recover from the delicious food, and only then did she realize that there was still a grain of rice stuck to the corner of her mouth. She hurriedly wiped it off with a napkin, and then glared at Kurikiba Ryo. However, at this time, Kurikiba Ryo had already taken off the flame-patterned turban and returned to the arrogant look just now, ignoring Syaya's gaze. At this time, the scores obtained by the Blackwood field also appeared on the 5 judges' scorers, 19, 19, 18, 18, 19. Syaya, who has been giving 0 eggs to students, also gave a high score of 18, which directly exploded the audience. No, Alice's valet got 93 points. The gap with the second place is huge, and there is no suspense at the first place. The current second place is only 25 points, which is not an ordinary gap. Sasaki Ui finally got excited when he saw this, and said loudly, "Come out, there is, Kurikiba Ryo's score is 93, which is the highest score in this game so far." Sasaki Ui happily forgot her stage fright temporarily. It is no wonder that the continuous low scores made it impossible for her to preside over as the MC. The appearance of Kurikiba Ryo's high score is equivalent to saving the atmosphere of the scene. At the same time, this also broke Syaya's prediction that the highest score would not exceed 50. The atmosphere at the scene was burning again because of the coolness of Kurikiba, but Tong Yu and others knew that this was just the beginning. Because of the beasts lurking in the venue, one after another showed their fangs. "Okay, it smells good, what does it taste like?" "Yes, it's Kami Ryoko, it's Kami Ryoko eldest sister who finished the cooking." "What is she making, natto rice?" "But why does it smell so good if it's just natto?" Shun Ryoko brought the finished dish to the 5 judges, and the fragrance left a scent path along the trajectory, which also made many students excited. In particular, Hayama Ryo, who is extremely sensitive to fragrance, covered his mouth with his hands in surprise when he smelled the combination of natto and spices. Although the flavor is full, this dish looks very ordinary. At the judging platform, a sponsor judge said, looking at the dish made by Ryoko in front of him. "I saw that the dish that Ryoko made was natto with rice, chopped onions on the side, and some sticky sauce that I couldn't tell what it was at the end. All the side dishes and sauces are poured over the rice, giving it a sense of dawning rice. Indeed, compared to Kurikiba's work just now, it lacks the sense of impact. The prototype of the cooking should be based on chickpea curry, but the sticky one should be natto. Well, isn't the color of this rice white?" Kita Shigeki surveyed. Shun Ryoko nodded and said, "Yes, this is my special, natto curry rice, please taste it while it's hot." Syaya picked up the spoon and took the lead to put the sticky natto into her mouth. After eating it, her expression melted again, with a look of satisfaction on her face. With continuous chewing, the deliciousness of natto spreads in the mouth. Well, the sticky feeling and sweetness are intertwined in the mouth. Is natto such a delicious food? No, this is no ordinary natto. I saw you use charcoal just now, it's hard, don't tell me. Only then did Shinryoko explain, you guessed it right, this is natto roasted with charcoal fire, that is, charcoal-fired natto. Put soybeans with natto bacteria in the basement and use charcoal fire to continue barbecue, maintain the most suitable temperature and humidity indoors. It takes 24 hours to send 063 fermentation to complete. When the competition is over, use charcoal fire for secondary baking. Thoroughly excite its deliciousness. Many lecturers on the faculty seat were surprised when they heard that Shinryoko used this method to ferment natto. It turns out that the carbon dioxide gas in the charcoal fire will accelerate the heat of the soybean protein. This is the way to make natto with a richer flavor, and it does not produce dead bacteria and effectively inhibits ammonia. Smells. Indeed, it's really a way to kill two birds with one stone. Even if a professional explained it, there are still many students who do not understand what is going on. And what many students cannot do is that Shinryangzi ferments natto by himself. Anyone who has made this kind of food knows that it takes a lot of time to make fermented food, and it also requires a certain amount of experience to make a successful fermented product. It's not just that. After eating a few mouthfuls of natto in a row, Xiangtian Shigeru found something very special, and said, "What is the sweetness that is suddenly heavy and low on the tip of the tongue? The mature natto itself should not have this taste. That's the sweetness of soy sauce koji." Shinryoko's lips moved lightly, and she explained with a pure face, add soy sauce to the rice koji, mix it until it becomes a paste, and then put it at room temperature for a few weeks to ferment the seasoning sauce. I am cooking natto. Put some in the ground, so the taste will have a hint of sweetness. Is it like this? Soy sauce grapes contain 10 times more hydrogen theanine, sweet ingredient, than salt, so it adds an indescribable deliciousness to this dish. Sticky Japanese curry, it blends with the sticky texture of natto. The taste of the chopped scallions is also very delicious, and the slight sweetness can also be combined with the taste of soy sauce and natto, but it is still very strange. Gangbanjuan touched his chin, still a little confused, and said, although natto is roasted with charcoal fire, the aroma cannot be so strong, even if it is eaten in the mouth for a long time, the aroma will still remain in the mouth. Middle. Mix the spices. Shinryoko's expression remained calm, and continued to explain, in order to highlight the theme of curry, I also prepared spices that fit this dish on the spot, making the taste and aroma even higher. In addition, I also added rice. Add a small amount of mixed spice and eat it with natto, the taste will be more intense. After saying this, the 5 judges were once again surprised. They knew very well what the concept of mixing spices on the spot was. Mixed spices, to put it bluntly, is a low-profile version of traditional curry, combining the flavors with a few simple spices. It sounds very easy to make, but it is quite difficult to prepare the taste that matches the cooking, and it is impossible for ordinary people to do it. This is the result of Kanako's training in the world of comics, and the perfect spice blended with the finished dishes is prepared on the spot. This trick is learned from Mila. Of course, Kanako couldn't be as perfect as Mira, and it can only be said that the taste of the dishes has been slightly improved. If Mila can make the perfect spice to make a dish taste +10, then the spice blended by Kam Ryoko is only +3. But even so, Ryoko Kami's finished work has surprised the judges and the audience. Soon Ryoko's score also appeared, and the 5 judges' scorers also showed their ratings for Ryoko. From right to left are the scores given by Katian Shigeki, Natsuya, Kosaka Makido, Sponsor A, and Sponsor B, 19.19.20.18.18. Everyone rubbed their eyes, making sure they were not wrong. 20 points, full marks. Yes. There are judges who gave full marks. No, it's not so outrageous. What is the total score? 94. 1 more point than Kurikiba Ryo. Shinryoko's total score was announced, and 94 points were announced on the ranking panel, which squeezed Kurikiba Ryo, who was originally the first. It turns out that Shinryoko is so powerful. She deliberately concealed her strength during the previous residential training, right? Sister God Ryoko, at this moment, you are the object of my admiration. Looking carefully now, Ryoko really has the demeanor of the eldest sister, just like the eldest sister of the fermentation house. While Ryoko scored high marks, she also captured the worship of many boys, and some people gave her the title of the eldest sister of the fermentation house. Others were surprised at the high score that Ryoko received, only Tong Yu took it for granted. After all, Ryoko has a super sense of smell, and with the guidance of 5 tiger stars, this kind of competition can still be won easily. After Kami Ryoko's cooking, works with more than 80 points appeared one after another. Mito Ikumi, who was once defeated by Sōma, followed closely with his own dishes, also served with rice as a side dish. However, Ikumi's side dish is donpa pork, which has a strong impact and gives people a full appetite. Donpa meat curry rice bowl is the name of the Mito Ikumi dish. It focuses on 3 layers of meat with alternating lean and fatty meat, supplemented by rice mixed with a small amount of rattan pepper oil, so that a delicious closed loop is formed in the rice bowl. Chain. After Mito Ikumi, it is the work of Marui Zenji and Ibuzaki Hayo. Marui Zenji brought out the white, curry udon noodles in thick soup, which was all white from the noodles to the soup and the sauce to the sneer of a few people in the audience. The reason why people laugh at Marui is because he almost fainted due to lack of physical strength several times during the dormitory training. However, only a few people such as Tong Yu and Ibusaki Shun knew that it was just Marui pretending to hide his strength. A noodle dish made with udon, cumin, dill, and pepper in a Vichy-style bisque-style base, plus soft-boiled eggs, mashed potatoes, and hot cheese to form a noodle soup-like dish. Marui's cooking was recognized by the judges, and it also made the students who sneered at him to shut up. Ibusaki Shun also used his specialty, a special, smoky curry, that captured the judges again. Using smoked bacon, smoked potatoes, and smoked eggs as toppings, adding thin slices of smoked apple, and adding smoked algae salt to make the taste one piece, perfectly captures the unique flavor of smoked food. Although the works of Mito Ikumi, Marui Zenji, and Ibusaki Shun are excellent, they are still a little worse than the works of Ryoko Kamiko and Ryo Kurikiba. The scores of the last 3 are 86, 88, and 88 respectively. However, because of their unique cooking style, they, like Ryoko, won the titles given to them by the audience: Meat General, Smoky Prince, Taste Know-How. 3 of the top 5 at the moment are from Polar Star Dorm. However, both the audience and the contestants know that this ranking is only temporary, because the cooking of the most powerful person in Venue A has not yet been completed. Also, Tong Yu, who is an Elite 10, and Ryo Hayama, the spice expert, have not finished cooking yet, and with their strength, they can definitely squeeze out the current 2 spots. No, there is also a transfer student Yukihira Sōma who may enter the finals. He is also very strong. At this time, in the eyes of the vast majority of the audience, they believed that Tong Yu and Hayama Ryo would be able to advance, and transfer student Yukihira Sōma played well and might knock out the current top 5. Besides, they don't think there are other people with that strength. But at this moment, another person finished his cooking and walked towards the judges' table. This person is not Tong Yu and Hayama Ryo, nor Sōma, but Mei Zhuang, who is not favored by others. The reason why Mei Zhuang is not optimistic is not because of his strength, but because of his behavior so far that many students are still disgusted. Although he returned the kitchen knives of other students after the dormitory training, he still couldn't change the views of a large number of students towards him. Shout, it's Mizwa this B asterisk 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 D, I wonder whose dishes this guy copied? The guy who never changes. If it's just a bad copy of the work, it will definitely be rejected by the judges. Obviously, everyone was not optimistic about Mei Zhuang's cooking, but at that moment, it was the 5 judges' turn to be surprised. I saw black and white tofu on a white flat plate. Black and white tofu cubes of equal size are staggered and placed in bright red chili oil. The chili oil is also covered with a layer of something similar to meat sauce, and chopped green onion is used as an embellishment on the top. This is Mappo tofu. Everyone recognized the dishes presented by Mizwa-ong at a glance. However, why do tofu have two colors? Is it just to highlight the color and make the dishes better? I'm afraid it's more than that. Hearing the judge's words, Mimasaka Subaru showed his signature smile. That's right, this is the special magic, giant panda Mappo tofu. Magic panda, Mappo tofu. Wait, I seem to have heard the name of this dish somewhere. Shigeruchi Kata reminded, and the people of Gangsakamaki also remembered something, saying, it's a recipe in a comic, and the inspiration for this dish should come from the recipe on the recently popular food comic, Zhonghua Ian. Yes, it's this comic. I just said that this dish looks so familiar. If it's from a recipe in Zhonghua Ichiban, it wouldn't be surprising. So is it as delicious as the comics describe it? It has been a few months since Dashia 1 was released. As this comic became popular on the internet, many chefs have successfully reproduced the recipes in the comic and displayed them on the internet. This also set off a re-engraving frenzy. Many chefs have re-engraved the recipes in this comic, and many people have improved the original recipes. So it's not particularly surprising for everyone to know that Mimasaka Subaru was inspired by this manga. In fact, Mizwa-ong is not a single imitation and copy, because his dish is the third recipe created by combining the two recipes of Magic Mappo Tofu and Magic Panda Mappo Tofu. Is the idea from a food comic? Xiaya frowned slightly, although she did not object to doing so, but she did not support it. Because she and food comics are just entertainment, most of the things written on it are just made up by the author. However, the aroma and color of this Mappo tofu are particularly attractive. Xiaya picked up a spoon and dipped a little sauce into his mouth. Okay, so spicy. Just licking it a little with the tongue, the bean sprouts were so spicy that they turned red. This, Mappo tofu is not like this. The sauce must be eaten with tofu to experience the deliciousness. The sauce alone is only spicy. Mimasaka Subaru said politely. It's just that Mizwa-ong's 4.4 appearance and stature are somewhat inconsistent with his polite appearance. After listening to Mimasaka Subaru's words, Xiaya scooped the tofu and sauce into her mouth again, and this time she finally tasted the deliciousness from the combination of tofu and spicy sauce. Well, this sauce is paired with smooth and tender tofu, which stimulates the senses. Although it is unbelievably spicy, it is completely covered by various tastes such as numbness and neck. Is this black tofu sweet? Was it made from black beans just now? This is sugar tofu. The black and sweet tofu is really the finishing touch of this dish, and the sweetness of the spiciness is completely different. This complementary taste is irresistible. At the same time, there is a little sweetness, and the red, white and black are constantly intertwined. There is no greasy feeling at all, making it impossible to stop at all. Although the 5 judges were sweating, their movements did not stop at all, until the whole plate of Mappo tofu was eaten. After Xiaya finished eating, despite Sasaki Yui's dissuasion of, taste it in moderation, there is cooking behind it, and only after drinking a gulp of water did she feel extremely satisfied. After eating, the 5 judges also began to score. 18, 19, 18, 19, 19, 934. Another high score of more than 90 points appeared, and the same 93 points as Kurikiba Ryo. The audience was in an uproar again, and the score was something that everyone never expected. 93 points. Congrats to Misaka-ong, who is currently tied for second place. Sasaki Yui announced. Not just Mimasaka Subaru and Kurikiba Ryo, but Ibusaki Shun and Marui Zenji too. In the event of a tie for fourth place, it will continue until the end of the game. The final 5 judges will make more detailed judgments on the dishes on both sides, and choose one of them to enter the final. According to the development of the original plot, Shunryoko and Mei's works cannot get such a high score. In the original plot, Ryoko Shin only scored 86 points, while Mizuwa Ong scored 91 points. Now the two can get high scores, all because they are influenced by Tong Yu. Although the scores are all over 90, it is not completely guaranteed to enter the finals. In particular, Mizuwa Ang's score is the same as Kurikiba Ryo, and it is very likely to be squeezed out. Because the dishes of Tong Yu, Hayama Ryo, and Yukihira Sōma have not been submitted at this time, with the strength of these three, it is very likely that they will surpass Mimasaka Subaru and Kurikiba Ryo. A period of time after Mimasaka Subaru's cooking was submitted, students successively submitted their own creations. The 5 judges did not lose their balance because of several high-scoring dishes just now, and still tasted each dish with a strict and serious attitude. Although these students did better than the first batch of students who submitted cooking, the highest score did not exceed 60 points. It can also be seen from this ranking that there is a huge disparity between the first-year students. Just when the atmosphere of the conference hall was about to become depressed due to the continuous low scores, Hayama Ryo finally shot. "Look, it's Yi Shanliang, he finished his cooking. What kind of food does he cook?" As Hayama Ryo walked towards the jury table with his 220% cooking, the eyes of many people in the audience fell on him. Not only the students, but even some of the faculty members and the lecturers stared at Yi Shanliang with anticipation. The reason why Yi Shanliang has received such a high degree of attention is mainly because it has something to do with Shiomi. Shiomi Jun's reputation in Totsuki is very high, and Hayama Ryo, as her adopted son and successor, will of course be noticed by others. And Yi Shanliang was not disappointed by the people he expected, and completely conquered the 5 judges with curry soup with glutinous rice. This dish is based on sea bream head simmered in a sweet fish head curry gravy, infused with fennel, lemongrass, cinnamon, and the holy elixir known in Ayurveda as the mysterious elixir. Spices such as basil, and a generous covering of yogurt are added to form a bisque-like dish. Ryo Hayama's cooking is interesting, and the taste and aroma are hidden in the closed understanding, like a bomb. Then, as the judges opened the memory with sentences, the blocked aroma exploded around like a bomb. This has a very program effect, which surprised the judges and the audience. In the end, Hayama Ryo lived up to expectations and scored 94 points, which tied for the first place with Ryoko Shin. After Hayama Ryo, Sōma grinned and served his dishes. Everyone didn't know why he was laughing, and they didn't understand what was going on until his food was served. It turns out that Sōma's dish, omuris with curry gravy, the originality of this dish is very similar to Hayama Ryo's dish. The practice of this dish is to use chicken bones and beef tendons to make a thick soup, add the sweetness of minced beef and onions into the rice, use oyster sauce as the base and add honey to make a sauce, then add cumin, cardamom, spices like cloves, and are linked around a homemade mango chutney. All the ingredients and aromas are wrapped in the egg skin, and the judges need to make a sentence with a sentence when tasting. The shock brought by Sōma cuisine is not weaker than that brought by Ryori Hayama's cuisine, and some people even call Sōma's cuisine the third delicious bomb. The first one was Kami Ryoko's cuisine. Although it did not hide the fragrance like Hayama and Sōma did, the fragrance was indeed exaggerated, and it could be regarded as a fragrance bomb. Delicious bomb. Hehe, I like this name. Hayama, I didn't expect our idea to come together. Sōma said to Hayama. Ryo Hayama is also surprised that Sōma can make this kind of cooking, whether it is creativity or the fragrance of spices, it can be comparable to his cooking. You must know that when Sōma and Tadakoro Megumi visited the Shiomi Institute together 2 months ago, Sōma was completely a curry noob, not even recognizing curry leaves. However, in just 2 months, he was able to make such excellent curry dishes. Yi Shanliang hugged his hands and said lightly, "It's really interesting, but your score doesn't seem to be as high as mine, what?" Sōma looked at the judging table and saw that the judges gave the score. One sponsor judge gave a perfect score, 3 of the 4 judges gave 18 points, and 1 gave 19 points. So Sōma's final score was 93 points. When this score appeared, everyone at the scene exploded. Again, another 93 points. Now 3 people have the same score. It's very likely that there will be a voting showdown now. Ryoko Kamiko scored 94 points and Ryo Hayama scored 94 points. As far as the current situation is concerned, the two have basically entered the finals, with 2 places already occupied. Yukihira Sōma, Ryo Kurikiba, and Mimasaka Subaru all scored 93 points. The 3 are tied for the same score, but only 2 places remain. This means that someone has to be left out, and this is the case when no one can get a high score anymore. Of course, there is also a possibility. That is, 2 of the remaining students who did not submit their cooking got a high score of over 93, and all 3 were eliminated. However, the kind of student who may be too small and can surpass 93 points in the eyes of everyone is the only one left. The continuous appearance of high-scoring works has made several judges feel a little numb. You must know that the first place in the previous autumn trials is only 70 or 80. However, the 92 trials were good. There were 5 works with a score of more than 90 points in the A field, not including the 2 works with a score of 88 points that were close to 90 points. And in several 90-point works, there are still the existence of full marks from the judges. All of them show that the 92 students are powerful and talented. 3 hours of cooking time, less than half an hour left at the moment. The review of Venue B has come to an end, and the top 4 places have almost been determined. Nakiri Irina scored 93 points for the French Picardy curry burrito, and was temporarily second. Nakiri Alice, who has won the first place so far, refreshed the judges' worldview with a futuristic curry, and took into account various temperature differences to complete the molecular gastronomy concept of a dish, and received a high score of 95 points. Even the talented writers of Alice's dish cannot fully express its deliciousness in words, which is enough to see the shock brought by this dish. At present, this dish has obtained the highest score of the 2 venues 063A and B. It was followed by Arato Hisako's mutton, Siwu soup curry, which scored 92 points. Further down is Aldini Takumi's curry noodles, which scored 90 points. The dishes of Tadakoro Megumi, Yoshino Yuki, Aoki Daigo, and Sato Shoji are also very good, but they only stay in the 80s, and have not crossed the 90s. When many viewers in Venue B heard that there were continuous high-scoring dishes in Venue A, many of the audience went to Venue A. Of course, the high scores that kept appearing in Venue A made the audience wonder if the judges were letting water. You must know that it is very difficult to score 80 points, and even more difficult to score 90 points. Even if you want to get one more point after passing 90 points, you need to make huge efforts. These judges are all people who have tasted the world's delicious food. Just imagine if they only deduct 1 or 2 points, or even no points. It is not only about taste, but also creativity and appetite worthy of the judges. So far, the works of Hayama Ryo and Yukihira Sōma have been given full marks by the judges. It is because these 2 dishes are delicious and creative, and at the same time, they are exactly the style of cooking that the judge likes, so they gave full marks out of joy. Delicious bomb. Interesting, then I am the 4th delicious bomb, serving. Near the end of the game, Tong Yu finally finished his cooking. In the eyes of everyone's doubts, he sent 5 golden balls to the front of the jury table. Tong Yu brought 5 golden spheres with a diameter of 15 centimeters to the jury table under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As if to prevent the golden sphere from falling out of the container, a deep concave plate was deliberately used to hold the sphere in place. The 5 judges, including Syaya, Kadian Shigurakin, and Kosaka Makito, were all stunned when they saw the golden ball in front of them. This is your cooking. It's spherical, it's made from the iron ball mold just now. Gangsakazaki said humanely. When the preliminaries started, everyone saw Tong Yu tinkering with the black ball mold. It turned out that the mold at that time was to make the dishes into this shape. Kita Shigeru approached the golden ball and looked at it, only to see that there were grains of burnt rice on it, and at the same time, a burnt aroma also rushed into the nostrils. It's rice noodles. Xiangtian recognized the dish immediately. Guoba. Xiaoya frowned slightly. It wasn't that she didn't know this dish, but she felt that it was inappropriate to serve such a simple dish in this kind of competition. Apart from the striking shape of the rice balls, there is nothing special about this dish. Yes, this is guoba, but it's not an ordinary guoba dish, but my special curry kaihua guoba. Tong Yu said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Curry. I didn't see curry at all, wait, etc. Could it be that the curry is hidden in the sphere? One of the sponsor judges was shocked. Because of the lessons learned from Hayama Ryo and Yukihira Soma, the judges immediately thought of this possibility. The bean sprouts also reacted instantly, and I understood it when I thought about it. Tong Yu is also one of the elite 10, how could he only cook ordinary rice dishes with his strength and identity? So that's it, the curry is hidden inside this pot of rice, right? It's like the two dishes just now, and it has to be opened with a sentence. Kita Shigeru near said, ready to reach out and pick up the spoon. No, my cooking doesn't require your hands, it will move on its own. Yep. At this moment, there was movement from the golden ball in the plate. Such a sound came from the inside of the golden ball, and at the same time, the 5 judges saw that the surface of the golden ball began to appear tiny cracks. Seeing this, Tong Yu's smile grew even stronger. Attention, the 4th round of the delicious bomb is about to appear. Male. In the next second, a large amount of steam was ejected from the inside of the golden sphere, just like the sound of a pressure cooker venting. This frightened Xiaoya to hide behind the chair, afraid that the steam would hurt her skin. At the same time, along with the spouting of water vapor, a dazzling golden light was continuously shot out from the inside of the rice ball. Again, it appeared again, its golden light. What is this Tong Yu doing, making such weird dishes every time? The steam is filled with the aroma of spices and rice, which is addicting. Not only the judges, Hayama Ryo, Soma and others who were close to the judging platform could smell it, and even the audience in the front row could smell the fragrance. After about 10 seconds, the steam inside the rice ball was almost drained. Gala. A crisp sound came, the entire golden ball shattered, and a large amount of thick soup flowed out, just filling the deep groove at the bottom of the plate. At the same time, a part of the cracked rice chips were also soaked in the soup. Not only the thick soup, but also side dishes such as beef slices, straw mushrooms, celery, carrots, jinhua ham and so on. As expected, just like Hayama and Yukihira's cooking, the soup and side dishes are all hidden inside. But Tong Yu's dish is more interesting. Like magic, the golden ball will automatically split open. Wrong, isn't this kaihua guoba from Zhonghua Yifan? Tong Yu also reproduced the recipes in the comics. It's not a complete reenactment, because kaihua rice noodles are just ordinary rice noodles, and the theme this time is curry, so it must be improved. That's right, as the students in the auditorium discussed, Tong Yu's dish was improved from the kaihua guoba dish in Zhonghua Ian. This dish is the exclusive and top-secret dish of the superb chef Jia Xiong, which requires special props and the joint efforts of several people to complete. However, Tong Yu went to rough extraction and used modern equipment to simplify the tedious steps to a single person. Of course, it's not just the cooking process that has been improved. In order to match the theme of this time, curry, Tong Yu has also made changes in the soup and side dishes. This is really shocking. I didn't expect so much steam to gather in the crumb balls. Logically speaking, so much steam accumulated inside, and the crumb balls cracked before they were served. Why wait until it was served on the table? Does it automatically split after that? Kita Shigeru asked in confusion. For this question, Hayama Ryo and Soma are also puzzled. Although the dishes they cooked also wrapped up the deliciousness, it only locked in the aroma and part of the heat. And Tong Yu's crumb balls lock up a lot of steam, and the crumb balls are so huge and well preserved before they crack, it's almost impossible to do this. This question will be explained later. The most delicious moment of goba cuisine is the moment when the soup side dishes and the rice cakes are combined. After time, the taste will be less delicious, so try it now. Tong Yu reminded. Xiaya then sat back down again, then picked up a piece of rice cooker soaked in soup with chopsticks and slowly put it into his mouth. Put the rice in the mouth to chew, and immediately heard the crisp sound of the mouth. Well. Just chewing lightly, the faces of the bean sprouts and the others changed slightly. The unique taste of rice noodles and soup, it is so delicious to put in your mouth before the soup is completely soaked in the rice. The slightly sweet and thick soup is silky, and it forms a perfect match with the crispy rice. The base of the soup is boiled with chicken broth, and then there is the aroma of butter, which should be added when frying the rice noodles. The aroma of jinhua ham and straw mushroom makes the chicken soup extremely delicious, and the flavor of spices is also perfectly integrated into the rice cooker and soup. Wait, what is this particular scent? It's holy basil. I didn't expect Tong Yu's dishes to include holy basil as a spice. Xiaoye said in shock. Hearing this, Yi Shanliang was shocked, and Shi Jianrun, who was in the faculty seat, was also stunned. You, where did you get the holy basil? Yi Shanliang turned around and asked Tong Yu. Holy basil is a very precious spice and is known as a sacred herb in India. In the ancient Indian medicine Arun Veda, it is also used as a medicine for many diseases. Therefore holy basil is rare in Japan, and fresh holy basil is almost non-existent. Currently in the entire Totsuki, only Jun Shiomi is cultivating a small amount of fresh holy basil. Yi Shanliang knew that Zijianjin would definitely not give this precious ingredient to outsiders, so he was so surprised to ask Tong Yu where the holy basil came from. Tong Yu smiled lightly and said, "You can just think that I got lucky and bought it from the ingredients merchant." Yi Shanliang knew that this was a perfunctory remark, and did not continue to ask. Listen to it. For a time, only 5 judges could be heard chewing rice noodles on the judges' side. After a long time, several judges gradually recovered from this delicious food. The taste is so wonderful, the aroma of the rice cooker is matched with the aroma of the soup, and the taste formed in the mouth is really wonderful. That's right, the taste of the rice cracker obviously also takes into account the combination with the soup, not just to block the soup inside and prevent the loss of deliciousness. This viscous soup is sealed inside for a while, and the deliciousness bursts out in an instant, giving people a full sense of surprise. What a fun and delicious dish. Being able to taste this kind of food at the last minute makes the whole mood feel better. The faces of several judges were filled with joy, and it could be seen that the dish made them very happy. Now can you explain why so much steam has accumulated in the inside of the rice balls, and they won't crack the first time? Kita Shigeru near put down his chopsticks and immediately asked Tong Yu. Tong Yu took the iron ball mold from the cooking station and explained it to everyone. In order to make it easier for you to understand, let me start with the making of the rice balls. As you have seen before, I used this iron ball mold to make the rice balls. First, stick the rice on the semicircle of the iron ball. The inside of the iron ball, and then put the two together on the stovetop and turn it on a high heat to bake it through. After it is almost baked, open the iron ball to form the current crockpot ball, and then fry the whole round crockpot ball in the heated oil, so that a hollow crockpot ball in the middle can be made. However, the soup inside dishes have been stuffed into it before making the rice balls, so it will have the effect that everyone sees now. In this way, I went back to the question asked by the judge. If the filling is poured directly into it, the spherical pot will definitely crack on the spot. Therefore, the inner side of the ball must be covered with oiled beef first. In this way, under the protection of the meat slices, the crumb balls will never crack. And the reason why, Wang Zhao, only cracked when it was served was because I had shaken the goba ball before it was served. When Tong Yu explained it here, everyone gradually understood it. It turned out to be the case, because a large amount of steam and pressure accumulated inside the crumb balls when baking the crumb balls. As the crumb balls were shaken, the flow of the internal air flow would be accelerated, thereby breaking through the protective wall inside the crumb balls. This principle is similar to the principle that before drinking soda, if it is shaken vigorously, it will shoot in. One more thing, why does it take so much effort to put the stuffing in? If I remember correctly, the traditional crock-pot cooking is to drizzle the stuffing on top of the crock-pot. Is that any different from the stuffing inside? Or said, you are for the effect of the scene, Xiaya said another question in her heart. Tong Yu smiled slightly and said, of course this is not for the effect of the show. When the pressure inside the rice ball is getting higher and higher, the flavor of the soup will penetrate more and increase its flavor, and it will never be eaten before eating. Let cool. In other words, because all the goodness is compressed into the ball, there is no waste at all, and the goodness can be maximized. It turns out that, the seemingly magic-like rice cooker contains such truths. Well, this dish is simply a delicious explosion, and it is even more shocking than the previous dishes. Then let's start grading. 19.19.19.19. Tong Yu's final score is displayed on the scorer in front of the 5 judges. Tong Yu's score has appeared, yes, it's 95. Sasaki Ui looked at the scores displayed on the 5 judges' scorers, and announced with some excitement, such as. In this way, he ranks first in Group A. All 5 judges gave the same score, so you can see at a glance what Tong Yu's total score is without waiting for the system to announce it. Although Tong Yu got the highest score, in a sense his cooking falls short of Hayama Ryo and Yukihira Sōma. Why do you say that? Quite simply, because Hayama and Sōma were scored by 5 judges, there is a full point option. Tong Yu's overall score was high, but he didn't get a full score. In fact, the reason why the judges collectively deducted 1 point is because the main inspiration of Tong Yu's recipe is from Wuxia edition. Although Tong Yu made improvements, and the improvements were very successful, it still made the reviewers feel that a little innovation was missing. But this is also under the condition that the reviewers do not know that Tong Yu is the author of Zhonghua Ian. Soon, Tong Yu's name jumped to the first place on the score ranking panel. Followed by Ryoko Kamiko, 94 points, Ryo Hayama, 94, Ryo Kurikiba, 90673, Mimosaka Subaru, 93, Yukihira Sōma, 93. Now things become very interesting. Shan Liang and Shin Ryoko, who are tied for second place, have nothing to do. They can firmly win the finals. Excluding the 3 places in the top 3, there is only 1 place left for the 3 people who are tied for 4th place. Then this means voting duel, to be selected from 3 people, Kurikiba Ryo, Mizuwa Ong, and Yukihira Sōma. This ranking continued until the end of the competition, and the next 5 judges also began to have headaches. There have been so many sessions of the autumn trials, and it has occasionally been the case that the same score is tied, but it is definitely the first time that 3 people are tied and still have a high score of 93 points. 20 minutes passed, but the 5 reviewers were still unable to make up their minds. No way, the 3 people's dishes all have their own advantages and tastes are equally delicious. It is indeed difficult to make a decision to choose one of the 3. Because of this incident, many spectators and contestants in Area B ran over to watch the situation. What's going on in Group A, the 3 are tied for 4th place with 93 points. Arato Hisako and Nakiri Arena rushed to the A venue together. When they saw the ranking situation on the electronic screen, they were dumbfounded. Nakiri Arena was also taken aback by this situation, but she quickly returned to normal and turned her attention to the name of Tong Yu, who scored 95 points and ranked first. Jingyu won the first place. Nakiri Arena didn't feel anything, but what surprised her was that Jin Ryoko was tied for second place with Hayama Ryo. Not only Nakiri Arena, but many people are also a little incredible when they see that Ryoko Shenyang scored a high score of 94. They are all wondering, Shin Ryoko's strength has suddenly become so tyrannical, or is it that she has been hiding her strength before? 93 points, which is enough to enter the top 4 in Group B, because the third place in Group B is Hisako himself with 92 points and the fourth place Takumi with 90 points. Everyone can't help but sigh, this Group A is really the group of death. Please, ask the 5 judges to choose one of the 3 contestants from Kurikiba Ryo, Mimasaka Subaru, and Yukihira Sōma to enter the final. Although this is a bit embarrassing, but please discuss the results early. Sasaki Ui reminded the 5 reviewers. It's useless for you to urge us on this kind of thing, it's hard to decide. That's right, the cooking of the 3 is very good, and it would be a pity to abandon anyone. Sasaki Ui's reminder only resulted in more anxious and grumpy responses from several reviewers. Sasaki Ui, who was originally stage fright and timid, was also frightened by several judges. The audience also waited impatiently, and the 3 parties were even more restless. Especially Kurikiba Ryo, who was so irritable in the same place, almost rushed in front of the judges and picked up their collars to ask the results. Fortunately, Nakiri Alice arrived in time and took off the headband on his head, which stopped him. A violent incident occurred. There's no way to negotiate like this. You all have good players. Then just vote directly. One person, one vote, choose the side you think is the best, and the side with the most votes will advance. Xiaya showed a strong woman at this moment. His demeanor, he said decisively. I agree with Miss Xiaya's proposal. The opinions of the 5 of us can't be unified at all. Xiangtian Shigeru said nearby. What should I do if the same vote happens again? Minato Sakamaki said weakly. Let's vote first, I'll come first. Xiaya picked up the microphone on the table, walked in front of the 3 contestants, and said, I vote for Kurikiba Ryo's ISE shrimp French curry, his cooking brings me a delicious taste above the other 2 dishes. With Xiaya starting like this, other reviewers also began to speak. I support Yukihira Sōma's cooking. His omuris is simple, approachable, creative, and tastes very good. The main thing is that I felt his heart in this dish. The second person to speak was the oldest old sponsor among the 5 judges, and he nodded to Yukihira Sōma. Tong Yu, who was on the side, was slightly startled when he heard this. Feel the mind? Could it be that Sōma has sharpened his heart in the past 2 months? The next speaker was another sponsor. He supported Mei Zhua Ang's cuisine, and the reason was very simple. He liked the taste of this mapo tofu, and he couldn't let go of the spicy taste. As a result, the 3 players all held 1 vote, and it became an even situation. The 2 most critical votes now fall to Shigeru near Kata and Makido Minasaka. After a brief pondering, the 2 expressed their support. The dish I chose is omelette with curry gravy, and the reason is the same as what Mr. Akiyama said just now, but the reason I personally support him is because this dish is more creative than the other 2 dishes. I, too, gave the right to vote to Yukihira Sōma. Although this is cruel to the other 2 players, it is also a fact that we have to admit, in the case of almost excellent, we can only choose the more creative one. Dishes are recognized. In this way, the result is also very obvious. Sōma, who received 3 votes, entered the final. Tong Yu was quite satisfied with the judge's decision and felt that it was a fair judgment. Let's not talk about whether or not Sōma has the patient situation. The creativity of the dish, omuris with curry sauce, alone is enough to beat the dishes of Ryo Kurikiba and Mimasaka Subaru, not to mention the taste is similar. When Sasaki Ui saw the voting results, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he could finally end this dispute. Well, then congratulations to Yukihira Sōma, who won the approval of the judges with 3 votes. He entered the final group together with Tong Yu, Ken Ryoko, and Hayama Ryo. Let's congratulate them with warm applause. At this point, the preliminaries have finally come to an end. The 4 finalists in Group A are Tong Yu, Ryoko Kamiko, Ryo Hayama, and Yukihira Sōma. Group B is Nakiri Alice, Nakiri Arena, Barato Hisako, Aldini Takumi. The roster of the final group was almost the same as Zhang Yu had expected. But it's just a pity that Tadakoro Megumi, she was able to enter the final according to the original development. Due to the participation of Nakiri Arena in Group B, she took one more place, which led to her falling out of the list this time. Then, to commemorate the end of the fall tryouts, now start a celebration party and a consolation party. On the night of the preliminaries, a party was held in room 205 of the Polar Star race. Unlike Polar Star Dorm's previous parties, this time there were non-Polar Star Dorm members, Mito Ikumi, the Aldini brothers, Hojo Miyoko. Celebration refers to Tong Yu's group who entered the final. The object of consolation is Yuki and others who did not make it to the finals. Hojo Miyoko was called by Tong Yu, and the remaining three were invited by Yuki and Sōma. Ikumi was invited by Yuki. The two met because of the meat cooking class, and due to their research on meat cooking, the two gradually had a common language and became good friends over time. As for the Aldini brothers, of course, they were invited by the real creators. After all, Sōma and Takumi have always been good friends. After everyone raised their glasses and drank the wheat juice, they chatted about today's preliminaries. "Hey you, you're really boring. You actually opened a small stove with Ryoko alone. Although he's your girlfriend, you should take care of your roommate anyway." Yuki said this to Tong Yu after she sat down, with deep contempt in her eyes. Dao and the others also fell on him with the eyes of ignoring friends. It turned out that after the preliminaries ended today, Yuki and the others were very shocked when they learned that Ryoko Kanzen had entered the final with 94 points. After some inquiries, everyone knew that it was Tong Yu who took Shin Ryoko to a special place for 2 months of special training. The strength increased a lot, and the preparation was sufficient and the performance was relatively good. A good score of 94 points. Hey, that's no wonder you didn't go back to your hometown in Polar Star Dorm during the summer vacation. I wanted to take you to training. There's no way. Tong Yu explained. In fact, Tong Yu's original plan was to take all the die-hard fans to the comic world to improve his strength and prepare for entering the high-level comic world in the future. But how can the people of Polar Star Dorm believe what Tong Yu said? Each one is more heroic than the other. Wow, pity me, and shall we, if they can score a few more points, they will be able to enter the finals. Yuki, it's okay, let's cheer together next time. Of course, Yuki and the others were just joking, and they didn't really mean to blame Tong Yu. Soon everyone changed the subject and chatted about other things. For example, why did Tong Yu and Nakiri Arena from Elite 10 participate in this audition together? Tong Yu's cooking comes from comics. When the Aldini brothers found out that Tong Yu was the author of Zhonghua Yifan, they were surprised for a while before they recovered. "Brother, haven't you always wanted the author's autograph? Now is the perfect opportunity." "Isami, you, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is going to sign autographs? I haven't seen this Daxia one and The Captive of Food." Takumi is a typical Xiaosho character. He is obviously a loyal fan of Tong Yu, but he refuses to admit it because of his face. At this moment, Ishiki Satoshi walked in with a few plates of side dishes that he had just prepared. "Come on, use it slowly, you must eat more when you come to Polar Star Dorm for the first time. If it's not enough, I'll do it again." After finishing speaking, Ishiki Satoshi left the room. He knew that this was a party for the first graders. Not involved either. However, Hojo Miyoko, the Aldini brothers, and Mito Ikumi, who came to Polar Star Dorm for the first time, were stunned for a long time when they saw Ishiki Satoshi's special dress. The four who were hesitating to speak, seemed to have an epiphany when they saw Tong Yu and the others being used to it. Since everyone in the room is a first-year student, they are also very compatible in personality. Especially when Daigo and Shoji moved in a case of beer, the atmosphere in the house began to change. Everyone also divided into factions and chatted in several corners of the house. Ikumi and Yuki talked about meat dishes, but it seems that more topics are centered around Polar Star Chicken. Takumi and Gen are old-fashioned, and they will bicker with each other even at this time. Isami, Marui, Ibusaki-shan, and Tadakoro Megumi chatted about the summer vacation, while Daigo and Shoji were sparring and drinking. The rest of Tong Yu, Kami Ryoko, and Hojo Miyoko sat down together. Gollum. Hojo Miyoko drank a whole bottle of beer, put the fried assortment on the side, and chewed it. While chewing and tasting the fried assortment, Hojo opened another bottle of beer and drank most of it. After drinking this half bottle, a slight blush appeared on her face. 4 flowers. Hojo, that's almost it, this is the 4th bottle. Tong Yu reminded Hojo. Hojo didn't listen to Tong Yu's words, took another sip before looking at Tong Yu and said, I really envy you too, both of you have entered the final as a couple, unlike us who are lonely and do not even have the threshold for the final. Touch. Student Hojo also scored 87 points in Division B today, which shows your strength. Kami Ryoko said. No, it's all about my strength. If I were stronger or someone gave me some advice, maybe I would have entered the finals. What do you think, Tong Yu? Hojo looked at Tong Yu and said with a smile on his face. Maybe. 0, it's good, if only I had a good boyfriend like you, I don't have to be so tired. After speaking, Hojo Miyoko drank the remaining beer in one breath, then stood up and walked towards the balcony. After Hojo Miyoko left, Shin Ryoko put her cheek in front of Jingyu and whispered, Don't you think you should tell me something? Huh? Hojo and I are just ordinary friends. Don't you think there is something between us just because of her drunken remarks? Tong Yu said. I didn't mean that, I meant that Hojo likes you, don't you feel it? Shin Ryoko said with a smile. Hey, like me? No, is it your illusion? Tong Yu didn't feel that Hojo had any male or female meaning to him, and he had always regarded Hojo as a friend. You trust me, girl's instincts. Why do I feel that you are quite happy after knowing that she likes me, not jealous? Tong Yu was quite puzzled, and she didn't feel angry at all from Shin Liangzi's smiling face. Normally, a girl would get angry when she learned that other girls like her boyfriend. But Shin Ryoko was not only not angry, but also showed a smile. Why are you jealous? It only shows that you are good enough, even girls like Hojo are attracted to you. Ryoko Shin said. Tong Yu was speechless for a while, because Lu Liangzi was right. Shin Liangzi didn't say that Tong Yu didn't realize that Hojo Miyoko liked him, so after reminding him, he realized that the look in Hojo's eyes was really strange, especially when he was drunk. To be honest, Tong Yu would not refuse a girl like Hojo. Tong Yu once also thought about having 3,000 beauties in the harem like other travelers, but he just thought about it. He's not a scumbag, and he doesn't love someone when he sees them. He still has certain principles. However, Shin Ryoko's words made him a little flustered. Hojo revealed his intentions to him indirectly, and as his girlfriend, Ryoko Shin was not only not angry, but also very happy. So, is this implying something? Fortunately, Ryoko Kami didn't talk much about this topic, and then stood up and chatted with Tadakoro Megumi and others. This, congratulations and condolences, party also ended successfully. Except for Hojo, who was a little unhappy, everyone else had a good time. Tong Yu originally wanted to go to 067 to comfort Hojo, but thought that she was half drunk and felt a little inappropriate, so he finally let it go. The time for the finals is 2 weeks later, and the groups and themes will only be announced when the finals are about to start. In order to let the players have 100% energy to meet the finals, the operator specially approved that the 8 players who entered the finals do not have to go to class these days, so they can recharge their batteries and present a wonderful showdown to the audience. Taking a short break for half a month is a good thing for Tong Yu, because he can use this time to draw cartoons with peace of mind. Although Dasha 1 has officially ended, its popularity has remained high. The number of fans of this comic alone has exceeded 4,000 W, and it is still growing. As for The Captive of Food, although it has only released less than 30 episodes, its popularity value is higher than that of Dasha 1, and the number of fans has exceeded 3000W, allowing Tong Yu to unlock the fifth privilege. Although he has unlocked the fifth privilege, Tong Yu still dare not claim or integrate into the privilege. The reason is that considering his own lack of strength, premature integration will cause a series of unnecessary troubles. Not to mention, if he incorporates the gourmet cell demon, he is estimated to have to use tons for the unit calculation of what he needs to eat every day, and he can only be satisfied by eating high-grade and high-nutrition ingredients and his appetite. Therefore, Tong Yu can only put aside the privilege of unlocking captive of food temporarily. The reason why he chose to start the release of this high-level food comic so early is just to open the privilege of entering the comic world in advance. Tong Yu spent a week working on the manga with all his strength. He completed 10 episodes in a week. After handing over the completed 10 episodes to the manga club, Tong Yu made an appointment with Ryoko at noon that day. I took the initiative to ask me to go shopping today. Is there any intention? What do you think? Where is the place in you that can make me have intentions now? Tong Yu said, looking up and down on Shen Liangzi with lustrous eyes. Shen Liangzi immediately blushed and covered his chest with both hands. Lust, pervert, big villain. It is not the first time that the two have made such erotic jokes. Is it a couple after all? It's normal to tease each other occasionally. Okay, I won't tease you. Go and change your clothes. Today we're going out to play. We've been busy these days and haven't had time to accompany you, so I'll make up for it today. Tong Yu said back to normal. Wave. Shen Liangzi took the initiative to kiss Tong Yu's cheek. If you still have some conscience, then you go down and wait for me, I will come down soon. After saying that, Ryoko went back to her bedroom to change her clothes, while Tong came to Polar Star dorm and waited for her in the lobby on the first floor. After about 10 minutes, Ryoko, who had changed clothes, walked downstairs. Shen Ryoko put on the clothes that Tong Yu bought for her last time. Although it was only blue women's casual clothes, Shen Ryoko had a different charm when she put it on. The lower body was made of cropped jeans, which perfectly showed her slender thighs. There was a small blue leather bag hanging from the right wrist, and long black hair that was draped to the waist was simply erected by a red ribbon, which went straight to the waist. This outfit, matched with Ryoko's face and height, completely brought out her mature big sister momentum. Tong Yu didn't care about the other people who were walking back and forth in Polar Star dorm. He stepped forward and caught Shin Ryoko's slender waist. Babe, I'll depend on you wherever I want to play today. Shin Ryoko was blushing at Tong Yu's disgusting name, but she didn't refuse such a name. You asked me on the initiative, shouldn't you decide where to go? Shen Liangzi said. Okay, how about going shopping first, then having dinner and watching a movie in the evening? Tong Yu asked. Shen Liangzi nodded like a little woman. I listen to you, you can go anywhere. In fact, for a girl like Shin Ryoko, it doesn't matter where she goes, what matters is that she is accompanied by the person she loves the most. Shin Ryoko's request is also very simple, as long as Tong Yu can accompany her occasionally like this is enough. She is a smart girl, and she knows very well that Tong Yu's excellence and perfection cannot be monopolized by her. As long as she has a place in Tong Yu's heart, she will be satisfied. Tong Yu didn't know what Shin Ryoko was thinking, he just felt that no matter how busy he was with his girlfriend, he had to make time for it. However, because of this small act, Ryoko Shin was moved and made a decision in her heart. Since the two went out at noon, they had already settled their lunch at Polar Star dorm, so they went straight to the commercial street. Tong Yu went shopping with Shin Liangzi all afternoon and bought a lot of things. In the evening, the two found a star-rated restaurant with an elegant environment and enjoyed a romantic dinner only for the two of them. At the end of the dinner, Tong Yu took Shin Ryoko's hand to the cinema, chose a youth romance drama, and sat in the cinema to watch it. The movie ended at 22:30, and when she came out of the movie theater, Ryoko Kami cried and was saddened by the ending of the movie. Tong Yu-kun, why can't you say that people who love each other can't be together? He has gone through so many hardships, but in the end, he separated because of the cruel reality. Shunryoko's eyes are red, and he is still immersed in the ending of the movie just now. Ryoko, that's just a movie. It's just for the plot. There are many happy lovers in this world, aren't we one of them? Tong Yu said, leaning on Shunryoko's shoulders and gently hugging her into his arms. I see. Shunliangzi snuggled into Tong Yu's arms and said softly, Zhang Yujun, are we going back? Well, it's getting late, it's time to meet Polar Star Dorm. Miss Wen-su will nag us again later. Dong Yu looked at the time and said. I. Tong Yu felt that something was wrong when he heard Shunliangzi call him that, and looked down at Shunliangzi, his face was already blushing. I called and told Miss Wen-su at 4:4 in the afternoon, We are not going back to Polar Star Dorm today. Let's go to the hotel. Ryoko Kami stabbed her blushing head into it. Tong Yu's arms. Tong Yu is not stupid, and he still doesn't understand the meaning of Shunliangzi's words. An hour later, inside the best 5-star hotels in Tokyo. Ryoko, do you really not regret it? Well, it's enough for me to have a place in Mr. Tong Yu's heart. Your excellence is not something I can occupy alone, nor can I stop other girls from liking you. Don't talk about it, Ryoko, it's enough to have you, I swear I will be good to you for the rest of my life. Omit tens of thousands of words and use your imagination, or go to some 3D areas to find. On this night, Tong Yu also stepped into the ranks of man from boy, and Shunryoko also completed the transformation of a woman, and gave the most noble thing of a girl to the most beloved man. A few days have passed since Tong Yu and Ryoko Kami date, and the day before the finals of the autumn trials. Basic ingredients, cooking utensils, equipment, etc. have been prepared in the finals. Players can also bring their own special tools such as kitchen knives. The groups of the competition will be determined by drawing lots according to the results of the preliminaries, and the theme of each group will be drawn randomly. Select. These will be fully notified the day before the official duel, so Tong Yu, Shunryoko, and Sōma came together early in the morning to inform the group. Under the shuttle bus, the three quickly came to a villa. Tong Yu has also visited this villa, which is the office space that Elite 10 uses more on weekdays. 3, please come with me. The staff in black suits who were in charge of picking up Zhang Yu and the other 3 brought them to the large living room on the first floor of the villa. At this time, there were only 4 people waiting in the large living room, namely little Tsundra, the secretary, Takumi, and Ryo Hayama. There are also a lot of snacks, drinks, and snacks on the table in the large living room. Obviously, this is a place for players to rest and wait for a while, not a place for official notification. Seeing one person missing, Tong Yu couldn't help but ask, Hey, what about your cousin Yongchie, didn't she come? Everyone present knew that Irina and Nakiri Alice were cousins, so they also knew that the cousin that Tong Yu referred to was 22 Nakiri Alice. She arrived early, and each player will have a separate explanation, and she seems to be the first group to play, Irina said. Ahem, that means the next person invited to explain is Nakiri Alice's opponent, right? Just after Tong Yu finished speaking, Ji Jiguaningning walked out of the conference room with a blue twisted braid. She looked at Sōma expressionlessly and said, Yukihira Sōma, come in. Oh, me? Sōma was stunned, then walked into the conference room as well. Seeing this, Tong Yu nodded secretly in his heart. Sure enough, the first group to fight was Nakiri Alice and Yukihira Sōma, which has not changed from the original. In the original book, the second group is the duel between Kurikiba Ryo and Tadakoro Megumi. However, now the two of them have not been able to enter the finals, the second group of players will definitely change, and even the third and fourth groups will be different from the original. About 10 minutes later, Alice and Sōma came out of the conference room one after another. Zhang Yu saw Sōma coming beside him and asked in a low voice, What is the theme of your duel with Nakiri Alice? It's a bento. Sōma said without concealment, with a little smirk on his face, because this is a subject he is better at. Still bento, the theme has not changed from the original. Tong Yu secretly said. Then the two members of the second group, Yi Shanliang and Shinryoko, were called to the conference room. After Shinryoko came out, Tong Yu asked about the subject of the duel. The theme is ramen. I have to think hard about the dishes I want to make. Kami Ryoko said thoughtfully. Tong Yu didn't expect Shin Liangzi to meet Yi Shanliang. Isn't this a showdown between Super Smell and God's Brave? Liangzi, do you need my help? Tong Yu asked. Shin Liangzi shook his head without thinking too much. Tong Yu-kun, this time I want to rely on my own strength to win, and you have to prepare for the competition, so don't worry about me. Tong Yu was not surprised to hear Shinryoko say this. This style of work is in line with Shinryoko's character. Seeing that Shinryoko wanted to win with his own strength, Tong Yu didn't say any more encouragement, saying, okay, then you can do your best, but don't lose to your opponent. Yep. After a while, Ishiki Satoshi came out of the conference room again and called in Tong Yu and Arato Hisako. Mr. Tong Yu, Arato is your turn. Ishiki Satoshi called out to the two with a smile and eyes. When Ishiki Satoshi called his name, he was more human than Ji Jiguaningning, not only with a smile, but also in a gentle way of speaking. Tong Yu was not surprised when his name was called, but when Arato Hisako heard that her opponent was Tong Yu, he was stunned for a moment. My opponent, is actually you. Hisako said in surprise. Tong Yu spread his hands and said helplessly, yes, does the little secretary want to surrender early? Surrender, there is no such thing, I will not lose to you. Then I see that you look very nervous. Not nervous, just surprised. Surprised, isn't it just nervous? Tong Yu and Hisako walked into the meeting room together in a word. In the eyes of Ryoko Kami and Nikiri Arena, this scene is like a bickering between lovers and friends. Tong Yu and Hisako walked into the office together, and besides Ishiki Satoshi and Ji Jiguaningning, Juga Teruki was also there. Seeing that both Tong Yu and Hisako came in, Ishiki Satoshi picked up an envelope bag in each of his left and right hands and handed it to the two, saying, you two, you are the third group, and the duel is tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The theme of the showdown is, burger. The theme of the third group is still the same as the original, burger. The side of the duel was still Hisako, but this time Hisako's opponent was replaced by Tong Yu instead of Hayama Ryo. The list of players for the first three groups has been determined, and the fourth group is also obvious, only two people are left, Nikiri Arena and Takumi. Burger, a food originated from Hamburg in Germany, is the main food in modern Western fast food. Simply put, the main composition of the burger is composed of 2 buns and a beef patty, and the second layer of the bun is coated with butter, mustard, and other sauces, and then sandwiched with tomato slices, onions, vegetables. Wait for food. This is a type of Western cuisine, and for Tong Yu, who specializes in Wuxia cuisine, it is not a favorable matchup theme. Headache, it's actually based on hamburger, as the theme of the showdown. Tong Yu said this deliberately, turned around and set his eyes on Hisako, and said, little secretary, you have to be merciful this time, this is a subject I am not good at. Humph, you won't be merciful, please ask yourself for more blessings. Hisako snorted coldly and left the conference room at 070 with the file bag. Seeing Tong Yu say this, Ishiki Satoshi on the side couldn't help smiling and said, Mr. Tong Yu, the themes are all randomly decided, you just have to work hard and prepare well. No way, who makes bad luck, just prepare the cooking well this time. Tong Yu sighed deliberately. It's ridiculous that Elite 10 only stick to what they are good at. Tong Yu was stunned by the unexpected words, and then his eyes fell on Ji Jiguaningning who was sitting on the sofa. Sister Ningning seems to have a problem with me? Tong Yu asked, looking at the stone-cold girl. Ji Jiguaningning stroked the big round glasses frame on the bridge of his nose, and said, no, I just remind you that since you are participating in this competition as an Elite 10, don't lose to ordinary students, otherwise all our Elite 10's face will be smashed. You are lost. It turns out, that's it, I understand. Then I must prepare well so as not to embarrass Ning Ning Jie. If Ning Ning Jie can come to the scene, it will be even better. I can hear your cheering voice. Defeat your opponent. Sorry, not available. Really indifferent. Tong Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt very bored at Ji Jiguan Ningning's icy reaction. Zhao Ji, who was standing by the side, finally couldn't help but interject, and said, Tong Yu, don't take her words to heart, it is estimated that her aunt is here today and wants to find someone to vent her anger. Dwarf, go to hell. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ Ji Zhiguaning's appearance is cold, and he speaks without mercy. And the mutual consolation between her and Jagaji is already commonplace, which can be seen from the expression Ishiki Satoshi has long been accustomed to. Tong Yu didn't stay in the conference room, and slipped out of the office with the envelope bag. When Tong Yu came out of the meeting room, he found that Ryo Hayama, Nakiri Alice had left, and Nakiri Irina and Takumi were also called into the meeting room. Only Sōma, Kami Ryoko, and Arato Hisako are in the hall. Sōma and Kami Ryoko had already got a showdown, and they didn't leave the first time, obviously waiting for Tong Yu. Seeing Tong Yu come out, Sōma immediately stepped forward and asked, "Ayu, what is the theme of your duel?" "Hamburgers are a headache for me," Tong Yu said. Sōma touched his chin and thought for a moment, then said, "Indeed, hamburgers are a product of Western countries, and it is indeed a bit nerve-wracking for you who are good at wuxia cuisine. But it doesn't matter, there is still a whole day of preparation time, let's go back to Polar together. Star Dorm figure it out. Let's figure out a way together. Hey, Sōma, you have another purpose." Tong Yu saw Xiaojiujiu in Sōma's heart at a glance. Sōma touched his head with a look of embarrassment, and said, "Hey, you saw it. Ayu, didn't you always let me exercise my physical fitness? Now my physical fitness training is almost the same, should I teach me new moves?" Sōma has been using the Saitama exercise for more than 4 months, and his physical fitness has increased a lot. He has indeed had the basic conditions to learn some drama skills in Daxia 1. "Okay, I'll teach you some new moves when the game is over tomorrow. It's up to you whether you can learn it or not." Tong Yu agreed. Both Tong Yu and Jin Chuang were heard by Hisako beside him. After hearing this, Hisako couldn't help but murmured in his heart, what did the move in the two mouths refer to? Afterwards, Tong Yu, Sōma, and Ken Ryoko returned to Polar Star Dorm without stopping. The preparation time left for everyone is only 1 day, and the time is relatively tight. Tong Yu is no exception. The theme drawn this time is hamburgers, and none of the recipes he currently has satisfies this theme. That means he spends a certain amount of time researching recipes. On the way back to Polar Star Dorm, Tong Yu kept thinking about what to cook. But I didn't think of a recipe that would go well with burgers until I got to the door of the Polar Star Dorm. After returning to Polar Star Dorm, Ryoko, Kami, and Sōma went straight to the trial kitchen to start researching the recipe to be made. Polar Star Dorm does not have only one kitchen for trial cooking, there are 4 separate kitchenettes on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Although these small kitchens are not as well equipped as the large kitchens on the 1st floor, they still have basic cooking stations, which are sufficient for trial cooking. Tong Yu didn't go directly to the kitchen to try it. Feeling a little hungry, he came to the large kitchen on the 1st floor to prepare something to eat. Entering the kitchen, he saw Wen-su sitting at the table eating breakfast. "Tong Yu, do you want to have breakfast?" Wen-su knew that Tong Yu had a lot of food, and he was always looking for something to eat when he entered the room. "Then I'm welcome." Tong Yu said and came to sit down at the table, and found that Wen-su had red bean porridge with naan for breakfast. Looking at the food on the table, Xian Yu looked stunned, "This Hui Bing?" "Well, yes. I'm old enough to eat this easy-to-digest pasta." Wen-su thought that the food on the table did not suit Tong Yu's appetite, so he could not help but say to him, "If you find it hard to swallow, you can fry some bacon and put it in the pancake, it's delicious and filling." When he heard this, a smile gradually appeared on Tong Yu's face. "Miss Wenshu, you really helped me a lot." Tong Yu picked up the mold cake on the table, opened it in half, and said, "This is my recipe." N. When Jia didn't understand the meaning of Tong Yu's words with a question mark. In the evening, when Dong Yu was trying to cook in the kitchen, he received a call from Jiaoqi. "Ah, senpai, are you coming to Totsuki?" After a few simple chats, Dong Yu knew the purpose of Jiazaki's coming to Totsuki. It turned out that she was invited to come as a judge for the autumn audition together with Chienko Kikuchi this time. Tong Yu also remembered that in the original book, it was indeed a judge composed of several graduates who served as judges for the final group. In other words, the judges will have senior sister Hwangwo tomorrow. "It's great, can we release water then?" Tong Yu joked deliberately. "It's not tomorrow, Yuangua and I were invited to be the judges of the semi-finals, tomorrow will be the quarter-finals." Kanazaki Ryu said on the other end of the phone. "I see, then I'll wait for senpai to come to Totsuki, then let's have a meal together." "Okay, let's do this first." Jiazaki knew that Tong Yu was going to race tomorrow, and hung up after a few more chats. The next day is coming soon. When the sun in the east was showing a monologue, there was already a lot of voices and a sea of people between the moon and the sky. As previously announced by Nakiri Senzaman, the location of the finals will take place between the moon and the sky in Totsuki's largest halberd. Because it is only open to Elite 10 on weekdays between the moon and the sky, there are very few places where it is open to the public. Therefore, not only many first-year students, but also many second-year students came to Yuetian for the first time. In order to watch today's finals, many students also came here early, sitting in the most front auditorium waiting for the start of the game. Of course, like the preliminaries, in addition to the trainees, there are Totsuki's lecturers, sponsors, partners, gourmets and others. In the parking lot outside between the moon and the sky, all kinds of luxury cars can be seen here, and many people took time to come for today's finals. This is enough to see that the Autumn Trials, as a traditional project of Totsuki, has already received a high degree of attention. Even Mrs. Wenshu, who, don't ask the world, of Zhao's, came here early with the people of Polar Star Dorm after hearing that the game was held between the moon and the sky. In addition to the audience being ready, Rei Kawashima, the MC of the game, is also ready, and 5 aggressive judges have also sat on the judging platform. The 5 judges are all over 50 years old, including Nakiri Senzaman, who is known as the Demon Lord of Eater. "Come on, look at the judge's seat, yes, it's Nakiri Senzaman-sama. No, he puts a lot of pressure on the players as a judge. Isn't this nonsense? If you put out bad dishes in front of him, you will definitely die." Aside from Nakiri Senzaman, a heavyweight judge, the other 4 are not fuel-efficient lamps and are regulars at Totsuki's various competitions, big and small. 2 of them also served as Xiang Shuang and Daquan as reviewers for Tong Yu and Ingshan Shiji. "I've made you wait for a long time. Next, the quarter-finals of the Autumn Trials will begin. The competition is divided into 4 rounds. Now, the 2 players from the first group are invited to appear." In the introduction of Kawashima Rei, the first group of the competition began. Tong Yu was not in the audience seat. As a contestant, he was watching the live broadcast in the special private room between Yuetian. Along with Tong Yu in the room was Ryoko, who was also a contestant. At this time, their eyes fell on Sōma, who was slowly walking towards the cooking area on the TV screen. Sōma held the kitchen utensils box in his hand, and walked slowly out of the player's passage with a calm expression on his face. After the debut, there were cheers from the audience, but the cheering sound was from the Polar Star Dorm crowd in the audience. Speaking of which, it is rare for transfer students to enter the finals of the Autumn Trials. Indeed, he has 3 years less time to study at Totsuki Academy than others, and it is indeed rare to be able to enter the finals. This also shows that he has a certain cooking ability. It was the 2 spectators in the specially invited seats who were discussing this at this time. Indeed, the transfer students have obvious disadvantages compared with the students who are normally promoted from the junior high school to the senior high school. Therefore, in the history of Totsuki's autumn trials, there have been almost no cases where transfer students have reached the finals. Soon, Nakiri Alice 070, who is Soma's opponent, also appeared in the public eye. Since only a few contestants know the name list for the group matchup, the audience is unaware. Therefore, many people exclaimed when they saw that the real opponent was Nakiri Alice. Yes, it's Nakiri Alice, she's the number one in District B. At the very beginning, in the showdown of the best girls in the field of molecular gastronomy, the luck of this transfer student is really bad. Sure enough, it's hard to cut. Alice still brought her equipment. Everyone looked and saw that at the same time as Nakiri Alice entered the venue, there was a truck driving into the moon sky behind her. The carriage of the truck opened, and various molecular cooking instruments of various sizes and varieties appeared in everyone's sight. Sōma, who only held a kitchen box, seemed so weak in front of this luxurious molecular cooking instrument, as if he had already overwhelmed his momentum. In the private room, Shinryoko couldn't help but worry when she saw the situation on the scene. Tong Yu-kun, do you think Sōma has a chance to win against Nakiri Alice? Well, if I'm not wrong in the qualifiers, Sōma already has a concentric. In addition, the theme of the duel is bento. Nakiri Alice has no chance of winning. It can't be said that there is no chance of winning, as long as there are no special circumstances. The result of this game is basically finalized. Dong Yu said. Shen Liangzi also learned about the heart in detail from Tong Yu's mouth. According to Tong Yu's speculation, Shen Liangzi also awakened the heart, but it is only a prototype, and it will take a long time for it to be fully formed. Shinryoko felt relieved when he heard Tong Yu say this. After all, Sōma is Polar Star Dorm's roommate, and whether it's Kami Ryoko or Tong Yu, hope he can win. Soon, the game begins. The theme of the showdown is bento, and the cooking time is limited to 2 hours. Cooking officially started. Sōma showed the advantages of working in the kitchen for 10 years. The smooth handling of ingredients and the skillful knife skills in cutting ingredients made everyone in the auditorium happy to watch. Compared with Sōma's normal cooking techniques, Nakiri Alice is an alternative existence. No way, most of the people present didn't know anything about molecular cooking. Seeing Nakiri Alice taking out various containers and fiddling with it, the audience felt like she was doing chemical experiments, not cooking. Except for the simple work of slicing beef and cooking rice, other cooking processes are all done in the molecular cooking apparatus. Not to mention that ordinary audiences can't understand it, even Marui, who has the title of Taste Know-How, can't understand what she's cooking. The cooking time passed quickly, and Sōma and Alice also finished their respective dishes. As expected by Tong Yu, Alice made temari bento, a bento dish that combines 12 kinds of temari sushi to be tasted in order. 12 different sushis are made up of 3 types of ingredients: tomatoes for vegetables, sea bream for seafood, and beef for meat. Seafood, vegetables, and meat dishes will be tasted in an orderly manner, which will give the tasters a gradually increasing taste, and at the same time, there will be stimulatory molecular reactions between each other. This gradually increasing sense of hierarchy brings different feelings to the judges. Finally, for the perfect finish, Alice will mix the solidified broth with sea bream to form a crocodile tea rice on the tip of her tongue. The small sushi contains a variety of delicious foods, and the combination of vegetables, seafood, and meat is nutritious and healthy. Such dishes are naturally praised by the judges. Even Nakiri Senzaman's black kimono has come off his shoulders, and there are already signs of ripped clothing. Next to Nakiri Alice's cooking is Sōma's cooking, and a Yukihira variation nori bento was presented to everyone. This bento has a surprising 3-layer structure. The top layer is 3 kinds of side dishes: seaweed fish cake, deep-fried cod, and beef shoulder. The soup in the middle is miso soup with bacon and onions. The bottom layer is made with alginic acid and calcium chloride to make seaweed bombs, and tsukadani and kuzafenken are added with tuna flowers. The three-layer structure is layer by layer, and the delicacy is gradually improved, but the feelings brought to the judges are completely different from Alice's cooking just now, because they tasted the heart in Soma cuisine. In the end, even Nikiri Senzaman showed a ripped shirt in full form. Nikiri Sepsaman also said about the insufficiency of Alice's cooking and her own shortcomings. Alice, even if the theme of your dish today is sushi, I think you will bring out the same work. The dishes you make are very delicious, but in fact you are just stuffing your own technology into your own bento box. Only the bento can convey the delicious taste to the diners, and the fun and freshness of the bento can be further improved. Is this reflected in your cooking? There is one very important thing missing in your cooking, that is what a chef needs to convey to diners. To put it simply, it is the sense of surprise and surprise in cooking. Nikiri Alice didn't understand the meaning of this sentence at first, but it wasn't until she tasted the food made by Soma that she had an epiphany. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Nikiri Seiman picked up a huge brush over 2 meters and wrote the winner's name, Yukihira Soma, on the huge blank scroll paper with a strong and powerful style. After Soma won, the staff also came to the private room to inform Kan Ryoko to prepare. Tai Ryoko, the second round will start in 15 minutes, please prepare accordingly. Shen Liangzi calmed down a little excited and stood up and said to Tong Yu, Mr. Tong Yu, I'm going. Come on, I'll go to the audience to watch the battle, don't have any psychological pressure, just concentrate on cooking. Dong Yu also stood up and said,
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.